Harry sat in the Gryffindor common room with Ginny as they worked on their homework together. Most of the other Gryffindors were currently asleep. "All right, well, I am done," Ginny said as she packed her stuff away. "What about you?" she asked Harry. "I have only got a few minutes left," Harry said as he continued writing. "I would recommend going too. Sleep if you're still planning to practice flying tomorrow." "Probably best," Ginny yawned. "Do you know that Angelia and the rest said that they would help train me and the other chasers?" "She did mention it," Harry nodded. "By the way, how are you at Seeker?" "I think I am pretty decent. I mean, I am not like you or Charlie, but I am all right at it. Why?" "There is no reserve Seeker, so if you think you are fairly decent at it, then maybe we can talk too. Angelina about making you, or one of the other chasers, a reserve." I'll think about it," Ginny said as she stood up. "Good night, Harry," she said as she walked off. And up to the fourth-year girl room. "See ya, Gin," Harry called out as he continued working. Several minutes later he had finished and leaned back and relaxed in his seat. "Harry," a voice called, breaking him out of his enjoyable relaxation. He looked up to see Ron and Hermione standing in front of him. "Can I help you?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Yes," Hermione nodded. She was cut off as Ron snorted. She glared at him only for him to glare back. "Fine, I wanted to talk to you about something." "Oh, and what would that be?" Harry asked, wondering why she was talking to him now. She had been ignoring him so far, and he was more than fine to continue with doing so. "It's about Umbridge," Hermione said. "We are not learning how to defend ourselves, we are not learning how to pass our owls. She is taking over the entire school." "Not the entire school. I am positive that Filch is going strong," Harry joked. "Harry, this is not the time for jokes. Especially not ones that bad," Ron added. "Look, what exactly do you want me to do about Umbridge?" Harry asked as he rolled his eyes. "No matter what you might say, Harry, you know that Voldemort is back. You saw him in your first and second year," Hermione argued. "I don't know why you aren't telling anyone." "Because if Dumbledore wanted people to be told, then he would have told them long before now," Harry replied. "Now what does this have to do with the pink toad?" "Harry, we need to learn how to defend ourselves," Hermione said. "Well, go on then," Harry shrugged. "We need someone to teach us." "Well, go on then," Harry repeated. "Professor Flitwick and McGonagall are the best in charms and transfigurations, plus Professor Flitwick used to be a former dueling champion. Go and ask them." "We can't," Ron said. "If Umbridge found out that we were asking other teachers, then she would put a stop to it." "I guess it is pretty much hopeless for you then," Harry said in a sympathetic voice while he mentally groaned as he realized where this was going. "Harry, I was hoping that you would teach us and some of the other students," Hermione said. "And why in the name of Merlin's left testicle do you want me of all people to teach?" Harry sighed. Hermione frowned at the image he put in her head but pushed on. "Harry, you are the best in defense. You have fought Voldemort and basilisks and dementors. You can do a Patronus charm. That's Newt-level magic. Plus you won the Triwizard Tournament and you fought that dark wizard Apophis. Ron told me about watching the memory of it." Hermione said she was rather upset that she didn't get to watch the memory, but decided that now was not the best time to mention it. "You have the experience, skill, and knowledge, Harry. I think you could do a lot of good helping the students." "Yes, but you seem to have forgotten one crucial thing, Miss Granger, desire. And simply put, I have no desire to start teaching," Harry replied. "But you could help so many people," Hermione protested. "Indeed I could," Harry nodded. "But then again, I have been doing that all my life. I mean, help the Dursleys and get abused. Save the school in first year and get the Dursleys in return plus hatred the next year. Save the school in second year, and in return I get people to realize that I am not a mass murdering heir of Slytherin. It seems to me that whenever I help people, it is me who suffers for it. Yes. That might sound childish or whiny or whatever, but quite frankly, I am far out of shits to give about. People that turn on me in a moment's notice. Besides, let's say that I do teach people, that will just bring Umbridge's ire on me. Why would I do that? But you really wouldn't help, Hermione said as she and Ron looked at him with disbelief. I have very few people that I care about in this school. I have no problem helping them, but I am not about to start a club, or whatever the hell you are suggesting, and start teaching everyone. I can't believe it, Hermione said as she glared at him. First you cost me my arm, and now you are refusing to help and… Oh, honey. Harry shook his head and tutted his teeth while also wondering if he sounded cool or funny. When he said, "Oh, honey," I did not cost you your arm. You know damn well why you lost the ability to use that arm, and you know damn well that it was because you did not listen to me. Which brings me to another reason for not helping, people like you too. What is that supposed to mean? Ron demanded as he joined Hermione in glaring at him. Oh, I am sorry, is it not obvious? Harry asked while raising an eyebrow. He turned to Hermione. First of all, I don't see much point in going to this thing when you and the people I teach are unable to listen to simple instructions such as don't mess with what isn't yours, or you cannot read this. Harry turned to Ron. As for you, when I became an animagus, Kingsley had went through the effort of discreetly registering me, only for you to cock it up and let the whole school know. Like you cared, Ron scoffed. You've been showing off about the fact that you can turn into a tiger for ages. Yeah, Ron, but that was simply me making the best of my situation I found myself in. If it wasn't for you, then I could have kept it a secret trick in case I am ever attacked. But I decided that if people knew, then I might as well enjoy it, Harry said as he stood up. I am not about to start an illegal group, only for you to blurt it out and get me in trouble. You two go and do whatever the fuck you want, but me, I'm going to simply enjoy my year as best as I can, and that's it, Harry said right before he picked his stuff up. He was about to walk off when Ron spoke again. You coward, Ron snarled. You don't deserve to be in the House of the Lions. Well, I am a tiger, so I am debatably better than a lion, Harry shrugged. I am what I am not about to change just to keep you happy. I don't care what you say, you are. Ron, Harry interrupted. Must we really do this? I mean, you know you're no match for me, I mean. You've seen the memory of me fighting that Apophis guy in that memory. I am smarter than you and I am better than you. I don't really know what you hope to achieve. Ron growled after his face turned red with anger. He threw a punch at Harry, hopping to knock out a few of his teeth. Unfortunately for him, Harry saw the punch coming a mile away. Harry jumped back to avoid it before he struck Ron with a right hook to the face. Ron stumbled back far enough for Harry to whip his wand out and hit him with a body bind. No, Harry said when Hermione looked like she was about to move. I'd recommend you stay still, Granger, unless you want to be next. Harry raised his wand in the air and sent a loud alarm sound from it. He kept it going until many Gryffindors came down to see what was happening. Harry, what the hell is going on? Dean Thomas asked. What was that noise? He and the other Gryffindors did not look happy at being disturbed and woken up. I do apologize, but I needed some prefects as Weasley over here thought it was a good idea to throw a punch, Harry said. Somebody might want to go get McGonagall, Harry suggested. I'll do it, Katie said before she walked out to go get McGonagall. He tried to attack you, Fred and George asked at the same time with disbelief. They knew that Ron was not the fastest learner, but they were pretty sure that he had been paying attention when they watched the memory of Harry fighting Apophis, so they could not quite understand what caused him to try and punch Harry of all people. Let me go, Potter, Ron said as he tried to move, but the body bind was too strong for him. Let me think. No, Harry replied before he put him under a silencing charm. How the hell are you three related to him? Harry asked Ginny and the twins. Tell me what happened. McGonagall frowned. Ron was being an idiot. Harry replied with a small shrug, which did not seem to help improve McGonagall's mood. He could tell she was not exactly happy, though he was not sure what bothered her the most. The fact that Gryffindors had been fighting and she had been called to deal with it, or the fact that Umbridge had discovered that something had happened and insisted on coming with her to deal with this. That is why Harry, Ron, and Hermione found themselves in McGonagall's office with Umbridge and McGonagall. "Mr. Potter, that is not helpful," McGonagall said as she glared at him. "It seems to me that it is the Weasley boy who is at fault," Umbridge said. "Dolors, please, I can deal with this on my own," McGonagall said in a tired voice. "I would not mind if she stayed," Harry said, shocking everyone in the room, including himself. He suddenly felt very dirty and like he needed a shower. "I mean, to be honest, Professor, I was rather worried about bringing this matter to you, especially after all the times in the past when you have ignored me. Quite frankly, if you weren't Gryffindor head of house, then I would have gone to someone else." "Harry," Hermione gasped as McGonagall looked at him with a dropped jaw. "Oh, I am sorry. I did not know that personal or differing opinions were a punishable offense." "They are not," Umbridge said, either uncaring or forgetful of the fact that she was here to punish those with an opinion different to the minister's. "What happened, Mr. Potter?" "These two came into the room and demanded that I start up a group to teach people how to fight and got angry when I refused," Harry answered. "That's a lie," Ron shouted. "Why would they want you to start such a group?" Umbridge asked while narrowing her eyes at Ron and Hermione. "Something about Voldemort," Harry said dismissively, while also doing his best to not roll his eyes at the way everyone in the room flinched. "Anyway, then the Jolly Red over there calls me a coward for refusing, and I simply pointed out that I don't really know why he is doing this, as it is obvious that I would kick his butt in a magical fight. He threw a punch, I dodged and hit him with my own punch, before calling the rest of Gryffindor House down so somebody could go and get help." "You did not have to respond with a punch," McGonagall said. She was about to continue when Harry interrupted. "See," Harry said to Umbridge as he gestured to McGonagall, "I defend myself, and I am the one who gets told off." Mr. Potter, thank you, you can go," Umbridge said. "I will personally handle this." "You cannot do this," McGonagall said to Umbridge. "I am their head of house and—" "Actually, I can," Umbridge cut her off with a sweet smile. "As I am High Inquisitor, I am able to overrule any and all punishments. Mr. Potter, you may go. I will handle this." "Sweet," Harry said before he stood up and gladly left the room. Umbridge sat in her office, happily drinking her tea while she watched Ronald Weasley and the mudblood Hermione Granger do lines. Ronald Weasley might have been a pureblood, but Granger was not, and unlike Mr. Draco Malfoy, the two did not come from a well-respected house. After all, Weasley's father was regularly made fun of for his obsession with muggles. She could not tell for the life of her why he would find them interesting. As far as she was concerned, the muggles should either be kept far away from wizard and witches or be killed. She knew which she preferred. Because Mr. Weasley and the mudblood Granger were not people, she was worried about she had no qualms with using her special blood quill. Of course, the two had both put up complaints at the start, but she was quickly able to shut them down. The two were clearly furious, but silently did as they were told and continued writing. Umbridge was glad that she seemed to have Harry Potter's trust. That would please the minister. She had not gone and asked Potter for anything yet, as she is not sure how willing he would be to help. Of course, he had not objected to her or any of her educational decrees either, but that did not necessarily mean that he was 100% on her side. If he was smart, then he would be 100% behind the ministry, but she was not entirely sure. He was a filthy half-blood after all. She rather hoped that he used his brains and supported the ministry. She would have been blind to not see how much influence Potter had. If he supported Cornelius, then it would be much less likely for Cornelius to lose his position as minister, and it would go a long way in helping stop Dumbledore from spreading his horrible lies about who while also helping her own career. The question was, could she convince Potter to join her? Perhaps she could see if he was willing to join the inquisitorial squad she planned to set up once Dumbledore was gone. She was brought out of her thoughts when she heard Ronald Weasley hiss in pain and curse under his breath. I heard that, Umbridge smiled, causing both Ron and Hermione to look up at her. I do not know who permitted you to use such language, but I know that it definitely was not me. That is another detention. For you both. But Professor Umbridge, I didn't do anything. I was just doing my lines, Hermione protested. 10 points for talking back to a teacher, Umbridge said, a smile still on her lips. Hermione and Ron scowled at her, but did not say any more, and looked down before continuing with their lines. Bloody wanker, Tonks said under her breath as she walked into the kitchen and sat down at the table, where her father was sitting, already eating his dinner, though she apparently was not quiet enough as her mother had heard her. Language, Andromeda said as she walked over and placed a plate of food down in front of her daughter before she went back into the kitchen. You all right, Dora? Ted Tonks asked. I am fine, Tonks said through gritted teeth. Okay, what happened? Andromeda sighed as she sat down at the table with her own plate of food. Does this have something to do with that boy? What is his name? Thomas. No, Mum, not close at all. Thomas was my gay friend that moved to America last year. The Pratt that I am angry about goes by the name of Joan, and no, I am fine, and I have no problem with the stupid dumb foo. Nymphadora, Andromeda said in a warning tone. Dumb idiot, Tonks amended while glaring at her mother. And don't call me that. Oh, honestly, dear, I do not know what your obsession against your name is. Nymphadora is a lovely and beautiful name, Andromeda sighed. You are not the one who has to be called it, Tonks reminded her. Harry liked it, Andromeda replied. What? Tonks blinked. Harry Potter, he liked your name, remember that? Andromeda asked with a smile. Remember, he called it unique, she said, looking pleased that someone agreed with her about Nymphadora being a great name. Yes, Mum, but Harry also has tattoos, has become an animagus despite not being of age and enjoys fighting dangerous creatures and wizards, Tonks pointed out. I mean, I like the guy, but I do not think that he is the picture-perfect example of sanity, Tonks said. All right, Ted sighed. Can we skip the part where you two argue about names? I am getting tired of keeping score. I am winning though, right? Tonks asked. By 2, Ted replied without missing a beat. Yes, Tonks grinned. Fine, so what did this Joan say or do? Andromeda asked. Will I have to hide a body? No, sadly, Tonks shook his head. Will I have to be your lawyer? Ted raised an eyebrow. No, Tonks sighed. At least I don't think so. The dickhead asked me out on a date, Nymphadora said. Andromeda was tempted to admonish her for language, but decided to give it up as a lost cause. I said, yes, he took me out to a restaurant. The food wasn't that good, but I didn't complain. Even though you wanted to. Even though I really wanted to. Tonks nodded so hard she nearly hurt her own neck. I mean, how? Can you make something frozen and burnt at the same time? I didn't even know which part I was supposed to eat. Anyway, after the date was over, he tried to get all touchy. I said no. He kept trying. I gave him a second and third warning before I made my hand 2 times bigger and decked him in the face. Ah, girl, Ted smiled. I mean bad, Ted quickly said as he lost his smile when Andromeda looked at him. You shouldn't be violent, Dora, Ted said, even though his lips curved into a smile against his will. Got it, Dad, Tonks said with a mock salute and a smile. You two will drive me crazy, Andromeda sighed as she rolled her eyes. Dear, you are a member of the Black family. You came with a free side of crazy, Ted replied. Yeah, Tonks agreed. After all, no sane person would name their daughter Nymphadora, Tonks added. Under her breath. Well, Andromeda frowned. Just keep trying, dear. One day you'll find the right person. Do you have anyone in mind? Do we have to talk about this? Tonks grumbled. Yes, Ted said. You know what your mother is like. She will keep going until she gets her answer. Fine, Tonks rolled her eyes. There's not many people I am interested in at work. I spend the rest of my time here or in the Order. Tonks said, ignoring the look her mother gave her. Tonks was well aware of the fact that her mother did not like the Order and had refused to join multiple times. In the Order, I don't see many people I hang out maybe one. Oh, Andromeda raised an eyebrow. Yeah, do you guys know Remus? Tonks asked. Lupin, Ted asked. You're talking about Remus Lupin. Please tell me you are not talking about Remus Lupin, Andromeda said. What's wrong with Remus? Tonks said defensively. I mean, I know he is a werewolf, but my problem is not with him being a werewolf. I married a muggle born for Merlin's sakes, as far as my parents were concerned. They are both horrible crimes, Andromeda said. My problems come from the fact that he is too old for you and is not able to provide for you. A date is fine, but for my sakes, please. Do not tell me that you wish for a long-term relationship. I mean, yeah, he is old, but that's not a big problem, but it's not his fault that he cannot get a job. I mean, he's a werewolf, and nobody wants to hire him, and he could go to the Muggle world for a job, Andromeda pointed out. He could have made some money there and transfer it into wizarding money at Gringotts. Yeah, but dear, you're going about this all wrong, Ted said to Andromeda. What do you mean? Andromeda frowned. In my experience, telling Dora not to do something makes her want to do that thing above all else. Hey, that's not true, Tonks protested. Is it not? Ted snorted. Do tell me if this sounds familiar, Ted said before he began specking in an imitation of Andromeda's voice. Nymphadora, don't run near the stairs. Ted raised an eyebrow at her before he spoke in his normal voice. It does to me because I remember you saying, Dad, I fell down the stairs the next day. That was a one-off. Oh, shall we talk about the trampoline incident? No, but. Or the painting accident. Well, or how about the tutu incident with? All right, Tonks cut him off. I give up. Lawyered, Ted smirked. Now, Dora, I suggest that you and me talk about this like adults. I will tell you what I think, and you will not angry, and I won't get angry if you disagree. There will be no arguing and shouting, just a couple of adults debating. Does that sound good to you? Yeah, I suppose, Tonks replied. Good, now Remus doesn't have a job, yes, but that is not entirely because he is a werewolf, Ted said. What do you mean? A couple of years ago, Remus was offered a job at my law firm, Ted said. Wait, Remus could have been a lawyer, Tonks asked, eyes widening slightly in surprised. No, but we did have an opening for a secretary position plus a janitor position. The previous owner had a soft spot for werewolves because his cousin was one, Ted replied. I don't know why he doesn't work. There, you could ask him. I know those jobs are not as well paying as other jobs that Remus could get if he wasn't a werewolf, but if you had the choice between no job or job that is not as nice as you'd like, but with fair pay, then which one would you choose? Well, plus you said age is not a factor even though he is about the same age as Sirius. Fine, Ted continued. What about the fact that Remus grew up during a war while you were born near the end of one? What about any mental issues that Remus may have from being a werewolf? I do not want to be offensive, but I could argue that Remus's mental state could be worse than Mr. Potter, who you had mentioned before. Also, there is the matter of personalities. How would you describe Remus's personality? Ted asked. Well, he is quiet, a bit shy, hard-working, and he is mature. I just think he needs someone to make him happy, Tonks said. It is not your job to make him happy, Andromeda said. Ted coughed. I will handle this, dear, Ted said before turning to Tonks. It is not your job to make him happy, Ted repeated. Dora, you cannot make everyone happy. If that was the case, then the world would be a much better place. And it will not help anyone if you risk your happiness just to keep someone else happy. You have a happy and outgoing personality, the exact opposite to Remus. I am aware that opposites attract, but that is not always a good reason to be with a person. If you got together, then how would you handle each other? You would have to compromise in some way or form. Who do you think is more likely to change their personality, you or the older man? Ted asked. Tonks frowned, but he continued. Also, if Remus asked, then would you turn into a big-chested blonde and let him have a feel? What? No, Tonks said quickly. You are saying that you are not willing to physically change, because someone would prefer you that way. Of course I wouldn't. So then why would you change your personality? Ted asked. I wouldn't. Dora, if you're going to get with someone like Remus Lupin, then you will have to change, Ted said in a soft voice. In one way or another you would change, not compromise change. I fully support you in whatever you want to do, but I do hope that, when you do settle for someone, it be someone who likes you as you are. Do you understand where I am coming from? Why, yeah, I suppose, Tonks sighed. And you said he is mature, right? Andromeda asked. Yeah, and... Well, why do you think that? What? Why do you think that he is mature? Well, he is hard-working, and he knows about what the world is like, and... You're hoping that he would be mature enough to not see you for just your powers, Ted guessed. Am I right? Ted waited, but she did not answer. I will take your silence as confirmation. Dora, I don't want to sound like an old man, but you shouldn't be trying to get with him just because of that. Just because he is mature does not mean that he will not see you for your powers. Maybe he will, but maybe he won't. Besides, there are different types of mature. What do you mean? Tonks asked in a soft voice as she looked at him. Okay, well, let's compare Remus to, Sirius Black and Harry Potter, yeah. Well, Remus and Sirius are both more mature than Harry in physical age. They have both also gone through more years of suffering than Harry, but that doesn't mean that Harry has not suffered either. That does not mean that Harry is not mature or even just as mature. Also, Sirius and Harry are, from what you have told me and from my own experiences, more jokey and with closer personalities to you. All three of them have seen and suffered things they should not. They are all mature in different ways. I think I get what you mean. Tonks nodded as she thought about his words. Tell me, dear, is there anyone else you are interested in? Andromeda asked in a hopeful voice. What? Tonks blinked as she looked up at her. Is there anyone else you are interested in? Andromeda repeated. Well, no, Tonks answered. Aha, Andromeda laughed. You hesitated, who is it? She grinned. I am not interested in anyone else, Tonks said in as firm of a voice as she could. Is he older than you? Mum. Younger. Mum. Oh, I am getting close. Red hair, blonde, black. Mum, black hair. Oh, she's on a roll, Ted said before sipping some tea. How much younger? Andromeda asked. Dad, please make her stop, Tonks begged as her face settled into a pout. I would have better chances at stopping a shark after it sniffed blood, Ted calmly replied. But Tonks was cut off as a white snowy owl came in and landed gracefully on the table. Oh, hi. Hedwig. Tonks smiled at the owl. Hedwig gave a short nod before extending her leg. Tonks took the letter from her leg and handed Hedwig some bacon. Here you go, Tonks said. The owl from your friend, Andromeda said as she looked at the owl that for some reason kept delivering letters to her daughter. Whenever she asked Nymphadora about it, all she got was from a friend. Oh, hi, Hedwig, Ted smiled at the owl. You know this owl? Andromeda asked in a surprised voice. Yes, it's Harry's owl, Ted answered. Harry's owl? You mean Harry Potter? Andromeda asked before turning to Tonk. You have been writing with Harry Potter. Yeah, and Tonk said in a casual voice. Oh my, Merlin, you like Harry Potter, Andromeda blurted out. What? No, I don't. Oh, it's obvious. Dear, do calm down before she rejects him on the basis that you like him, Ted commented before. Turning to Tonks, to be fair, Harry wouldn't be your worst pick. Harry wouldn't want to be with me, Tonks said in a dismissive voice. Oh, and why not? Andromeda asked. Well, I am older than him. Coming from the girl who wanted to get with Remus Lupin, Andromeda snorted. I didn't want to get with Remus, I was just considering it, Tonks said in an irritated voice. Plus I know that Harry had a relationship with Fleur de Lacre before. She's a former Triwizard champion and a Vila. Past tense, Andromeda noted. So what? Ted asked Tonks. Your mother's prospective partners were rich purebloods and I was just a filthy mudblood. I'm still the one who got the best-looking girl at school. Ted grinned and kissed Andromeda on the cheek. Flatterer, Andromeda said as Tonks rolled her eyes at her parents' behavior. Truthfully, from what little I have seen, I think you have a great chance with him. Ted, do you agree? Well, you're both near enough same ages, Ted said with a thoughtful face. I don't know much about Harry outside of having him as a clinet, but he seems a decent lad. If you want to go for it, then go for it. I will think about it, but can I please just eat in peace? Tonks begged. Fine, fine, go and eat, dear, Andromeda said. Thank you, Tonks sighed before she continued eating. Harry and Nymphadora, Andromeda said quietly under her breath, sitting in a tree. Kissin. Mum, Tonks said, apparently she wasn't quiet enough. Apparently Malfoy is coming back tomorrow, Tracy said as she walked down the hall with Harry and Daphne. That will be fun, she said sarcastically. Yeah, Harry snorted. I am sure it will be. What are the chances of Malfoy growing some brain cells and leaving me alone? Highly unlikely and near impossible, Daphne answered. Personally, I rate you becoming the king of Dementors as a higher possibility than Malfoy becoming less of an idiot. Careful, Greengrass, you are giving me ideas, Harry smirked. Wouldn't that be great, though, Harry? Potter boy, who lived, defeater of Dark Lords, Triwizard champion, king of Dementors. Actually, nah, I have enough titles already. Probably for the best Potter, we wouldn't want your head to get too big, Daphne said as she gave him a sweet smile. It's not my fault if my brain is so much more powerful that I. Harry trailed off when he saw many students rushing towards the courtyard. What the hell? Harry blurted out. What do you think is happening? Tracy asked. Let's go find out, Harry said and followed the students with Tracy and Daphne following after them. What the hell is happening? Daphne whispered once they reached the courtyard. Many students were gathered around while Professor Trelawney standing in the center, whilst wearing a large brown coat and holding a tissue in her hand. She was standing alongst a trio of suitcases and Filch had just brought out a fourth and placed it at the tearful woman's feet. Umbridge walked out. She walked towards Trelawney, looking very pleased with herself. 16 years I have lived and taught here, Trelawney said through tears in a shaking voice. Hogwarts is my home, you can't do this, she cried. Harry, who had gladly transferred out of her class before starting the year, could not help but feel sorry for the woman. Looking around, he saw that even a few Slytherins, along with students who didn't mind expressing their opinions about Trelawney, feel uncomfortable with the public humiliation. Actually, I can, Umbridge said, not looking bothered in the slightest. McGonagall came over and pulled Trelawney into a comforting hug, just as the woman burst into tears. Something you would like to say? Dear, Umbridge said when she saw McGonagall looking at her. Oh, there are several things that I would like to say, McGonagall said as she glared at her. Umbridge was about to respond when several students moved out of the way to allow Dumbledore to walk through. Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore said as he walked up to them. "Would you please escort Sybil back?" "Inside." "Come with me," McGonagall whispered to Trelawney before walking her back inside the castle. "Dumbledore," Umbridge said, "may I remind you that under the terms of Educational Decree Number 23, as enacted by the Minister, you have the right to dismiss my teachers," Dumbledore cut her off. "You do not, however, have the right to banish them from the grounds," he said. Umbridge looked irritated for the briefest of moments, before she smiled. "For now," she said in a voice that was a mixture of confident and smug. Dumbledore looked like he was about to say something but chose not to. He turned around, his eyes caught Harry's for the briefest of moments, but he quickly looked away and continued walking. Harry looked thoughtful for a second before he started walking away along with Daphne and Tracy, when the students began dispersing. "Wow, Umbridge is a piece of work," Tracy commented. "I used to be in Trelawney's class before this year. She kept predicting my death every single lesson." "Even I felt a little sorry for her," Harry admitted. "Honestly," Daphne huffed, "could she be any less subtle? I mean, for now, she just all but admitted that she will change the rules to suit her whenever she wants." "Hey, idiots will idiot, you just got to not idiot with them," Harry replied. "Potter, what the hell does that mean?" "Come on, Daphne, even an idiot would get it," Harry smirked. "I hate you." "Why do you keep hanging out with me then?" "Pity friendship." "You love me really, Daph." "I hate you and Astoria, and I will hex you both if you keep calling me that." "No, you won't." The trio heard Astoria call and looked down the hall to see her wave before she walked off. 1, 2, Daphne said as she closed her eyes and continued counting to 20 in her head. Dumbledore paced in his office. As Harry and McGonagall stood with him, both were wearing their sleeping clothes. Professor McGonagall had brought Harry to his office in the middle of the night. Harry told him that he had a vision. Dumbledore believed that it was due to his connection with Voldemort, so decided to listen to Harry and hear what he had to say. Harry had started by telling him how his dream began with him in the hallway of the Department of Mysteries. "And then the snake goes forward, and I see this guy, gray hair and glasses. He was dressed in green robes and he was kind of fat," Harry said. That would be Derek Parker," Dumbledore said to himself quietly. Derek Parker was a long-time member of the Order. And then, Harry trails off and shakes his head, standing with sweat pouring down his face as he looked beyond tired. "And then what?" Dumbledore asks without looking at Harry. And then I see him," Harry says eventually. "Who?" "That. Apophis." He snuck up on him. Apophis cast a silencing charm over him before hitting him with a bone breaker in each leg, right before he hit him with a killing cure, Harry said as he rubbed the tiredness out of his eyes. "And then it ended and I woke up." "During the dream, were you standing next to the victim or looking down at the scene?" Dumbledore asked. "Neither. What the fuck is happening to me?" Harry demanded. "Mr. Parker was on guard duty tonight," Dumbledore said to a portrait, ignoring Harry. "Make sure the right people find him." "Sir, Phineas," Dumbledore said to another portrait, ignoring Harry once more. "Go to your portrait at Grimmauld Place and inform Sirius and any others who are there about Mr. Parker, and tell them all to be careful." "Bad news, Dumbledore," the first portrait said. "He has been confirmed dead." "That is bad news," Dumbledore agreed. "But we must quickly deal with this and—" "Look at me," Harry shouted, magic amplifying the sound and power of his voice. Dumbledore stopped and finally looked at him. Dumbledore looked shocked and worried. "What do you know?" Harry asked. "Tell me now. No bullshit, tell me what you know." "Harry, Dumbledore was cut off as Snape entered the room. "You called for me, Headmaster," Snape drawled, clearly not happy at being called up to Dumbledore's office at night. "Yes, Severus," Dumbledore nodded, eager to avoid answering Harry's question. "There is no time to waste." Harry need to learn occlumency immediately. I know occlumency, Harry interrupted. I am aware, Harry, but you must improve upon it if you are going to stop these dreams. Dumbledore replied. Professor Snape will help you improve upon your abilities and… Hell no, Harry cut him off. I am not letting Snape of all people mess around in my head. Harry, this is important. You must improve your occlumency, and Professor Snape is the only master of the arts we have available. Well, that's a lie. I know you know about occlumency, so he is definitely not the only one available. Harry replied. Typical Potter, Snape snorted, thinking that you can just demand the headmaster to train you, just as arrogant as your father and… Snape, Harry cut him off as he glared at the potion's master. I know you are still pissed that my dad refused to take you to the ball or whatever shit you are angry with him for, but be quiet. The adults are talking. You little… Quiet, Harry shouted before turning to Dumbledore. If you think I am letting this unprofessional manchild have access to my mind, then you might need to see a mind healer because you have gone crazy. I wouldn't trust him to not spit in my food. My problem is not with occlumency, my shields are more than sufficient. Care to prove it, Potter? Snape challenged. Gladly. Do you think you are competent enough to read my mind, or should we ask the headmaster to hold your hand and walk you through it? Harry sneered at Snape. Snape growled before pulling out his wand. Legilimens, he yelled and pointed his wand at Harry. Snape entered Harry's mind and tried to read his thoughts. Dumbledore watched, expecting Harry to soon concede defeat. However, he was more than surprised when Snape looked like he was struggling, while Harry looked like he had roughly the same amount of energy as before Snape tried to read his mind. A minute later, Snape exited Harry's mind, looking completely and utterly confused. How the hell is that possible? Snape demanded. Severus, Dumbledore asked, wondering what was going on with his potion's master. The brat managed to keep me out. Well, Snape, some people just have this thing called natural talent. Harry smirked, despite how tired he looked. Now, if you will all excuse me, I will be going. If I am going to waste my time, then I am going to do it by trying to go back to sleep, Harry said as he turned around and left the room. Dumbledore was silent, deep in thought, only to be broken out of his thoughts when Snape spoke. Dumbledore, the Dark Lord is calling me, Snape hissed as he gripped his arm. Very well, Dumbledore said after a moment. Go on, Severus. Snape nodded before leaving the room. Ah, welcome, Severus, Voldemort said as Snape arrived. How are you? He asked in a voice usually used if someone would be discussing the weather. Snape paused and looked around. He saw Death Eaters kneeling on the floor as they usually did during the meetings, but he also saw all three Malfoys as well. Snape saw one Death Eater in front of the other. Death Eaters, he was on his knees. His whole body was shaking, likely from exposure to the Cruciatus curse. Stood next to him was Apophis. Apophis looked towards Snape. Half-Blood, stop wasting our time, Apophis said in a warning tone. Snape nodded and walked into the room and kneeled down. My apologies, my lord, Snape said to Voldemort. I was in a meeting with Dumbledore. I had arrived as soon as I was able to. Of that I have no doubt, Voldemort said in a silky voice. What was the meeting about? Voldemort asked. Dumbledore, Snape drawled, contacted me in the middle of the night and… Snape was cut off by strike to the head. He fell on the floor and looked up to see Apophis brandishing his wand. Cease your drawling, Half-Blood. I warned you to not waste our time. The sound of your voice may please you, but it irritates me. Speak without wasting time, Apophis said impatiently. I cannot help but agree with my heir, Voldemort said. My time is far too valuable to waste on you. Enjoying the sound of your own voice, Severus. Now speak and tell me what you know. Yes, my lord, Snape said as he got up to his knees, resisting the urge to glare at Apophis. Dumbledore is aware of your attempt to steal the prophecy. How? Potter, Snape spat. Snape couldn't help but notice Apophis tilt his head slightly, clearly interested in knowing more. I believe the boy had a dream or a vision. Dumbledore contacted me. He wanted me to teach the boy occlumency. You are teaching Potter? Apophis asked. No, Snape shook his head. Potter refused to accept me as his occlumency teacher. Why? Apophis asked. Why refuse to learn from you? The boy has already mastered occlumency, Snape said after a few moments' pause. I had tested his shields, my lord, and I was unable to penetrate his mind shields. Really? Voldemort asked in an interested voice. Yes, my lord, Snape said. Voldemort turned to the shaking Death Eater. This is all your fault, Voldemort said in a cold voice. My lord, I am sorry, the Death Eater cried. A sorry excuse for a wizard, Apophis spat. Indeed, Voldemort agreed. You told me that you would be able to get into the Hall of Prophecies. When one of the Death Eaters with me touched the prophecy, he fell to the floor, shaking. Apophis said to the Death Eater. That was when the alarms went off, and I had to end him to prevent him from being captured and revealing more information. What happened to him after he touched the prophecy? I don't know. Your lack of knowledge has cost us a member of our ranks, right, as Dumbledore received confirmation that we are after the prophecy, Voldemort snarled. My lord, I am sorry. Please have mercy, the Death Eater begged. Mercy, Voldemort chuckled. I am afraid I have recently run out, Apophis. How about you? Do you have any mercy left for our friend? None at all, Apophis said in a cold voice before he flicked his wand. Seconds later, the Death Eater's lifeless body fell to the floor. Apophis hissed and Nagini walked forward and began devouring the body. Everyone watched in silence as the snake ate. It was only after she was done that they continued. Now, on to more pleasant business, Voldemort said as a smile appeared on his face. Draco, have you fully healed? Voldemort asked. Why, yes, my lord, Draco quickly nodded. Good, I am glad. I hope you are appreciative of the resources and time I have wasted on healing. You, Voldemort asked. Draco quickly nodded once more. I do hope that you have also learnt your lesson about controlling yourself, Voldemort asked in a conversational tone. Yes, I have, my lord. Good. However, I should warn you that if you ever do anything again that could jeopardize my plans, then I will have my heir cut your tongue out and give him free rein with you for a month with him to torture you how he wishes. Is that understood, Draco? Yes, my lord, Draco said in a quiet voice as he cast a fearful glance at Apophis. He was not sure what had made Voldemort's heir willing to end his punishment early, but he was thankful. Good, you may all go now apart from Severus, Voldemort ordered. The other Death Eaters made no quick movements out of fear of punishment, but it was clear that they all had no problem with leaving if you looked carefully at the way they left. Only Apophis, Voldemort, and Snape were left in the room. Severus, did Potter truly manage to keep you out? Yes, my lord. I do not know how the brat has gotten so good at occlumency, but he was somehow able to do so, Snape answered. Voldemort leaned back into his throne with a thoughtful look. Potter continues to surprise me. Tell me, Severus, how much do you believe the boy knows about his connection with me? I cannot say for certain, my lord, but I would be willing to bet that, as of the moment, he is perhaps aware of a connection, due to the dreams that you have apparently set him, and according to Dumbledore, the boy's scar reacts whenever you are near, Snape replied. Who taught Potter occlumency? Apophis asked. I do not know, Snape said honestly. He could tell that Apophis wanted to go after whoever this person was. The brat apparently has access to some books on the subject, but I doubt that the brat has learned so much on his own. I simply have one more question, Voldemort said. You told us that Potter refused to study under you because he had already mastered occlumency. There are no other reasons for his refusal. "No, my lord," Snape said, looking much calmer than he felt. Apophis took a step forward, likely to hurt Snape, but was stopped by a gesture from Voldemort. "Severus, I know when people tell the truth, and I know when they lie and hide things. I am not calling you out on your lies in front of the other Death Eaters, and for that you should be appreciative. Now I will ask again, is there any other reason for Potter's refusal?" Voldemort asked in a calm voice as his red eyes narrowed. Snape, resisting the urge to gulp, decided to answer honestly due to the fact that he was in no hurry to die. "Potter did not trust me to teach him the mind arts," Snape answered. Voldemort and Apophis looked at each other for several moments before Voldemort gave Apophis the slightest of nods. "Crucio," Apophis said as he pointed his wand at Snape. Snape fell to the floor and shook in pain for several minutes before he was released. "Because of you, Snape, and your idiotic behavior, we have lost a valuable opportunity," Voldemort said in a cold voice as he glared at Snape. "If you were teaching Potter, then you could have been weakening his mental defenses and making it easier for me to access his minds, but no, due to your idiocy, Potter does not trust you to look into his mind and not damage anything. Put a silencing charm on him and continue." Voldemort added to Apophis, who nodded, and placed a silencing charm on Snape before he fired the curse again. "Master Harry is upstairs," Dobby said to her when she entered Grimmauld Place through the Floo place. "Thank you." Fleur smiled at him before she walked upstairs. It was the start of the Christmas holidays, and Fleur knew that Harry had come back for the holidays. During his school year, the two had exchanged many letters, despite the recent lack of physical contact. Fleur was rather pleased with her relationship with Harry, though she was hoping that he would soon take it to the next level. In the past, it would be the boys who wished her to engage in a permanent relationship with her. She never expected the roles to reverse and the shoe to be on the other foot, as the saying goes. Fleur was well aware that she could easily get nearly any man she wanted. She felt she was lucky to work around goblins. Well, not lucky, as they could be quite rude and tiresome at times, but they at least did not ogle her like the few human workers at Gringotts. The one who tried to most to get her attention was one Bill Weasley, a curse breaker who was temporarily in England for a few months. Before he would return to Egypt, Fleur had done her best to politely refuse all of his offers to go out for a drink, but the man was not taking a hint. Talented curse breaker he may be, but he could not take a hint. The man had even offered her a position alongside him in Egypt, and said that if she was interested, then he could make a call and try to see if she could get an interview. On the one hand, it sounded interesting, but she had come to England for Harry, not to get transferred into another country. She was also well aware of Bill being the older brother to the red-headed mess that Harry used to be friends with, and she wanted no part of whatever family drama she was likely to get pulled into if she and Bill became serious. Bill was not the best-looking man that Fleur had ever seen, but Fleur could not deny that he was somewhat attractive, though that might have been because Fleur liked his ponytail and earring. Maybe she could get Harry to wear one. She had no idea if she actually could. One of the reasons that Harry intrigued her was the fact that he would not allow anyone to control him, yet would not force his control on her, at least not beyond a few role-play scenarios. In the past, she would have boyfriends that would either do exactly what she said to the point where she considered them as human house elves, while the very few boys who could resist hoped that Fleur would enjoy being dominated and tried far too hard to do so. Fleur admittedly did enjoy it, but not when they did it. They felt like madmen trying to tame her, like they were after some prize. Harry had always made sure that she was always at least a little happy with what was happening, and had even gave her a safe word in case he ever went far beyond what she liked, though why he chose Mango was beyond her understanding. When other boys tried to dominate her, there was no subtle caring in any of it. They tried to make her feel like an animal. There was no control. They tried to force her to do sexual acts in public like hidden blowjobs in restaurants. Something she did not want to do, along with other things. Harry, on the other hand, went just under the line but not over it. No matter what he did, he always made her feel special and good, and he kept control in a natural way, without going far too overboard. But he also did not mind giving up control temporarily. He would allow her to take the lead as well and didn't really fight her on it. It was more a case of dibs. Whoever called it first would be in charge. She was well aware that he had initially viewed her as just as a sex object for his pleasure, and she viewed him as the same, yet somehow the two had grown into more than that. It was slow, but it did happen. She was confident in her feelings for him and confident that he had feelings for her. She was not entirely sure what was holding him back, but she was hoping she would find out sooner rather than later. I just don't know, Sirius. She heard Harry's voice just as she was about to pass Sirius's voice. I mean, Fleur is brilliant and all she really is. She heard Harry say. Fleur took out her wand and waved it so she was able to see through the wall. She saw Sirius and Harry sitting together and talking to each other. She cast another spell so she could hear what they were saying easily. She understood that this might be considered wrong, but if she kept silent, then she could learn Harry's feelings, maybe even learn if he loved her. She was doing this for love. What better defense is there? I know, Harry, Sirius said with an amused smile. You have said that already. Yes, okay. Harry paused to take a deep breath. All I am asking is, why did this have to be so complicated? I mean, can't something just be simple for once? Okay, calm down, Harry, Sirius said as he patted him on the arm. Let's just take this one step at a time. You like Fleur, right? Yes, Harry nodded, causing Fleur to smile. But you also like Tonks? Sirius asked. Fleur's smile disappeared and turned into a frown when Harry nodded. Look, Harry said. When I first saw Fleur, I thought she was beautiful. When I first got with her, I didn't really think of anything beyond how much sex we could have, but eventually I started liking her. When I first met Tonks, I thought she was unique. I liked her from the moment I saw her. So the girl you've grown to like versus the one you've fallen for at first sight. She fell on me actually, but yeah. Harry smirked as he remembered their first meeting. I was looking in some family books, including the grimoire, and I learnt something. When my grandfather and father met my grandmother and mother, they both felt something special. They both couldn't describe it, but felt drawn to the women of their life. Sirius looked thoughtful. James had always said that he felt a pull towards your mother and how he and her would definitely be together. He rejected all other girls in favor of your mother. So, is there like some ancient Potter magic or something that links us to one girl? Maybe. Or maybe you Potters are just emotional idiots who fall in love at first sight. Who can tell for? Sure, Sirius shrugged. Now, let's discuss your options. First of all, you could offer Fleur a position as your concubine. No, Harry said quickly, the speed of which surprised Fleur. As to her, it looked like he refused to even consider it. Fleur deserves better than being a concubine. She's beautiful, smart, and doesn't deserve to be just my concubine. I know that, but I had to let you be aware of the option, Sirius said. Now what happens with Tonks if you get with Fleur? I don't really know. I mean, I don't know if she likes me that way. I think she does. But if she does, then I don't know how much she likes me. I think I would be happy with Fleur. I'd always wonder what would happen with Tonks, though, Harry answered. Okay, and what would happen with Fleur if you got with Tonks? Sirius asked. Well, first of all, I would feel like a dick, because she wasted so much time where she could be with someone else waiting for me. Harry sighed and ran a hand through his hair. And then that's all up to her, but I am just so confused right now. I mean, I like them both, he said. Fleur could not help but notice the sincerity in his voice. If I might suggest something, Sirius said, I believe I have your solution. Oh, and what would that be? Harry asked, looking very skeptical. Well, you are Lord Potter, right? Sirius asked. Pretty sure I am, yes, Harry nodded. Well, how would you like to be Lord Black as well? Sirius asked, surprising Harry. But you are Lord Black, Harry reminded him. Oh God, you're not dying, are you? No, Sirius snorted. I am not dying, it's just, well, this is really awkward. I can't have kids, Azkaban did a number on me, and I can't have kids anymore. Damn, I'm sorry, Sirius. It's not your fault, don't apologize. Sirius waved him off. But currently the Black family has me for. It's Lord and you're my heir. What I suggest is I give it up and make you the current Lord Black, or we can just stick with you being my heir for now, and I give it you later. That way you could get with Tonks. And Fleur, make one Lady Potter and the other Lady Black. I don't know, Sirius. I don't know if that would work. Well, do you like them both? Yeah, but then it is only a matter if they like you. If they do, then maybe you could make it work, Sirius said. Is that fair to them, though? Either of them? Harry asked, looking unsure. Fleur removed the spells. She cast a silencing spell on her feet and quickly turned before walking away. She had just reached the bottom of the stairs when she saw Dobby. Excuse me, please do not tell Harry that I was here, she said, wanting to get out of here as quick as she can. If Master Harry asks, then Dobby must tell truth, Dobby said apologetically. Fine, but if he does not ask, then please do not tell him, Fleur said. She walked out before he could answer. Fleur quickly rushed back into her apartment. She locked the door and dropped onto her sofa, as every word she had just heard ringed in her ears. All right, are we all ready? Andromeda asked. Andromeda, Ted, and Tonks had been invited to number 12 Grimmauld Place by Sirius for Christmas. Andromeda was very excited to finally have a Christmas with a member of her family that would not end with her being insulted, feel horrible, or have someone try to set her up with a pureblood she didn't like. She had spent a great many Christmases without her blood family, and while she was happy with Ted and her daughter, she was looking forward to spending Christmas with a family member. Already ready, dear, Ted said as he walked up to her and kissed her on the cheek. Ted was dressed in a simple suit, while Andromeda was dressed in casual clothes. She had originally intended to wear a fancy dress, but Ted had repeatedly pointed out that the invitation said casual clothes, and the fact that Sirius would simply be happy that she was attending. Come on, Dora, Ted called. Coming, Tonks shouted before she arrived in the room. How about this? Does this look all right? Tonks said as she gestured to her clothes. She was wearing green high heels, followed by a simple red dress that ended just at her knees. Her hair was blonde and done in a twin-tail style, with her left tips being green and the right tips being red. You look lovely, dear, Ted smiled. Yes, I am sure that Harry will be pleased to see you, Andromeda smirked. I am not doing this to impress Harry, Tonks said in a tired voice as she rolled her eyes. Her mother would not stop talking about Harry, much to her displeasure. The repeated mentioning of Harry had gotten Tonks to think about him, and while she did not want to admit it, she could not deny an attraction to Harry. He was a good-looking, rich, and handsome man, so there was always a base attraction. He was always nice to her as well, and she enjoyed having conversations with him. As for her powers, Harry always seemed interested in hearing about them, but for the most part, he did not make a fuss out of it. Since her conversation with her parents, Tonks had done some heavy thinking. She had originally had a crush on Remus Lupin, but when compared to Harry, she realized how different the two are, not just in age and money or looks and popularity. Harry was brave and magically powerful, obviously, and he had suffered a lot from what she had heard. However, unlike Remus, Harry didn't let it get to him, or at least he didn't appear to let it get to him. From the limited time she spent with Remus, she learned that he was respectable, quiet, smart, or book smart at least, shy as well. He didn't really appear to like her jokes or when she used bad language. Remus also liked to read the newspaper and books that Tonks admittedly found boring, plus he generally acted like an old man. Tonks had done a short test with Remus. She tried various looks to see which would grab his attention the best. From what she had seen, he always looked more interested. When she had a simple look like blonde hair or black hair in a simply hairstyle, and he preferred her. When she looked more mature. From the limited time she spent with Harry, she had seen that he preferred to read spell books. He liked to be independent. Mrs. Weasley tried to boss him around and he didn't let her. Tonks couldn't help but respect him for that. Harry was smart, funny, he didn't mind her jokes. In fact, he appeared to like them. And he would actively joke back with her. Harry didn't seem to mind that she was different from other girls either. Ever since her conversation with her mother, she had noticed Harry's reaction to her different looks while remembering his previous reactions. It was the same, each and every time. No matter what clothes she wore or what way her hair was. He would always smile at her. Sure, he would sometimes raise an eyebrow if she went really weird, like having a green afro, but he smiled each and every time. So yes, Tonks could admit to herself that she liked Harry. She just did not want to admit it to her parents. Of course not, Andromeda smirked. Well, I am sure that he will like it either way. All right, stop teasing the girl, Ted chuckled. Come on, let's go. What do you think, Harry? Sirius asked as he entered the room. Harry looked at him and couldn't help the laugh that escaped him when he saw Sirius dressed as Father Christmas. He didn't have a big stomach or white beard, but everything else was exactly the same. Sirius, the fuck, Harry laughed. What is this? He said as he gestured to him. Show some Christmas spirit. Sirius grinned as he came forward and hugged Harry. This is our first Christmas together. I'm excited, aren't you? Well, yeah, Harry admitted. I wasn't trying to say that the costume was bad, just surprising. I look good in it, right? Sirius grinned. Yeah, you even have the same stomach as Santa as well. Harry joked as he poked Sirius in the stomach. Oi, Sirius tried to hit him in the arm only for Harry to dodge. I'm not fat. No, but you are getting there, Sirius. All the food is not good for you. Harry laughed. Oh, how dare you, Sirius said in mock outrage. Oh, I dare. What are you going to do about it? Harry smirked. Oh, you're going to get it. A second later, Sirius turned into his animagus form and began chasing Harry around the room, right until Harry transformed into his tiger form. Padfoot slid to a halt as he suddenly came face to face with a giant growling tiger. Padfoot turned and ran just as the situation had reversed, and it was now Harry who was chasing him. All right, I yield, Sirius said quickly after, hopping on a table and changing back into his human form. Glad to see that you can teach an old dog new tricks. Harry smirked once he changed back into his human form. Master Harry, Dobby popped into the room. The Tonkses be here. Thanks, Dobby. Please tell them we are here, Harry said to Dobby. The excitable house elf nodded before popping away. Tonks, huh? Sirius raised an eyebrow. You're the one who invited them, Harry reminded him. Have you thought about our conversation? Sirius asked. He did not need to tell Harry which conversation he was talking about, and Harry did not need to ask. Harry did not get to answer as he was cut off by the sound of footsteps. A few moments later, the Tonks family came in. Sirius, Andromeda blurted out in surprise. Ah, Andy, Ted Tonks, other Tonks. Sirius grinned before he rushed over and pulled them all into hugs. What in Merlin's name are you wearing? Tonks laughed. I'm just feeling happy, so sue me. Sirius shrugged before he walked off. I'll be right back, he called out. Mr. Tonks, Harry said as he shook Ted's hand. Mr. Potter, Ted greeted him. You remember my wife, he said as he gestured to Andromeda. How could I not? Harry asked as he took Andromeda's hand and kissed the back of it on her. Knuckles, you are looking lovely, Miss Tonks. Why, thank you, Andromeda smiled. Your words are appreciated. Great, that's much better than when they are not. Harry smirked before he turned to Tonks. Oh, I believe Sirius is calling us, Andromeda suddenly said as she quickly pulled an amused Ted out of The room. Do I even want to know what that was about? Harry asked to Tonks as he gestured to the retreating form of her parents. No, Tonks said simply. No, you do not, she said as she looked at Harry. He was wearing black shoes, blue jeans, and a green shirt. Her earlier thoughts were definitely not helped by how good-looking he was to her right now. Fair enough, but can I just say? Harry whistled and made a show of looking up from her toes to her eyes. Wow, looking good, Tonks. Thanks. Tonks smiled before a question suddenly came to her mind and blurted out her mouth before she could stop herself. Do you like blonde hair? She asked as she gestured to her hair. Depends on the hair and who it belongs to, Harry answered honestly. No, I mean, do you like me as a blonde? Tonks asked. Harry's face turned thoughtful as he looked at her. Tonks stood absolutely still as she felt his green eyes staring at her. It's not your usual look, but you do make it work. I think when you have pink hair, then you look more happy and bubbly, Harry smiled. You look nice as a blonde as well, though. He quickly added, blonde makes you look slightly more mature. You still look great, though, if that's what you are worried about. I am babbling a bit, but yes, I like it. Thanks, Tonks smiled at him. Do you have a preference? She asked. Blonde, pink, black. Not really, Harry shrugged. I have only really seen you with pink, blonde and white hair, plus that one time you went green. I like them all because you just kind of make them. Harry trailed off as he tried to think of the right word. Make them what? Tonks asked. Well, you just make them, you know, Harry replied. It's hard to explain, but Harry was interrupted as Dobby popped into the room. Harry looked towards the elf, which caused him to miss the frown that had quickly appeared on Tonks' face before it left. Master Harry, Miss Deliflower is here, Dobby said. Harry took a moment to translate Deliflower into Delacour and nodded. Thanks, Dobby, bring her in, Harry said. Dobby nodded and popped away. A few seconds later, Fleur walked into the room wearing silver high heels, a beautiful blue dress that ended at her knees along with a pair of diamond earring. Her hair was also done up in a bun, and she had put a small amount of makeup on. Whoa, hi, Fleur, Harry smiled. Right. Fleur smiled as she came over and pulled him into a hug. She noticed the look that passed over Tonks' face, but decided not to comment on it. Once she broke away from Harry, she turned to Tonks and smiled before hugging the Metamorphomagus. It is good to see you again, Tonks, Fleur said. You too, Tonks said as she returned the hug before the two let go. Fleur resisted the urge to frown as she looked at the Metamorphomagus in front of her. She understood why Harry liked her. The woman was pretty and had a very cheerful and jokey personality most of the time. Her presence in a room was almost always noticed as well, just like with Fleur, except Tonks did not have a magical allure. She found it amusing in a way that while she stood out because she looked perfect, Tonks always stood out for looking different. I'm glad you're both here, Harry smiled. Harry, food time, Sirius called. I guess it is time to eat, Harry shrugged. Still, glad you both could come, Harry said before he walked towards the kitchen. Tonks and Fleur followed after him. Tonks glanced at Fleur and suddenly remembered that Harry had been physical with the beautiful blonde Vila. She also remembered that the French witch was Harry's first. She wondered if Harry and Fleur had feelings for her. If they did, then Tonks thought she might as well throw in the towel. Fleur was ridiculously good-looking even without her Vila allure. Tonks knew she could probably just chain into Fleur, but she did not want to do that. When she was a student at Hogwarts, the other students either wanted her to change for them or scared about what she could do if she changed. Tonks wasn't about to suddenly change into another woman for a boy, and she wasn't going to become what she was accused of either. After a rather lovely dinner, the group sat down to open their presents. Sirius was rather disappointed that Remus was not with them, but with it being a full moon, he was not really able to attend. Everyone looked amused as Sirius looked to be the most excited of all the group. However, nobody wanted to call him out on it much as they knew why. This was his first real Christmas in a long time. Okay, my turn. Sirius grinned after Andromeda and Ted had opened their presents. First is from the lovely Nymphadora. Sirius smirked at Tonks. Hey, Tonks complained, looking ready to take out her wand. Dora, Ted interrupted what was likely going to be a painful hex. It's Christmas, let him have this. 1. Fine, Tonks said through gritted teeth. Just this once. Ah, a wand holster, thank you. Sirius said as he put the holster on his wrist. He placed the wand. Inside holster, he tried to flick it into his wrist only for it to shoot out. It was only Harry's lightning quick Seeker reflexes that allowed him to catch it before it ended up hitting Tonks on the forehead. You might want to practice first, Harry suggested as he tossed the wand back to Sirius. Probably best, Sirius agreed before he went to open his next present. Oh, chocolate from Miss Delacour, he grinned. French chocolate, Fleur corrected him. The best chocolate, she could not help but add. Debatable, Tonks said just as Harry snorted with amusement. And I debate that it is, Fleur said with a smirk and small shrug of her shoulders. Thank you, Fleur. I will save this for later, Sirius said as he placed the box to his side and continued. Opening his presents. Ah, and what is this? Sirius asked as he opened the present he got from Ted and Andromeda. Just a large amount of clothes, Ted said. Sorry, Sirius, Andromeda said in an apologetic voice. I didn't really know what to get you and. Oh, it's fine, Andy, Sirius waved her off. I am just glad you're here to be honest. Thank you, Sirius, Andromeda smiled at him. You are most definitely welcome, Sirius said before he turned to Harry. So, where's my present from? You. What present? Harry blinked. My Christmas present, come on, where is it? Sirius asked. I didn't get you a Christmas present. What? Of course you did, where is it? Didn't get you a present, Sirius, I'm sorry. Harry shrugged. Come on, Harry, no jokes. Not joking. I never had time to get you a present, and I had forgotten. I am sorry. Oh. Yeah, no presents. Not even a single one. That's fine, I suppose, but. Except this one. Harry grinned as he clicked his fingers and Dobby arrived in the room with a small present which he handed to Sirius. Knew it, Sirius cried out happily as he opened his gift to reveal a photo album. What? It's a photo album. It has a copy of photos of my parents, and it has room for any more you might want. To put in, Harry smiled. Sirius looked frozen for several seconds as his eyes were locked onto the photo album. Eventually, he looked away and walked over to Harry before pulling him into a strong hug, which Harry gladly returned, while the others smiled at the scene in front of them. All right, it's my turn now, Tonks said as she began opening her pile of presents. She opened clothes. From Mum and Dad again. Tonks rolled her eyes but smiled at her parents to show that she wasn't unhappy. Thanks, though I do remember suggesting a motorbike. I also remember saying no way in hell, Ted replied. It's for the collective good of everyone on the road, dear, Andromeda replied with a small smile, tugging on her lips. Shut it, Tonks said when Harry started snickering. Harry raised his hands in a surrendering gesture, but was not able to stop the smile from staying on his lips. Open my present now, Sirius said as he handed her his present. Thanks, Sirius, Tonks said as she opened it. Holy crap, is this a knife? Tonks blurted out as she held a sharp dagger with a black handle that had a snake carved into it with a red gem fitted into the handle. Sirius, Andromeda gasped. Is that? Yes, Sirius smiled. It is. I'm assuming that this dagger means something, Harry asked while raising an eyebrow at Sirius. Why, indeed it does, Sirius nodded. It is a Black family tradition for any and all daughters born in the family to be given a Black family dagger, and since I am now in charge of the Black family, I am inviting Andy back into it and accepting Tonks over here as an actual member. Oh, Sirius. Andromeda happily pulled him into a hug as tears poured out of her eyes. It's all right. I knew how much it meant to you, Sirius replied. Everyone was silent as the two cousins hugged it out. Eventually they stopped. Andromeda kissed Sirius on the cheek before sitting down with her husband. Thanks, Sirius, Tonks said to Sirius as she glazed at the dagger with disbelief. It's fine, just do me a favor, please, Sirius replied. Get something safe to hold it in and get your mother to teach you how to use it. I don't want to go to St. Mungo's because I hear that you have somehow fallen or sat on it. I wouldn't sit on it. I hope not, Harry smirked. No need to damage perfection. Harry winked at her. Shut it, Tonks said while using her powers to hide her blush, and did her best to ignore her mother's chuckle. This is my present for you, Fleur said. It is chocolates as well. I apologize, but I was not really sure what to get you. Chocolate is fine, Tonks waved her off as she accepted the box from Fleur. Thanks a lot. You are welcome, Fleur said as she smiled at Tonks. Oi, Potter, where's my present? Tonks playfully demanded. I was also not sure what to get to you, Harry admitted. I mean, I thought makeup, but you don't need that. I came up with a few other things, but they weren't good, so I got you two presents. The first being this, Harry said as he handed her a small gift-wrapped present. Tonks opened it to reveal a green book. That's a book from my vault. Apparently one of my ancestors was a metamorphomagus. And he wrote a lot about it. I figured you might like it. There are also a couple of spells in that could be helpful as an Auror, Harry explained. Ah, thanks, Harry, Tonks replied as she gladly took the book from him. You are welcome, Harry said as he pulled out a small box and handed it to her. This is your second present, Harry told her as she took it from him. Tonks opened the box and her eyes widened as she saw what it was, a pair of bright emerald earrings. You got me earrings? Tonks asked as she held them up only to be surprised when the earrings changed into a gray color before shifting into a yellow then red color. Whoa, Tonks gasped. They are color-changing earrings, Harry explained. They shift into any color the user wishes. If you don't like them, then I can. No, I love them, Tonks said quickly as she pulled the earrings out of his reach. No take-backs, she said with a mock glare. Fine, Harry snorted in amusement. Just glad you like them. I believe it's Fleur's turn now. Ah, well, this is from all of the Tonks family, Ted said as he handed her a box of chocolates. English. Naturally, he added, causing her to laugh. There sure is a lot of chocolate. Can magical people get diabetes? Harry wondered out loud. They have a potion to fix it, Ted replied before his face shifted into a frown. Shame it doesn't work. On Muggles, though, my grandfather had diabetes when he was alive. That killed him. Oh no, he got drunk and walked into the middle of a road. At least it wasn't diabetes, Harry said, trying to shift a positive spin on it. Okay, enough about that. My turn. Sirius grinned as he handed Fleur a small box. Fleur opened it to find a bottle of perfume. I hope you like it. It's one of the best available, guaranteed to help attract any man you might have your eye on, not that you'd need it. Sirius smiled. Thank you, Mr. Black. Fleur smiled as she took it. Please, it's Christmas. Call me Sirius. Sirius, Fleur amended before she turned to Harry. Well, awry, where's my present? She asked, raising an eyebrow, her voice suggesting that there would be consequences if there was not a present. Would you believe me if I said I had just brought you chocolate? Harry asked. No. Good, because I haven't, Harry said as he handed Fleur two gift-wrapped presents. Fleur opened the first one to find a red book. That is apparently a very good book for curse breakers. I hope you like it. It's even got the author's autograph. Harry added the last part proudly. Harry, I can't believe you got me this. This must have been expensive. Fleur gaped as she took the book from him. She recognized it. The author was a charms master and one of the best curse breakers in the world. He was in fact one of Fleur's idols and reasons behind loving charms. She could hardly believe that she was holding this book. I got it cheaper than normal, Harry admitted. I just had to autograph a picture for his granddaughter. Oh, open your other present, Harry said. Fleur barely managed to put the book away. Longed to open the smaller present. In it she found a small but expensive-looking diamond wrist bracelet. Do you like it? Harry asked hopefully. I love it, Fleur said as she took the bracelet and put it on. Oh good, I'm glad because I am really not experienced with giving presents, Harry admitted. Or receiving them, he mentally added to himself. So I guess it is my turn now. Yep, but before we start you got a present sent to you from a Daphne and Tracy plus one from a Luna and another from Astoria, Sirius said as he pushed a small groups of presents to Harry. Who are they? Ted asked. Fleur and Tonks seemed to be paying close attention to his answer. Ah well, Tracy Davis and Daphne Greengrass are my new friends, Harry smiled proudly. I decided to make new friends. It was surprisingly easy, actually. In fact, if I knew it was that easy, then I would have done it ages ago, he added as he opened their presents. Ah, candy and spell books, nice, he smiled. As for Luna, she is a year younger than me and I helped her out with some bullies. Astoria's my favorite, Harry admitted. Don't tell the others, Harry added in a mock whisper. She's a first year. And Daphne's little sister, Harry added. I think she looks up to me. And these friends, are they just friends? Andromeda asked, hopping for her daughter's sake that they were. Harry was probably the best potential boyfriend Tonks had ever had. She was really hopping that he and Tonks got together. She could not handle any more idiots, and Merlin forbid Tonks going back to considering Remus Lupin. Yes, they are, Harry nodded. Just normal and actual friends, Harry added before he began opening his presents. Okay, I got a lifetime subscription to the Quibbler from Luna, plus a corkscrew necklace. And from Astoria I got some chocolates. Considering that she is a first year, that's pretty nice. Okay. What did you guys get me? Harry asked around the room. Well, first of all, I've got you a friends and family discount, in case you ever need me as your lawyer. Again, Ted smiled. Andy and I also heard that you're a major Quidditch fanatic, so we've got you a broom kit, Ted said as Andromeda levitated their present over to Harry. Thank you, Harry smiled happily. He was already enjoying this Christmas much better than the other ones. Before, he would simply get one random thing like a sock or 50-pence coin from the Dursleys. His first Christmas at Hogwarts was nice, but this one was with real family and friends. He was also glad that this wasn't the 5th year in a row where Ron would get him something Chudley canon-related, which Harry would have always given to Ron later on in the year because he didn't like the cannons and was too nice to throw it away. Ron thought he didn't notice that, but he did. Oh, me next, Sirius said quickly. Here is my present, Sirius said as he handed Harry a broom-shaped present. Let me guess, it's a book, Harry joked as he took the present and opened it. Fucking Merlin on a bike, Harry blurted out when he saw it. Language, Tonks said just as Andromeda was about to. Andromeda looked at Tonks, who simply smiled and winked at her. Sirius, you brought me the firebolt too, Harry said as he looked at the new broom. It's our first Christmas, and I wanted to make it a great one, Sirius said as he ran a hand through his hair. Can I guess that you like it? Fucking come here, Harry laughed as he pulled Sirius into a hug. Thank you so much, Harry pulled back and admired his present. All right, well, I am going to give my presents before Harry starts drooling, Tonks said, snapping Harry out of his daze. Here you go, Harry, Tonks said as she handed him 2 presents that Harry began opening. The first is a classic wizard storybook. I figured it would be nice for you to have one book where you don't actually have to learn something. What about the names of the characters? Harry asked. Taché, Tonks eventually replied. My second present is this ring, Tonks said as Harry opened a small box to reveal a silver ring. Now, Tonks, I like you, but don't you think that this is a bit too fast? Harry joked as he took the ring out. It's a magical ring, Tonks rolled her eyes but couldn't help the smile that appeared on her face. If you activate it, then it forms a small shield. Nothing that would stop unforgivables or anything, but it would definitely help against curses and most stuff. Fair warning, it takes a limited amount of spells and it will need to recharge for about an hour after using it. Thanks, Tonks. Harry smiled as he put it on his right middle finger. How'd you get it? Harry asked as he wondered how expensive the ring was. A mate of mine owes me a favor after getting her out of a tight spot. Sounds like there's a story there, Harry commented as he looked at the ring. Hopefully I won't have to try it out, but I doubt it. So, Fleur, where is my present? Harry asked instead of a verbal response. Fleur sat up and turned to Tonks. Tonks, will you please come with me and help me get a rise present? Fleur asked in a polite tone. Oh, okay. Tonks blinked, feeling confused, but got up and followed Fleur out of the room. Wonder what that's about, Sirius said out loud. Probably Nargles, Harry replied. A short while later, Harry left Ted, Andromeda, and Sirius to talk and went to find Tonks and Fleur as they had not yet returned since they left to room to go get whatever Fleur had planned to give him. Harry had only taken a few steps when he nearly bumped into Creature. Oh, hi, Creature, Harry said. Have you seen Fleur and or Tonks? Harry asked. They's be in kitchen, master, Creature replied. Kitchen? Right, thanks, Creature. Are you enjoying Christmas so far? Yes, master, Creature nodded. That's good. By the way, I left your present with Dobby. Master got Creature a present, Creature said softly as if he did not believe what he had just heard. Yeah, I hope you like it. Harry smiled before he walked off and went to the kitchen. He saw Tonks and Fleur sitting together. Fleur waved her wand when they both noticed him. Harry was pretty sure that she had just canceled a privacy charm. Hi guys, how are you two? Harry asked as he walked up to the two. We are fine, Arai. What are you doing here? Fleur asked. Well, you two have been gone for a bit, so I thought I would come and check on you too, Harry answered. Oh, are sure you didn't come just to find your present? Tonks smirked. That may have been a factor, Harry smirked back. Ah yes, your presents, Fleur said as she stood up. I have first of all brought you some clothes, Fleur said as she levitated a box onto the table. I assure you that you will look even more handsome if you wear it. I will take your word for it. As well you should. I have also brought you some food, Fleur said as she pointed to a picnic basket on the table. It is magically expanded. Inside is a variety of excellent French food. All have been put under preservation charms, so you do not have to worry about them going bad. Wow, thanks, Fleur. You are welcome, but there is one thing I must ask you, Fleur replied. What? Harry raised an eyebrow. Do you have a girlfriend? Not really, but Harry was cut off as Fleur wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him into a searing kiss as she pressed her body against his. Harry had barely been able to process what happened before she pulled away. Fleur, Harry was once again cut off. This time, however, he was really surprised as he felt a hand on each side of his face shift his head, so he was looking right at Tonks, who leaned forward and kissed him just like Fleur had done. She lingered slightly longer, but eventually did pull away. Well, that was pretty good, Tonks grinned after a while. All right, Harry said as he was still recovering from what had just happened. I am not complaining or anything, but can somebody please explain? The fuck? Excuse me a second, Sirius said to Andromeda, and Ted as he stood up to go and see where Harry and the girls had gone to. Where are they? He whispered to himself. He had only taken a few steps out of the room when he found Creature, who had a look of disbelief on his face. Creature, Sirius said, snapping the old elf out of his thoughts. Bad master be wanting something? Creature asked as he sneered at Sirius. Sirius was quite frankly tempted to order the elf to slam himself head first into a wall, but remembered Harry's words about slowly chipping away at him with kindness. Sirius took a big breath, and after a large amount of Restraint spoke to Creature in the politest voice he could come up with. "Do you know where Harry is?" Sirius asked. "Good Master be in kitchen with pink hair another girl," Creature answered. "Thank you," Sirius sighed before walking off. Sirius reached the kitchen to find the door closed. He slowly opened it so it was ever so slightly open, and glanced inside. His jaw dropped and his eyes widened as he saw his beloved godson making out with none other than Nymphadora. "Do not call me that or I will hex you, Tonks." If he had opened it slightly more than he might have seen Fleur sitting on the side, but he did not. Sirius simply closed it slowly and as quietly as he could before he walked away, glad that his godson was feeling happy. Apparently he had chosen Tonks. While he was glad, he was sort of hopping that Harry could have worked it out with Fleur as well. Ah well, he would be fine either way as long as Harry was happy. Soon Sirius and Harry were saying goodbye to the Tonks family as they walked them to the fireplace so they could flew away. Sirius did not see Fleur in the room with them, so he assumed that she had left. "All right," Ted said as they stopped at the fireplace. "I want to thank you both for a brilliant Christmas." "Oh, don't mention it." Sirius waved him off as he hugged Andromeda. "I just want you three to remember that you are welcome to come here any time you want. Whenever you need something, just feel free to ask. We will remember that if you remember that we are offering you the same," Andromeda said once she let go. She kissed Sirius on the cheek before she walked over and hugged Harry. "Thank you, Harry." "I want to thank you all as well," Harry said once the hug finished. "This was the best Christmas I have ever had, and I hope that all my other Christmases will be like this." "I hope so too," Andromeda smiled. "Good night to both you and Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas," Ted nodded. "Merry Christmas, Sirius," Tonks said as she hugged Sirius. "You too, Tonksy," Sirius smiled. "As for you," Tonks said when she turned to Harry. "This Saturday?" she asked. "This Saturday," Harry nodded. "You had better remember Potter," she said in a warning tone despite the smile on her face. "I wouldn't dare forget. Cross my heart and hope I don't die," Harry replied. "Don't you mean, cross my heart and hope to die?" Tonks asked as she raised an eyebrow. "No, I very much hope to live," Harry replied instantly. "So do I get one more Christmas present before I go?" "Just the one," Tonks smirked before kissing Harry on the lips. She hummed when she pulled away. "Not bad, Potter," she said before she turned around to look at her parents. Her father looked slightly surprised, but mostly amused, while her mother looked like she wanted to squeal with happiness. "Come on," Tonks rolled her eyes. "Let's go before you two say or do something too embarrass me." "Embarrassing," Ted grinned. "What you mean, like tell him about the time when you were 4 and wanted a tiara so bad that you—" "Exactly like that," Tonks interrupted as she pushed her parents into the fireplace. "Bye, Sirius, bye, Harry," she added before she got into the fireplace. "Welcome to the family, Harry." Andromeda smiled brightly. "Mum," Tonks groaned before the Tonks family flew away. "So you and Tonks, huh?" Sirius grinned. "Yep," Harry smirked before he walked away and left the room. "You are going to tell me more than that, right?" Sirius shouted. "No," Harry called back. The next day Sirius rubbed the sleep out of his eyes as he sat at the kitchen table. He had spent a few minutes making sure that Creature had not poisoned or done something bad to his food or drink. He knew that he probably would not because of Harry's orders, but it was more of a habit at this point. He was just about to take a bite of his food when he heard a playful laugh, a playful female laugh. "Right," he heard the voice of Fleur de Lacour laugh. "It's not my fault." He heard Harry's voice. The amusement in his voice was easily heard. "If you are going to move it like that, then expect consequences. Now I suppose I will see you Sunday." "You had better, Mr. Potter," Fleur's voice replied in a warning tone. "Wouldn't dream of missing it," Harry's voice replied. "Bye, Fleur." "Bye, awry," Sirius heard her say before the sound of the door closing. "All right, Sirius," Harry asked as he arrived in the kitchen a few moments later and sat down just as breakfast appeared. "Thanks for the breakfast, guys," Harry said to whichever house elf had provided it. I thought you were with Tonks now," Sirius said, looking slightly confused. "Yes," Harry said as he stopped before he began eating. "But that was Fleur just now." "Yes." "Did she spend the night?" "Yep." "Did you and her?" "Repeatedly." "Wait, so, are you with Tonks or Fleur?" I am. "Yes." "So how does it work?" Sirius asked Tonks. Currently Tonks was sat on the floor while Harry in his animagus form had his head in her lap as she was petting him. "Well, I get him on Mondays and Thursday. Fleur gets him on Wednesday and Friday while the other 3 days are just for him," Tonks replied as he stroked his head. "Or at least that is what we have settled on for now." "And you are okay with sharing, Harry?" Sirius asked, raising an eyebrow. "Well, I'm willing to give it a chance," Tonks replied with a small shrug. "How are your parents handling it?" Sirius asked, wondering how Ted and Andromeda were handling this. "Well, Dad is sort of. He is not entirely sure how he feels about it while Mum is fine with it, I think," Tonks admitted. "Well, that's good," Sirius smiled. "I have got to be honest, though, Harry dadding a metamorphomagus. And Avila, his mother would be so proud." "Don't you mean his father?" Tonks asked, raising an eyebrow as she thought about all the stories she had heard about James Potter. This seemed like the sort of thing he would be pleased with. "I meant what I meant," Sirius snorted. "You should have seen Lily when Harry was born. She was making plans for him that I am nearly 100% sure involved him being the best and most well-loved minister of magic of all time, while having an entire mansion full of Vila servants. I say nearly 100% sure, because I was not sure if she wanted him to have one mansion or two," Sirius said. Tonks was about to respond when Harry was shaking slightly with what Tonks believed to be laughter. "Oh yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you?" Tonks said with a mock scowl. "Hey, stop," she said when Harry raised his head and started rubbing it against her face. "Stop it, I was kidding," she said, right before Harry transformed back into his human form. "I know," he said right before kissing her on the cheek. "And in case it needs to be said, I do not need a mansion or two full of Vila when I have you," he said as he smiled at her. "Now I have to ask, cinema or zoo?" Cinema this time and zoo on our next date," Tonks answered after a moment of thinking. "Fine, I will gladly spoil you." Harry smirked before he kissed her on the lips, a kiss she gladly returned. "His mother would be proud," Sirius said as he wiped away a fake tear. "So," Tonks said as she and Harry arrived in the cinema. "What film are we watching?" she asked. She was wearing black high heels, a blue skirt, red shirt under a black jacket. Her hair was currently shoulder length and pink, something that was odd even in the Muggle world, though they gave it less attention than those in the wizarding world. Though I would leave that up to you," Harry replied, standing next to her while wearing black trainers, blue jeans, a gray shirt, and a black leather jacket. "I have not really got a lot of experience with TV and films." "But I thought you lived in the Muggle world," Tonks frowned. "Yes, but my relatives were dickheads that became incredibly creative in finding things for me to do whenever I had a chance to relax," Harry shrugged. "Oh, I'm sorry, Harry," Tonks replied, feeling bad for bringing it up. "I am quite sad that you have reminded me of it. Perhaps a kiss to make me feel better?" Harry asked, in an innocent voice. "Who is supposed to be spoiling who, Potter?" Tonks rolled her eyes, but did kiss him anyway. "Well, I feel happier," Harry grinned. "So what film do you want to watch?" Tonks paused and looked at the film options. "Would you be all right with a horror film?" Tonks asked. "Never watched one," Harry admitted. "I am willing to try it out if you want." "Great," Tonks smiled. "All right," Harry said as he pulled out some money and put it in Tonks' hand. "You go and buy us the tickets while I go and buy some popcorn and drinks." Got it. Tonks nodded and walked off to get their tickets. A small while later she waited in the eating area for Harry, who had finally been able to get their food after a long line of people. Sorry about taking so long, Harry said as he handed Tonks a bucket of popcorn and a drink. It's fine, Tonks said as she took her popcorn and drink. The film's about to start. Ready to go? She asked. That depends. You haven't lost the tickets, have you? Harry asked with a knowing look. Shut it, Potter. Tonks rolled her eyes and began to pull out her tickets only for her eyes to widen when she couldn't find them. Oh, bugger, she said as she looked at Harry with an apologetic look. About those tickets. You mean these ones? Harry said as he bent down and picked up 2 fallen tickets. Were you by any chance looking for these? He asked with barely contained laughter. That's not funny, Tonks pouted. It is from where I am standing. Well, that was great, Tonks said as Harry dropped her outside of her house. Yeah, I mean the film wasn't really that scary, but I did like it. Harry replied. The film might have been amusing, but it wasn't what he thought was scary, though he could admit to himself that after fighting Dementors and basilisks, he had a higher standard of scary than most. Yeah, bit of a letdown that one, but as far as dates go, that was pretty good, Tonks replied. That's what they say on the bathroom walls. For a pretty good time, just call Harry Potter. Harry joked. Really? Tonks said skeptically. Shush, let me have my dreams, Harry smirked. Oh, will I be in any? Tonks asked with a coy smile. I have a feeling you will end up being in a great many, Harry said as he took a step closer so they were only inches away. Oh, what kind of dreams? She asked innocently. Perhaps we can reenact one now, Harry suggested hopefully. Nope, Tonks said with a small shake of her head. Sorry, but I don't put out on the first date, she said with an apologetic look. Shame that. How about a more innocent dream? Harry said before he wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her in for a searing kiss, which she gladly returned. Wow, Tonks said a few moments after they finally broke away. I don't know if that could be counted as innocent, she said with a smile on his face. Was bloody good, though. That's also written on the bathroom walls if you didn't know, Harry said as he smiled at her. All right. Do you want me to come in and say hi to your mum or? Nope, Tonks said quickly. I would prefer it if you and my mum stayed apart at all times for my sanity, if nothing else. As you wish, Harry shrugged before giving Tonks one last kiss on the lips. I'll see you later then. Yeah. Yup, see ya, Harry. Bye, Tonks, Harry said before he apparated away. Tonks smiled before she went inside her house only to find her mum staring at her. Tell me everything now. Andromeda smiled happily as she grabbed Tonks' hand and pulled her into the living room and sat her down. How was your date? She quickly asked as she sat down next to her. Daughter, was it good? What did you do? She asked, looking excited. Tonks, for her part, simply groaned and placed her face in her hands. Harry heard Sirius say when he arrived back. Sirius pulled him into a room and had him sit down right before he sat down opposite him. Sirius, are you okay? Harry raised an eyebrow. Oh, I am fine, Sirius said in a dismissive voice. Now tell me about your date, he said, looking like a child on Christmas. Thank you, Arai, Fleur smiled as he dropped her at her apartment after their date. I have never been to an art museum before. It was a new experience. It was a new experience for me too, Harry admitted. You didn't care about the art, Fleur laughed. You were looking at me the whole time. Not my fault you were more interesting than the art, Harry shrugged. Hardly my fault, Fleur smirked. Now I do believe that our date is at an end. Regrettably, Harry said as he pulled her in close and kissed her as he placed his hands on her hips while she placed her hands on both sides of his face. Fleur moaned into the kiss. Would you perhaps like to continue our date and stay the night? She asked when they broke apart. Well, if you are offering. Harry smiled as he allowed her to pull her into his apartment. Harry, Sirius said when Harry arrived in the morning. "Were you with Fleur?" "Yep," Harry nodded. "I don't really know what I am supposed to say," Sirius admitted. "How about well done?" Harry suggested. That works," Sirius shrugged. "Well done," he smiled proudly. "Thanks," Harry smiled back. "Daddy," Selena hissed as she slithered forwards and rested on Harry's body with her chest on his head. "Yeah, sweetie," Harry asked as he lay down on his bed, simply choosing to relax and enjoy himself in some peace and quiet. He looked at Serena, who had grown a decent amount. Fortunately, she would always be the same size in her tattoo form. "I am confused. Which one is your mate?" Selena asked. "The pink-haired Tonks or the other one?" "Fleur, or are they both going to mate with you?" "It is kind of complicated, dear." Harry frowned as he tried to decide how to explain it. "As of the moment, I am considering both of them. They both are considering me. First, we are just spending time together to see if we are compatible," he said, hoping that was a good enough explanation for Selena to understand. Selena replied as she seemed to think about it. "You are still my favorite girl, though," Harry could not help but add. He grinned at Selena and petted her head. "Thank you, Daddy," she purred. To Harry, it was like having a talking cat on his chest, not a deadly basilisk. "You are welcome, dear." Harry smiled as he continued to pet her. He kissed her on the head before he laid back and closed his eyes. Eventually, Harry's short Christmas holiday was coming to an end. On the last day before he had to leave, he had went on a date with Tonks. After an enjoyable day together, the two had returned to number 12, Grimmauld Place. Normally, Sirius would be there to greet them, but he was apparently on a date of his own. "You want to eat something?" Harry asked as he was about to move to the kitchen. He was stopped by Tonks, who grabbed his hand. "No thanks," she smiled. "Can we go to your room?" she asked suddenly. "Oh, are we finally at that point in our relationship?" Harry joked. "Because I have been dreaming about it," he added. That was not a joke. "Not yet," Tonks rolled her eyes. "I just want to talk to you about something important and don't want Sirius to come back and interrupt." "Fair enough," Harry said. "Let's go," he said as he gestured to the stairs. Tonks climbed up the stairs first, with Harry gladly following behind. "You had better not be looking at my arse, Potter," Tonks called without looking at him, but Harry was not worried, as he could almost feel her smile. "I am only human," Harry protested. "If you are looking for a review, then 12 out of 10 by the way," he added. "Thank you." Tonks smirked as they got off the stairs. They walked to his room and entered. "So," Harry said as he closed the door and waved his wand several times before he walked over and sat on his bed. "I just cast a couple of locking and silencing charms," Harry explained. "So what is up?" he asked. "Well, first of all, I just want to say that I am glad we have started to go you with each other," Tonks said, as she walked over and sat next to him. "I have enjoyed our last few dates, all sex jokes aside. You haven't really tried to force anything on me," Tonks said. "I mean, when we went to the cinema, you didn't even try to get me to give you a hand job or a blow job." "Wait, that was an option." Harry blinked in surprise. "You reckon we could still make it to one more movie?" he asked hopefully. "Ha ha," Tonks said with a fake laugh as she rolled her eyes in amusement. She seemed to be doing that a lot recently. "No, but seriously, most of my ex-boyfriends have tried to, be nice enough so that they can eventually add a metamorphomagus to their list of people they have slept with, and I am really glad that you are fine with letting me decide the physical pace of our relationship," Tonks admitted. "And you have never really asked me to transform unless the two of us are pranking Sirius." "Our last one was hilarious," Harry chuckled. "Yeah," Tonks snorted as she remembered Sirius's reaction to seeing himself with pink hair. "Honestly, the man lasts in Azkaban and comes out skinnier than a twig and dirtier than mud, but it's only when he Has pink hair that he decides to scream. Anyway, you also don't mind me showing up with different looks. I mean, I come on one date with a red mohawk. You say nothing. I come on another date with blonde dreadlocks, and you say nothing. But my first boyfriend didn't like when I showed up to one date with short and spiky blonde hair. When I think about you, I mostly remember you with pink hair, but I don't really mind if you experiment, Harry replied. To be honest, I was kind of testing you, Tonks replied, just to see your reaction, and I was rather glad that you never told me to change or anything. Well, you are who you are, you know, Harry shrugged. I spent years pretending to be someone I am not. I felt so free when I could stop pretending. I wouldn't want to force someone to pretend to be something they are not. And I like that about you, Tonks smiled at him. Anyway, I know that tomorrow you will be going back to school. Me and Fleur are going to write to each other and work out a schedule before we send it to you. Hopefully we can get together on your Hogsmeade weekends. I am legally emancipated as well, Harry reminded her. So every now and then I could probably leave the castle. Oh, I like the sound of that, Tonks smiled, happy at the news. Anyway, I figured that since you are going away and have been a good boyfriend, I would like to give you a going away present. Oh, Harry raised an eyebrow. Yep. Tonks smirked as she stood up and walked in front of him before slowly sliding down to her knees. Her hands went to his belt buckle. Just something to remember me. Wait, are we actually going to? We are not going all the way, Tonks interrupted. I don't think I am ready for that yet. This will just be your run-of-the-mill blowjob. Fair enough, but I don't really think that ordinary is the right word to describe anything that relates to either of us, Harry replied. True, Tonks admitted before she pulled his trousers down. Merlin, what do you feed this thing? So far blondes, Harry answered with a small laugh. Blonde, huh? Tonks raised an eyebrow before her hair was replaced with shoulder-length blonde hair. Tonks, you don't have to. Shush, Harry, I'm going to treat you. Tonks cut him off. I know you wouldn't ask me to change, but that doesn't mean I can't occasionally. She paused and frowned. You know, there is something I have always wondered. What's that? Harry asked. How long my tongue can get. Let's find out, she said before she leaned her down. Oh, fuck, Harry blurted out as Tonks began pleasuring him. All right, Harry. Sirius hugged Harry as the two stood on platform 9 3/4. You enjoy the rest of your year. I will, Padfoot, Harry said before the two let go. I will write you whenever I can. You do that, Sirius nodded. And if you need anything at all, even if it is just to talk, then use the two-way mirrors. I'll always have mine with me. I'll remember if you promise that you will try not to lose what little sanity you have left while I am gone. Sanity, Sirius snorted. I guess I should feel nice that you think I ever had any to begin with. As well you should, Harry smiled. All right, I have to go now, Sirius. Have fun, Pronkslet. I'll write you as soon as I come up with an animagus name for you, Sirius replied. Have fun with that, bye, Sirius. Bye, Harry, have a good year. Harry! Harry heard a female voice cry before he found himself being hugged around the waist. Hey, Tori, Harry smiled as he hugged her back. Good Christmas, he asked. Oh, it was brilliant, she smiled as she grabbed his hand and pulled him into a compartment where she was sitting with her two friends, Jean and Scott, both of whom greeted him. Did you get my Christmas present? She asked. Yes. I had to stop my godfather from eating it. Harry smiled at her. Did you like the one I sent you? He asked. Yeah, Astoria smiled widely. Though I don't think Daphne liked the fact that you sent me a book full of jinxes and hexes, she added almost as an afterthought. Ha, Harry snorted. They're not even that harmful, though they are pretty good for your current magical level. Just remember to wait until I get decent excuse to use them, Astoria guessed. I was going to say have someone like me, Flitwick or Daphne, be there when you practice them, but what you said works too. Harry replied after a moment of thinking. Ah, the group turned to see the compartment door open and found Daphne and Tracy standing in the doorway. Here you are, Tracy said as she and Daphne entered. And you were hanging out with my sister while we wasted time looking for you, Daphne said to Harry, with an annoyed look. She kidnapped me, Harry shrugged. You are expecting me to believe that my little sister kidnapped you? Daphne asked before she paused and started looking thoughtful. Actually that does seem possible, she shrugged before leaning back in her seat. Ha ha, Astoria said with a fake laugh as she stuck her tongue out at her. Anyway, did you guys do anything for the holidays? Harry asked out loud. We went to see a play, Jean answered. It was all right, Scott added. We also went to see a film at the cinema as well. I went to the cinema as well, Harry said before he looked at Daphne, Tracy, and Astoria. What about you guys? We just hung out at home, Tracy answered. What about you? Daphne asked. Oh well, I went to a couple of places, and on quite a few dates. Dates, huh? Daphne raised an eyebrow. Got a girlfriend, Potter. 2 actually, Harry answered. Wait, what? Astoria, Scott, and Jean blurted out with disbelief. I am sorry, did I hear that right? Tracy said to Daphne. I don't think I heard that right, Daphne said before turning to Harry. Are you saying that you have 2 girlfriends? Yes, Harry nodded, slightly more proudly than he intended to. I am. I never thought that you would be the sort of person to cheat on someone, Tracy said in a disapproving voice. Oh, I am not cheating on either of them, Harry replied, understanding what Tracy thought was happening. It was actually their idea, he added. Are you kidding me? No, I am not, Harry shook his hand. We had a temporary timetable for the holidays and we're working on one for the school year where I spend equal time with each of them, Harry said honestly. How does having 2 girlfriends work? Astoria asked. I will tell you when I work it out, Harry replied. Okay, on to other topics. I remember before the holidays I had promised to show the 3 of you. Harry gestured to Astoria, Jean, and Scott. The Drowacana Force spell. Oh, that's the one that turns things into dragons, right? Astoria asked in an excited voice. Isn't that a bit too advanced for them? Daphne frowned. To learn, yes, Harry nodded, but not to see, Harry added. Daphne paused for a moment before she nodded. Fine, just be careful. I don't want to have the entire compartment filled with thousands of mini-dragons. Fine, we'll stop at the hundreds, Harry joked before he got to showing the 3 young Ravenclaws the spell. Pretty soon the 3 of them each had a small mini-dragon in their hands that they gladly played with until they reverted back to their original objects. The rest of the trip flew by without any problems. Harry was glad for that. He knew that things would likely get much worse for him. He would soon have to be in the same building as Snape and Umbridge after all. Minister Fudge sat in his office late at night, behind his desk, quietly filling out forms. While he loved being the Minister of Magic, he could do without all the paperwork. Honestly, he would have so much more time to just relax and enjoy himself if not for the bloody paperwork. As he filled out his forms, he could not help but wonder how Dolores would be doing as the students returned to Hogwarts. As of right now, Minister Fudge simply wished that Dumbledore would admit that he was wrong about Yauno, and stop causing panic so Fudge could get Dolores back. He did not know why Dumbledore insisted on claiming that he, who must not be named, was back, but all Fudge knew was that he could not let it continue. The people would panic, and he was not built for war and mass panicking. Surely if you know who was alive, then proof would have been found years ago. He had to be dead. After all, Harry Potter had defeated him when he became the boy who lived. Speaking of Harry Potter, Fudge was glad that the young boy was not joining Dumbledore in his descent to madness. He had originally been rather worried that the boy would start agreeing with Dumbledore, more likely out of a sense of respect and worship for Dumbledore than any other reason. But he was pleasantly surprised when he did not. Dumbledore had everyone convinced that Harry Potter looked up. To him, heck, before the Goblet of Fire incident, Fudge would have suspected that the boy was someone who would worship Dumbledore. Apparently not. "Fudge," a voice said. Startled as nobody else was supposed to be in his office, he looked up and his eyes widened in shock when he saw the dark wizard that Harry Potter had fought at his Muggle relative's house. Apophis, if Fudge remembered right. "What the devil, guards?" Fudge screamed. "They cannot hear you," Apophis replied in a bland voice. "What the hell do you want?" Fudge demanded as he discreetly reached for his wand. He was not discreet enough, as Apophis noticed. Apophis flicked his wrist, and his wand shot into his hand before he shot a bone breaker at Fudge, hitting him in his right shoulder. Fudge screamed out in pain right before Apophis hit him with a silencing charm followed by a Cruciatus. Fudge screamed as his entire body was covered in pain. He fell off his chair and shook on the floor for several seconds before the pain was lifted. Fudge gasped in pain as tears poured out of his red eyes. A second later, he felt himself rise into the air by his ankles and hanged in the air from his ankles. He looked at Apophis, who, despite being upside down as far as Fudge was concerned, still looked intimidating and scary. What do you want?" Fudge cried out. "Dumbledore is tired of you not listening to him," Apophis answered as his wand tip grew green. "Dumbledore thinks if you are not going to listen to him, then you are not worthy of being the Minister of Magic. Soon Dumbledore will take over as the new Minister of Magic," Apophis said, frightening. "Fudge. Step away from him," a voice shouted. Apophis turned to the voice, and Fudge looked past him to see Lucius Malfoy standing in the doorway. Fudge watched as the two quickly engaged in combat and shot spells at each other until he was forced to close his eyes due to a bright light. When Fudge finally opened his eyes, he was looking up at the face of Lucius Malfoy. "Cornelius," Lucius said in a concerned voice as Fudge looked around for Apophis. "He is gone," Lucius said, understanding what Fudge was thinking. "What happened?" He was sent by Dumbledore." Fudge shivered. "No," Lucius gasped disbelievingly. "It's true," Fudge cried. "He told me himself he was going to kill me." Lucius, Fudge sobbed. "Shush, it will be fine. I will help you," Lucius said in as sincere a tone as he could manage. "First, let's get you medical attention, and you can tell me all that happened." "Is it done?" Voldemort asked. "It is done," Apophis nodded. "Malfoy was competent enough to appear on time." "That is good," Voldemort smiled. "I am sure that he did not hurt you during your performance," Voldemort said with a questioning look. "He is competent enough to not unintentionally hurt me, but he is not competent enough to intentionally hurt me," Apophis replied. "No," Voldemort chuckled. "I did not think that he was. Poor Dumbledore, I almost feel sorry for him." Fudge sat in his hospital bed, in a private room at St. Mungo's Hospital. His fear, while still very present, was overshadowed by all the extreme amounts of anger he felt. Dumbledore actually tried to kill him. Thank God for Lucius Malfoy, or he might not have been here. He could not believe that Dumbledore had sent that Apophis wizard after him. But if that was the case, then that meant that Dumbledore knows Apophis. If Dumbledore knew Apophis, then what about the attack on Harry Potter? Harry Potter refused to help Dumbledore in saying that who was not back. Was that why Dumbledore sent Apophis to attack him? Fudge couldn't believe it, but he supposed it made sense after all it had been widely known, that man known to be senile and crazy, and if the man was willing to publicly claim that a dead man is alive, then he was probably crazier than anyone had expected. Fudge could not let him get away with it. The very second after Fudge had finished his breakfast, it was the most important meal of the day after all, then he was going to send the Aurors to arrest him. Fudge was not going to allow Dumbledore to take his position as Minister of Magic, nor was he going to allow Dumbledore to do whatever he wanted. Fudge was the Minister of Magic. It was about time to remind Dumbledore of that. Nearly there, Harry said to Astoria as they walked down the hill towards Hagrid's hut. It's right over. There's see, Harry said as he pointed to Hagrid's hut. You have not met Hagrid before, have you? Not really, Astoria shook his head. Well, Hagrid is the game's keeper and the care of magical creatures professor, Harry explained. Fair warning, he is really massive and his dog will more than likely lick your whole face, but they are both very gentle and nice. Harry said. They arrived at his hut to see Hagrid looking at his fields. Astoria was trying not to drop her mouth at the size of Hagrid. Hagrid, Harry called. Harry, Hagrid turned around and smiled at Harry. Oh, it's good to see you, he said as he pulled Harry into a hug. Nice to see you again, Hagrid, Harry grinned before he pulled away and gestured to Astoria. Oh, and this is Astoria Greengrass, a friend of mine. Nice to meet ya. Hagrid extended one of his giant hands to Astoria, who politely but hesitantly shook it, fearing that Hagrid may use a little more strength than needed, but was gladly proven wrong when he didn't. It's nice to meet you, Astoria said. Astoria over here heard that you are the one to talk to about a magical creatures, and I wanted to see you again, so I have brought her here to kill two birds with one stone, as they say, Harry explained. Oh, well, you both are welcome over here anytime, Hagrid smiled at Harry before he turned to Astoria. And feel free to ask any questions about creatures you want. I don't mean to toot my own horn or anything, but I know quite a lot about them, Hagrid said. Thank you, Astoria replied, looking pleased. Oh, Hagrid, I don't know if you have heard yet, but I am an animagus now, Harry smiled brightly. Do you want to see my animagus form? Do I? Of course I do, show us, come on, Hagrid said excitedly. A second later, Harry stood in front of Harry in his animagus form. Astoria looked at Hagrid to see his reaction and could not help but compare him to a kid in a toy store. Bellatrix Lestrange sat in her cell in Azkaban, a smile on her pale and gaunt face. She could feel it, she could feel him. She had messy and curly black hair that as of the moment looked more like a nest due to the lack of care. Her skin was incredibly pale thanks to a lack of sunlight, and she was incredibly thin thanks to barely having enough to eat. Her violet eyes held a life that the rest of her body did not possess. She caressed the dark mark on her arm. Her mark was getting stronger, it was getting darker. She knew what this meant. Her lord was getting stronger. He would come for her. She knew he would come for her. She was his best, his most loyal. He would free her soon so she can take her place by his side. Bellatrix had these same thoughts every day and showed no sign of them slowing down or stopping. She was brought out of her thoughts by the sound of footsteps. This surprised her, seeing as it was nighttime and guards never came around this time. She looked up to see someone standing outside of her cell. He was hidden by the shadows, so she could not make out who he was. That's her, she heard somebody else whisper to the figure. Go and do your jobs, the shadowed figure said. A few footsteps were heard before he spoke again. Bellatrix Lestrange, the shadowed figure spoke. Who's asking? She demanded. Do you still serve the Dark Lord? The figure asked. Yes, Bellatrix said without hesitation. If I were to free you, then would you return to him? Yes, she said once more, and once again with no hesitation. The figure did not immediately reply. Instead, he began hissing. Bellatrix was confused and was about to tell him to start speaking when she felt a tingling on her arm. She looked down to see the snake on her dark mark move for a moment before it settled down and became still. Who are you? She gasped, realizing that he was a Parseltown, but knew that he was not the Dark Lord, who as far as she knew was the only Parseltown in Britain. Get back, the figure said as he raised his wand. His wand glowed and Bellatrix quickly jumped back and barely avoided her cell door landing on her. The figure walked into her cell, moonlight from her small window revealing him to her. I am Apophis, Voldemort calls. You dare speak his name? she hissed as she glared. I am the only one he gives permission to use his name, Apophis replied. You are lying, she said. If the Dark Lord did not give her permission to use his name, then why would this person have permission? You can ask him when we get back, Apophis said as he walked out of the cell and gestured her to follow. She growled, but the thought of seeing her lord had stopped her from making things more difficult. She followed after him, a smile appearing on her face as she thought about how she would reunite with her lord. Bellatrix. She was brought out of her thoughts when she saw her husband Rodolphus Lestrange and her brother-in-law Rabiston Lestrange freed along with other Death Eaters from their cells by a group of men dressed fully in black. Why aren't you all wearing the proper Death Eater uniforms? She hissed to Apophis upon noticing that while the uniforms matched the Death Eater uniforms, none of them were wearing their Death Eater masks and were instead covering their faces with plain black masks. You haven't kept up with the news, one of them said. The fools at the ministry do not believe that the Dark Lord has returned. He is biding his time and staying hidden until he is ready to strike. You of all people know how smart our Lord is, Mrs. Lestrange, the man said as he removed his mask and revealed himself as Barty Crouch Jr. Ah, Barty, Bellatrix smirked, so grown up. Crouch, Apophis said in an impatient voice. Catch up later. Voldemort's orders will not be delayed for you. Of course. Crouch nodded and gestured to Bellatrix and the others to follow him before he put his mask on and followed Apophis out. Who the hell is this guy? Bellatrix whispered to Barty as she gestured to Apophis. I will tell you when we get out of here, Barty replied. Ah, Mr. Potter, I am glad you have brought Miss Greengrass and Miss Davis with you. Please come in, Umbridge said as she gave Harry and the girls what she thought was a welcoming smile, but in reality, it was quite creepy. Harry and his friends walked into her office only to find the fifth-year inquisitorial squad standing off to the side of the room. The trio were instantly on guard, but took their seats across from Umbridge, who had sat down at her desk. As they sat down, Harry looked at the members of the squad, Pansy Parkinson followed by Crabbe and Goyle plus none other than Draco Malfoy. Crabbe, Goyle and Parkinson were glaring at Harry while Draco simply sneered. Though his eyes gave him away, he was staring at Harry with pure hatred. Harry could have just left it, but decided that it would be funnier to smirk and wink at him, and it was as Malfoy's face took on a look that made him look like he was constipated. You wanted to see us, Professor Umbridge? Daphne asked in a polite voice. Yes, I had wanted to talk to the three of you for a very important reason. Umbridge smiled as she looked at the three of them. I am offering you three a great opportunity. I accept galleons and sickles, Harry replied. That's not what she meant, Potter. Malfoy spat before Umbridge could respond. He was doing his best to keep calm in front of Umbridge, even if it was really hard for him. Right now, he could not think of anyone he hated more than Harry Potter. He could not wait for Apophis or the Dark Lord to kill him. To be honest, Malfoy was hoping that he would be the one who was given the pleasure of doing so. As far as Draco Malfoy was concerned, it was all 100% Potter's fault that he ended up in trouble, not just with his father, but also with the Dark Lord and his heir. As far as Draco was concerned, it was Harry Potter's fault that he was tortured by the Dark Lord's heir. Draco could not wait for the Dark Lord to finally take over and teach the half-blood a lesson that he would never forget. You can have the nuts. I think you might need them more than me, Harry said with a small but innocent smile. I am not offering you money, Mr. Potter, Umbridge said, either not noticing or not commenting on Harry's comment regarding Malfoy's need for nuts. I am offering the three of you positions on my inquisitorial squad. Umbridge said in a way that would lead you to believe that she expected them to jump up and down on their feet in excitement before bowing down and shouting how eternally grateful they were. Instead, all she got was 3 eyebrow raises. What? Pansy Parkinson screeched. You can't be serious. Watch your tone, Miss Parkinson, Umbridge said in a warning tone. You can still be taken off of the inquisitorial squad if needs be. She added. Pansy looked mutinous for a moment but nodded and muttered out an apology before she stepped back into line. Now then, Umbridge smiled as she turned back to Harry and his friends. Are you three willing to join? She said as she waited for their answer. Unfortunately for her, it was not the answer she wanted. Unfortunately, Miss Umbridge, I will have to refuse at this current time, Daphne said, her voice betraying nothing. I would prefer to focus on my studies. Same, Tracy nodded. It is our owl years after all. I will also have to refuse for the same reasons, Harry added. Mr. Potter, Umbridge said, surely you can see the benefits of joining the squad far outweigh the costs. I am not quite sure I agree, but even if I am wrong, I have already made my decision, Harry replied. Perhaps next year. Very well, Umbridge said. She seemed to be trying to copy Dumbledore's disappointed voice, however. She was not nearly as effective with it as the old man. Well, if that will be all, Professor Umbridge, Daphne asked. For now, Umbridge nodded. Excellent, Harry said as he and the girls stood up. Goodbye, he said before they walked out. Was there a particular reason why you two didn't want to join the squad? Harry asked the girls once they were far enough away from Umbridge's office. Besides the reason we gave, Tracy asked. Yes, there is. It's rather simple. We don't want to spend any more time with Malfoy and his gang or Umbridge than I have to, Daphne added. Same here, Harry nodded. Besides, everyone knows that the squad is essentially just Umbridge's group of enforcers. That's probably why she wanted you on it, Tracy said to Harry. The boy who lived and defeater of dark wizards would have certainly helped her a lot. I'm flattered you think so highly of me, Harry smirked. I refused for the exact same reasons as you guys, plus I just really don't have the time for it. Between studying, my extra studies where I practice spells, going on dates with Tonks, corrupting Astoria, going on dates with Fleur and practicing for Owl exams, I have become incredibly busy, Harry said, as if he was suffering beyond what they could imagine. What was that about my sister? Daphne narrowed her eyes. I don't know what you're talking about, Harry said, as he ever so slightly increased his walking speed. Potter, Daphne increased her speed to match him. What was that about my sister? You mean the very sister that is walking up to us now, Harry said, as he looked in the direction they just came from. Huh, Daphne looked back only to find an empty hallway, but there is nobody there. She turned back only to find that Harry had disappeared. Damn, she said when she realized what just happened. I cannot believe you fell for that. Tracy chuckled as she shook her head with amusement. So Harry, Ginny said as she and Harry sat together at the Gryffindor table for dinner. I noticed that. You haven't asked for a snog in ages, she said while raising an eyebrow at him. What, are you missing it? Harry grinned. I will admit that I did enjoy it, Ginny blushed slightly, but I am afraid that there will be no repeat performances as I have got a boyfriend now, she said in a proud voice. Huh, really? Harry asked in a surprised voice. Since when? He asked. Yesterday, Ginny answered. I am going out with Terry Boot from Ravenclaw, she added. Oh, good for you, Harry said. How is it going? Well, I know that we have only been together for all of a day, so I can't really say for sure, but it has been all right so far, but don't try and change the topic. You haven't asked for a snog, so are you snogging someone else? Daphne Greengrass or Tracy Davis perhaps, Ginny asked with a teasing smile. Neither actually, Harry replied. They are just friends, they are, he added when Ginny gave him a disbelieving look. I am actually going out with Tonks. Really? Yes, and Fleur. Wait, what? Ginny blurted out with surprise. Yeah, Harry grinned. Don't ask, it's complicated. Fine, but I kind of have to know how you three. Ginny was interrupted as the doors to the hall opened and a group of Aurors stormed into the hall. Gentlemen, Dumbledore stood up from his seat. May I help you? He asked. Dumbledore, the lead Auror said as he and the other Aurors pointed their wands at Dumbledore. You are under arrest. Gasps of surprise echoed throughout the hall by many of the students. Whatever for? Dumbledore asked in a surprised voice. For sending the dark wizard Apophis to attack Minister Fudge and Harry Potter, the Auror answered. You what? Harry blurted out loudly as Dumbledore ever so slightly gaped at the Auror with disbelief. Evidence has been found that leads us to believe that the headmaster not only knows who Apophis is, but also sent him to attack Minister Fudge and yourself, the Auror said to Harry before turning back to Dumbledore. Headmaster, you will come us. Gentlemen, I am afraid that you are making a grave mistake, Dumbledore said in a calm voice. He had expected Fudge to eventually try and arrest him for one reason or another, but he did not expect to be accused of working with Apophis. He quickly realized that this was clearly some ploy of Voldemort's. Threatening Aurors now, Dumbledore? Umbridge asked in a pleased voice as she smiled widely. Disturbing a great many people, not that she noticed. Your lies about you know, who are simply that. Lies, you will be showed as the fraud you are. Dumbledore, come with us, the lead Auror said as the Aurors moved forward. You will be escorted to Azkaban to await trial. I believe you are laboring under the delusion that I am going to come quietly. Well, I have no intention of going to Azkaban. I could escape, but I have a whole horde of things I could be doing instead. Enough of this, take him, Umbridge shouted to the Aurors. The Aurors moved forward to capture Dumbledore but stopped at the sound of a screech. Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, flew into the hall. Dumbledore quickly reached up and grabbed one of his tail feathers. The two disappeared in a flash of flames. No, Umbridge shrieked. Well, I am not Dumbledore's biggest fan, Harry whispered to Ginny, but the guy has style, Harry said as he looked at Umbridge, who was fuming and looked like she wanted to rip her hair out. Do you guys know about the DA Club? Astoria asked as she and her friends, Scott and Jean, sat with Harry, Daphne, and Tracy by the lake. Okay, I will bite. What the hell is the DA Club? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. It is some illegal defense group, Scott answered. Apparently a few students go there to secretly learn defense against the dark arts. If their studies are anything like their ability to keep secrets, then they are doomed, Daphne commented, earning amused looks from everyone. Apparently it is being taught by Cedric Diggory, Jean replied. Ronald Weasley and Hermione Granger wouldn't happen to be in this group, would they? Harry asked. With a smirk. Why do you ask? Tracy asked. Because a while back, the pair of idiots tried to get me to lead a group that sounds exactly the same as what the young Ravenclaws are describing, Harry answered. So they couldn't get you and settled with Diggory, Tracy snorted. You think he knows that he was the second choice? Probably not, Harry guessed. Yeah, well, they can do whatever they want, Astoria said with a dismissive wave of her hand. We've got the better teacher. She grinned at Harry, who grinned back. 10 points to Ravenclaw, Harry said as he high-fived Astoria. It is truly the greatest of pleasures to simply be in your presence, my lord, Bellatrix said in the happiest of voices, as she and the other Death Eaters knelt down in front of Voldemort, who sat upon his throne like a king above his followers. I never lost faith, she added quickly. I was always loyal. Ah, yes, Voldemort nodded as he spoke in an appreciative voice. I know full well how loyal you have all been. You all have suffered through Azkaban for me. Lord Voldemort appreciates loyalty. I will have Severus brew you all potions. Soon you will all be back up to health. My lord, you are so gracious, Rodolphus Lestan said in a devoted voice. That I am, Voldemort agreed without hesitation. He was about to respond but was cut off by the sound of hissing. Voldemort looked down at Nagini, who gestured in the direction of the doors, which opened a few seconds later as Apophis came into the room. Apophis walked straight up to Voldemort. ignoring the other Death Eaters. Apophis stopped alongside Voldemort's throne and whispered into his ear in Parseltongue. That is workable, Voldemort said to Apophis. My lord, Bellatrix said. Do forgive me, but who is he? She said as calmly as she was able to make herself sound. She did not know who this person was, but she could not believe how he was allowed to simply walk up to her lord and speak to him like an equal. This, my dear Bellatrix, is Apophis, Voldemort said as he gestured to Apophis. He is my heir. Voldemort asked. What? Bellatrix blurted out in shock, as the other newly free Death Eaters also looked shocked. Barty, please explain to them, Voldemort said to Barty, who instantly realized that it was more of an order than a request. Our Lord needed Potter's blood for his resurrection, Barty explained to the newly freed Death Eaters. There was some blood remaining, and our Lord, in a feat of very impressive magic, combined Potter's blood with his own to create him. Barty gestured to Apophis, who stood with his arms crossed. He is a magical creation, created by our Lord. But my lord, why Potter's blood? Rabaston Lestrange could not help but ask. Not that I have to answer to you. Voldemort glared at Rabaston, who quickly ducked his head down and muttered out an apology. Voldemort let out a small sigh before he continued speaking. I will satisfy your curiosity this once, but do not dare demand answers from me again, Voldemort said in a warning tone. Rabaston quickly nodded and once again apologized. My resurrection ritual required the blood of an enemy. Potter, despite being a half-blood, is a strong wizard, much as I am loath to admit. I had his blood already in my possession, and did not see the point in waiting until I was able to gain somebody else's. Now no more questions, Lucius, give me your reports. The plan has worked perfectly, my lord, Lucius Malfoy replied. The fool Fudge was eating out of my hand and was easily convinced that your heir was sent by Dumbledore. He had sent Aurors to arrest the headmaster. However, I am told that Dumbledore was able to escape. Dumbledore is on the run, Apophis asked. Why do you ask? Voldemort replied. I want to fight, Apophis answered. You will fight Dumbledore? Voldemort asked in an amused voice. While I have no doubt about how entertaining that would be, I am afraid not. Apophis looked like he was about to protest. You may have Potter, but you will not be fighting Dumbledore, he said in a firm voice. My lord, Rodolphus asked in a quiet voice. If I may ask, how powerful is your heir? He asked, wondering what the actual chances of success would have been if Voldemort's heir had fought Dumbledore. Avada Kedavra, Voldemort said in a soft voice as he shot a killing curse at Apophis, much to the surprise and shock of the others. Surprise and shock that increased immensely when Apophis simply shrugged it off. Fairly so, Voldemort smirked in response to Rodolphus's question. The Death Eaters were all looking at Apophis with absolutely pure disbelief, along with a combination of fear and awe. You will all treat him with the respect that he deserves. You will obey his orders as if they were mine. Is that understood? He said in a voice that said there had better not be anyone who did not understand. Yes, my lord, the Death Eaters said as they nodded. Watcher Harry. Tonks smiled as she greeted Harry when he came down to Hogsmeade. And hello to you. Harry paused and let out an appreciative whistle. Looking good, by the way, he said as he kissed her on the lips and offered an arm. Why, thank you. Tonks smiled and took the offered arm before the two began walking together. So, how are you? She asked. I am doing fine, I suppose, Harry replied. What about you? About as well as I can be, Tonks shrugged. That's good. How is the Order doing? I would think that it is not helpful having the leader of the organization be on the run. Ha, Tonks snorted. It is not, but if we are being honest, then the Order has not really done much so far. Beyond information gathering and guarding, whatever it is that Dumbledore had assigned us to guard. Tonks said as she rolled her eyes. Not what you were expecting. I was expecting a bit more action if I am being honest, Tonks admitted. But you are right in that it didn't help. Dumbledore has sent messages to all of the Order, and until he gets pardoned or whatever, he won't be attending meetings. Shame, Harry said as the two arrived at the apparition point. They apparated away and arrived near cinema. Harry figured as long as he came back before curfew, he would be fine, so he had no real problem with leaving the grounds with Tonks. A short while later, the two were sat in a cinema, ready to watch a horror film. They were hoping that this would be more scary than the last one they watched. Well, at least Harry hoped so. To be fair, after his experiences in Hogwarts, he did not really find it easy to be scared by movies, especially movies that involved magical creatures, as Harry could not help but think about how wrong the movies were. They got some things right, like werewolves change on the night of the full moon, but they got other things wrong, like werewolves being incredibly muscular. A short while into the movie, Harry was starting to get bored. He was about to whisper to Tonks and ask if she was also bored when he felt her place her head on his chest and slide down just as her hands slid up his leg and to his belt buckle. Harry couldn't help the wide eyes and massive smile on his face. As of the moment, he was just glad that they were sat at the back and people were focused on the movie. He did quickly cast a few charms around them, just in case. "Hey, Luna," Harry said as he walked into Luna. "Are you all right?" he asked as he looked at her. He could not help but think that there was something off about Luna. Her face still had the same dreamy look, but her cheeks were slightly more red than normal, and her smile seemed a bit more enforced. "Oh, I am fine," she said in her usual dreamy look. That was not what Harry found odd. The fact that she had her hands behind her back was what Harry found odd. "All right," Harry sighed. "Show me," he said. "What?" Luna blinked. "Show me whatever you are hiding," Harry replied. "I am not hiding anything," Luna said in what Harry saw as the worst attempt at a lie ever. Harry was tempted to stop and teach the girl how to actually tell a convincing lie, but decided to train her in the art of deceit at a later date. "Luna, you are about as successful at lying as a giraffe would be successful at sneaking into a polar bear's only nightclub while wearing nothing but a pair of glasses," Harry said as he rolled his eyes. "Now, I think you should know that I have spent the majority of my life pretending to be somebody else for the benefit of others, so I am all too familiar with acting and lying. So you would be wasting your efforts, even if you were good at lying. Now let's try this again. Show me whatever you are hiding." Luna reluctantly pulled her hands from behind her back and showed Harry the back of her left hand. Harry looked at it and saw "I must not tell lies" etched into her hand. What the fuck? Professor Umbridge was not appreciative of my father's words in the Quibbler, Luna began explaining. She did not like the fact that he was supportive of Dumbledore. "Damn," Harry sighed. "Is this recent?" Harry asked. "About 10 minutes ago," Luna answered. "Come on," Harry said as he pulled her into an empty classroom. "Dobby," Harry called, and the excitable house elf arrived. "Get some essence of Murtlap," he ordered. Dobby nodded and quickly popped away before popping back a few moments later and handing Harry the essence of Murtlap. "Thank you, Dobby. That is all for now," Harry said. Dobby nodded before popping away. "This really isn't necessary, Harry," Luna protested. "Yes, it is," Harry replied. "I don't want to be a bother," Luna admitted in a shy voice. "You are bothering me more by not helping me. If you do not want to be a bother, then you will sit there and soak your hand in this and tell me what she did to you. Is this the result of a spell?" "No," Luna shook her head. "Professor Umbridge is using a blood quill." "A blood quill?" Harry asked, not entirely sure if he heard right. "What the hell is a blood quill?" "It is a quill that writes using the user's blood," Luna answered. There was a long silence in the room. That was eventually broken by Harry. "Tell me everything." A few days later, Harry was walking through the halls of Hogwarts, deep in thought as he wondered what he should do about Umbridge. On the one hand, Umbridge was still useful for him, as he was still able to play her like a fiddle, but on the other hand, she was becoming a bit of a problem, okay, a major problem. Her educational decrees were getting ridiculous and making the school seem more like a prison. Plus, the thing that bothered Harry the most was her liberal use of blood quills. If she was so willing to torture students, then it was likely only going to be a matter of time before he did something to piss her off, or vice versa. While Harry was not the biggest fan of the majority of Hogwarts students, he did not really wish a blood quill to be used on all of them. Okay, perhaps a select few, but not all of them, especially not first years. Thankfully, the Gryffindor chasers had so far avoided any detentions, as Harry suspected that he would not likely remain calm if any of the 3 chasers were harmed. Harry was brought out of his thoughts by the sound of sobbing. He paused and looked into an empty classroom where he saw 3 familiar figures. Harry opened the door and entered the classroom to find Astoria, Scott, and Jean whimpering as tears slid down their faces as they sat against a wall. They hadn't yet appeared to have noticed Harry, so he cast some privacy charms around the room before he slowly walked forward and stopped right in front of the 3 and sat down. He waited a moment, and when they appeared to have still not noticed his presence, he let out a small cough. The heads of the 3 Ravenclaws snapped up as they all realized that he was in the room. "Harry," Astoria blurted out as she wiped her tears with her sleeve. "What are you doing here?" "Oh, it's a really funny story. Here I was, minding my own businesses, walking around, deep in thought. When I hear you 3 crying," Harry replied. "So what has happened?" Harry asked. "It's nothing," Jean, who was sitting in the middle with Scott on her right and Astoria on her left, murmured. "Did Umbridge use blood quills on you 3? Harry asked, deciding not to waste time. "How do you know?" Scott blurted out in surprise. "Because she used a blood quill on Luna," Harry replied. "Luna," Astoria gasped. "Is she okay?" "She is fine," Harry responded. "But she is not who we are talking about. Show me your hands." "It's nothing," Astoria said, hiding her hand away from him along with Scott and Jean. "Tori," Harry said, purposefully using her nickname. "I am not your father, nor am I your mother, and I am definitely not your sister. I have done some crazy shit. I have suffered through some crazy shit. I have been bitten by venomous snakes, hated by an entire school, and attacked by soul-sucking Dementors. If you are in pain, then trust me when I say that I will not judge. I know pain. It does not make you weak, and you will not be weak if you tell me what happened. If you are worried about rules or some crap like that, then I should let you know that I have broken my fair share of them. You can stay quiet and lose more blood in the future, or you can tell me now so I can see if I can fix it," Harry said in a soft voice. "Me and Scott," Jean said, since Astoria looked like she was unsure if she should speak. "We are Muggleborns." "Umbridge hates us," Scott scowled. "She hates all Muggleborns. She gave us both detention without good reason. Apparently we were disrespectful. Bloody cow, all we did was ask why we weren't learning spells." "That explains you both," Harry said before he looked at Astoria. "What about you?" I argued with her about giving Scott and Gina detention," Astoria sniffed. "Show me your hand," Harry said. "It's not important." "It is to me. Now hand," Harry said as he held his own out. Astoria slowly gave Harry her hand. Harry took it gently and looked at it for several seconds before he sighed and moved, so he sat down next to Astoria. He leaned his back against the wall as he wrapped an arm around her shoulders and pulled her in for a one-sided hug. Astoria leaned her head against his chest. "Let it out, you will feel better," Harry whispered. Several seconds later the tears began flowing, and Astoria had buried her head in Harry's chest. It was nearly half an hour later, when all 3 Ravenclaws were all finally cried out. "Tea, thank you, Harry," Astoria sniffed as she rubbed her eyes. "It's not a problem," Harry said as he kissed the top of her forehead. "Now I am going to write a letter. I have a few Auror friends who can help out, and I am pretty popular as far as the ministry is concerned, but first I am going to call my house elf to get some stuff to help your hands, Harry said. Thank you, Jean said quietly. You are welcome, and don't listen to any crap about Muggleborns being weaker or anything. My mum was a Muggleborn, remember? Harry said as he smiled at all three of them. Thankfully they focused on the smile and did not focus on his eyes, because they would have possibly been able to see him come to a decision about Umbridge. A short while later, Harry was walking towards Umbridge's office. He felt Selena shift and crawl up his body until her head was on his neck and near his ear. Are you going to kill her daddy? Selena asked. We'll see, was all Harry said as he entered the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. He walked in and headed towards Umbridge's office. When he entered her office, he saw that she was alone. Umbridge looked up from her desk to see Harry close the door. What are you doing, Mr. Potter? She frowned while Harry cast a silencing charm and locking charm on the door. Mr. Potter, what are you doing? She repeated. Harry didn't immediately answer. She was about to call him again when Harry turned around and hit her with a body bind. Mr. Potter! She screamed after she fell onto the floor. What are you doing? She demanded. Nothing you will like, Harry said as he walked over and stomped on her face. Umbridge slowly woke up. Her eye felt heavy, especially the right one. Her whole body was in pain. She quickly realized that she was sitting on a chair. Her wrists were tied to the armrests with her ankles to the legs by some uncomfortably tight ropes. She was unsure what was happening. The last thing she remembered was doing paperwork after a detention with 2 mudbloods and Astoria Greengrass. She knew that she probably should not have gave a detention to Miss Greengrass, but at the time she was far too angry because she could not believe that the little brat had actually dared talk to her like that, and over a couple of mudbloods no less. She remembered thinking about a way to reduce the damage she had caused when Potter walked into her office. Yes, Potter. She remembered him entering her office and putting her in a body bind before he assaulted her like a muggle. The filthy half-blood. She would make him pay. Umbridge blinked repeatedly as her eyes got used to the light. She looked up and saw a giant mirror in front of her. In the mirror she saw herself tied to a wooden chair, no footwear, a black eye, a bruised lip. Her hair was burnt and her clothes were ruffled, covered in dirt and damaged. In the mirror she saw a giant statue of a face with a big beard. Umbridge looked around and saw several large snake statues. Ah, you are awake, a familiar voice said as the mirror disappeared. Umbridge looked in the direction where the mirror used to be and saw Harry Potter standing there. Potter, Umbridge shouted. Umbridge! Harry shouted in the exact same way that Umbridge did, mocking Umbridge's outburst. Before he waved his wand and a chair appeared. Unlike Dolar's wooden chair, the new chair was a comfy red one that would not look out of place in the Gryffindor common room. Oh wow, that's comfortable, Harry smiled as he sat on it. 10 points to me. Potter, I will have you expelled and arrested for this, Umbridge screamed. Really? Harry drawled in an uninterested voice. Yes, I am Dolar's Umbridge, Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, Hogwarts High Inquisitor, and Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic. You will pay for this. Okay, so just to confirm something, you are going to punish me for my actions, correct? Harry asked as if he was a student in a classroom. Yes, you little brat. Okay, that is brilliant, but I think you may have possibly missed something important, Harry replied. What are you on about? Well, I am no expert, Harry said in a calm voice, but in my experience, if somebody kidnaps you and ties you to a chair, then that does not usually mean that they are going to simply let you go. Harry smirked as he saw the color slowly leave her face, as realization hit her like a train. Now, there is no need for that. Umbridge stuttered as she tried and failed to speak in a calm voice. I am a very powerful woman. I promise that if you let me go, then I can and will repay you. Really? I will have to ask my daughter what she thinks, Harry said with a thoughtful look on his face. Daughter, Umbridge blurted out, unsure if she heard right. Yes, my lovely little daughter. Harry smiled before he hissed in Parsletown. What? Why are you hissing? She demanded. Her eyes widened when she saw the scariest looking snake she had ever seen slither towards them. She watched as Potter picked up the snake, the head rested on the back of Potter's right hand, while the body curled around his arm with the tail resting past his shoulder. Meet Selina. Harry smiled as he petted Selina's head. You should have seen her mother, shame I had the body removed, but she was impressive. Keep her away from me, Umbridge screamed. Relax, lady, Harry rolled his eyes. I am not letting her near you, Harry said. Umbridge breathed a sigh of relief until Harry continued. I don't want her to get sick or infected. Merlin knows what kind of diseases you're carrying. I am not carrying diseases, Umbridge said in an insulted voice. Let's just agree to disagree, Harry replied before Selina hissed at him. Harry hissed back before turning to Umbridge. She disagrees, Harry informed Umbridge. Where are we? Umbridge looked around, trying to remember if she had ever been here before. Oh, welcome to Salazar Slytherin's personal chamber of secrets. Harry smiled widely. You are lying, Umbridge shrieked. No, really, we are, Harry said, smile still on his face. It's part of how I have become so strong. Salazar Slytherin was really a genius. So were the other founders, as interestingly enough they had also left some stuff here. Why are you doing this? Umbridge demanded. I did not do anything to you. Actually, you did, Harry replied. You hurt my friends. First it was Scott and Jean Smith. Who? Umbridge blinked. You mean those two mudbloods? Mudbloods, very original. Harry rolled his eyes. But yes, and then you hurt the young Miss Greengrass. I admit, Potter, that punishing Miss Greengrass like that was a mistake, Umbridge conceded. After all, the girl's blood is pure, but she had to be punished, and I don't really care, Harry cut her off. If you had given her a detention where she wrote lines or cleaned something, then we would not be here, but you hurt her. She's just a first year and you used a blood quill on her, Harry said, glaring at Umbridge. She had to be punished. Not like that, Harry snapped. Selina reacted to Harry and hissed threateningly at Umbridge, who paled under the death glare from Harry and the fear of Selina. She did not deserve that. She's just a first year. I came to your office with the intention of hurting you a little, and then I was going to obliviate you right after. I used a bit of mind magic to make you less of a bitch, but when you were unconscious, I read your mind, and I want you to know two things. The first being your occlumency. Barriers are about as effective as the mental defense of a newborn muggle with a brain condition. The second thing you need to know is that by the end of tonight, I will kill you. Harry was of the opinion that somebody or something had probably put Dolores Umbridge on Earth, just to see how long she could last before somebody killed her. Harry could not imagine the disappointment that person or thing must feel about the fact that Umbridge somehow made it past the age of 20. In Harry's opinion, there were some people that deserved a second chance, but that did not mean that everyone deserved a second chance, Umbridge being a great example, as Harry was sure that any good changes on her behalf would be temporary at best. When Harry read her mind, he discovered a lot of stuff that quite honestly made it tempting to just end her, but he held back after deciding he preferred if she suffered first. It was bad enough that Umbridge used her position to make things as difficult as possible for Muggleborns, half-bloods, werewolves, and other half-breeds, as she would call them, but it was made worse by the fact that she had a Muggle mother yet acted like her blood was as pure as can be. But then there was also the fact that Umbridge bribed when she did not accept bribes, blackmailed when bribes didn't work, and had even arranged for a few workers to have accidents, greatly limiting the amount of good workers in the ministry. If that was not enough, then there was also the fact that she had secretly been Muggle baiting when she wasn't outright torturing and killing them during the last war and blaming it on Death Eaters. She might not be a Death Eater, but she was just as good as in Harry's opinion. Harry was pissed off, and that fact was not helped by the rumors and lies Umbridge spread about his own mother after her death and the defeat of Voldemort. Apparently Dolores was jealous that Muggleborn was able to bag a rich and handsome pureblood, while also becoming really famous plus. She did not like the fact that Voldemort's death made her own activities more difficult. At this point it felt like he was being challenged to not kill her, and it was one challenge that Harry would gladly fail at. The cherry on top of the pink monstrosity that was Dolores fucking hell, Umbridge, was the fact that she preferred younger kids. At this point it was a waste of time and stating the obvious to say that Harry was going to kill her. You can't do that. I am. Umbridge was cut off as Harry aimed his wand at her and hit her with a silencing charm before he used a summoning charm. Umbridge felt herself get pulled forward by her two upper front teeth, but she did not move too far as she was tied to the chair, which was stuck to the floor. After an agonizing minute of pulling, Umbridge's two upper front teeth were yanked out of her mouth, letting blood and bits of gum fly out as they dropped in front of her. If not for the silencing charm, then Harry's ears would probably be ringing with the sound of her screams. Harry then repeated with the lower teeth, and Umbridge was once again left in silent pain. Harry stood up and cast a spell to lock Umbridge's mouth open so she could no longer close it. Harry cast several stinging hexes at the spots where Umbridge's teeth used to be before he applied a spell on her remaining teeth to make them incredibly sensitive to the point where she would be incredibly uncomfortable with just a few minutes of exposure to air. "Creature," Harry called, and the old elf popped into the chamber right next to Harry. "Master calls for Creature," Creature asked in a respectful tone as he bowed his head, acting as if he had not noticed the tied-up Dolores Umbridge. "How good are you at torturing?" Harry asked Creature. "Oh," Creature said, looking pleasantly surprised. "Creature can do it. Oh yes, Creature can do this. For kind half-blood master," Creature added, grinning at Harry. "That bitch," Harry clicked his fingers and pointed at Umbridge. "She's under a silencing charm, so feel free, torture her however you like, but I want you to keep her alive. Do not let her escape. Do not tell anyone about this, and do not harm her hands either. Understood?" "Creature understands." Creature nodded quickly. "Good." Harry paused and hissed at Selena, who hissed back before she changed back into a tattoo. "I want you to occasionally take breaks to give the bitch some time to recover before you continue. During those breaks you will rest. If someone besides me calls you for something, then send Dobby in your place. Do you understand, Creature?" "Yes, Master." Creature understands. Creature nodded. "Good, I'll be off. Remember to keep her alive and avoid her hands," Harry said before he turned and walked away. He was pretty sure he heard Creature chuckle, but decided not to say anything about it. "Hey, Tauri," Harry said as he walked over to Astoria, who was sitting against a tree by the lake. "Where are your friends?" Harry asked as he sat down next to her. "They are in the common room," Astoria answered. "I told them I just wanted to have some time alone." "Time alone, huh? Do you want me to leave?" Harry asked. "No," Astoria shook her head. "You can stay." "That's good because I already sat down," Harry smiled at her. "How's the hand?" Harry asked. "It's better," Astoria said as she showed Harry her hand. The scars appeared to be fatting. "You are lucky that she only used it once. If she did it repeatedly, then that could have caused permanent scarring," Harry replied. "Yeah," Astoria sniffed. "Hey," Harry wrapped an arm around her shoulders and allowed her to lean into him and rest her head on his chest. "It is going to be fine. I sent a letter to Tonks." "Your girlfriend?" "My girlfriend, who happens to be an Auror," Harry smirked. "She will do whatever she can to help, and if she can't, then I will go straight to the ministry myself. I am the boy who lived and Lord Potter plus Black. I have quite a lot of pull there." "Thank you, Harry." Astoria smiled and wrapped her arms around his waist. You are welcome, Harry kissed her forehead. Have you told Daphne yet? Harry asked. Tell her about what? About your hand and Umbridge, Harry answered. I don't know if I want to, she'll just worry, Astoria mumbled. Yep, Harry nodded. But at least she cares about you. Trust me, when I was your age, I didn't have anyone who really cared for me. At your age, I would have killed for a sister like Daphne. I am only a few years younger than you. Stop talking like you're an old man. Astoria rolled her eyes. That's your fault, Harry replied. What? It's your fault that I am talking like an old man. You're making me be the adult here. Oh, shut up, Pratt. Brat. Jerk. Midget. Boy who stinks. Munchkin. Mr. Unable to use a comb. Miss Too Short to reach up high shelves. Hey, enough about my height, Astoria complained. I am still growing. Whatever you say, Shorty, Harry grinned at her. So, are you going to tell Daphne or not? If I do, then will you come with me? Astoria asked as she looked up to him. Please. Fine, if that's what you want, Harry nodded. Great, thank you, Harry. Astoria smiled brightly at him. You're welcome. Great, now can you do me a favor and turn into a tiger? She said. Why? Because I want to cuddle, and your girlfriends won't get jealous if I do it when you're a tiger, Astoria replied. You just want to pet me again, don't you? Harry said with a knowing look. Maybe, Astoria smirked. Harry rolled his eyes, but he did transform into a tiger. He lay down and allowed Astoria to hug him for a few minutes before she placed his head in her lap and gently stroked him. In a Death Eater meeting, Voldemort sat on his throne and listened as Snape, who was on his knees like the other Death Eaters, gave him a report. Snape was informing Voldemort about how Dumbledore was still on the run and did not contact anyone beyond a couple of letters that he would send at random times from random locations. Snape had suddenly stopped speaking when he felt something brush past his leg. He looked down and saw a king cobra slither past him and towards Voldemort. The king cobra hissed at Nagini in what Snape suspected was a greeting. Nagini hissed back before the king cobra turned to Voldemort. The king cobra hissed once more before suddenly changing shape, and a second later Apophis was standing in front of them. Snape and the other Death Eaters were beyond surprised to find out that Voldemort's heir was apparently an animagus, though they all agreed that a snake was a fitting form for him. Apophis walked towards Voldemort, who did not look surprised in the least, and whispered something into Voldemort's ear. It was several long and dragging moments after Apophis finished whispering before Voldemort finally spoke. Well, that is interesting, he smirked. Now, Amelia, I am sure that his is all merely a misunderstanding. Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge said as he stood in the office of Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Amelia Bones, who was sat behind her desk, gave him a "Are you kidding me?" look. Dolores is a smart and intelligent woman, not the sort who would do such things. I mean, a blood quill. How ridiculous. Fudge scoffed. I am sure that this is just someone with a grudge wasting time, he said as he waved his hand in a dismissive gesture. Minister, if Dolores is innocent, then you will obviously have nothing to worry about, Amelia countered. I cannot just leave it, she said when Fudge looked like he was about to respond. It is my job to investigate crimes, no matter who is being accused. I do not care if it is Dolores Umbridge or Albus Dumbledore himself. I will do my job, Amelia said in a voice that said that was the end of it. Who even made the complaint? Fudge asked, fidgeting with the green bowler hat in his hand. Harry Potter, Amelia Bones answered, shocking Fudge, who was now gaping. Mr. Potter, you say? He asked in a failed attempt at sounding casual once he was finally able to close his mouth. Yes, I have a very talented Auror who is related to Lord Sirius Black. I presume the Auror has a relationship with Mr. Potter. Because of that, The Auror in question had handed me a letter from Mr. Potter himself. Mr. Potter claimed that he was comforting the youngest Greengrass daughter after she had a detention with Umbridge. The letter said that she had words carved into her hand. Really? Fudge stuttered. He could not believe it. Surely Dolores was not stupid enough to do that. Especially to one of Lord Greengrass's daughters. Yes, Mr. Potter said that if did not see a sufficient effort from the ministry in dealing with this situation, then he would come here along with Lord Black and Lord Greengrass and deal with it himself if necessary, she said, trying not to smirk at the way that Fudge's face paled. It was quite amusing watching the man's face change and lose color. For a second, Amelia thought it was possible that he was a metamorphomagus, based on how quick his face shifted. Fudge, as of the moment, was in an internal conflict. On one hand, he really appreciated the work that Dolores had done for him. Sure, at times, she had the subtlety of a griffin in a china shop, and she could also benefit from some cough drops with how much she kept clearing her throat, but she was a good, hard-working woman who always did as he asked. She was also a member of his team, so anything bad connected to Dolores meant that it was something bad that was connected to him, at least as far as the public was concerned. But on the other hand, Fudge really did not want to get on Harry Potter's bad side. After all, Harry Potter had stood alongside him against Albus Dumbledore of all people, and refused to play along with Dumbledore and his insane lies about you-know-who. If Harry had played along, then Fudge knew that there would be a lot more people who would have believed that he, who must not be named, had indeed returned. Plus, Harry Potter was the last remaining member of the Potter family, and ever since he was emancipated thanks to the bloody Triwizard Tournament, he was Lord Potter. Harry Potter also had a strong connections to the Black family through his godfather, and was at least on good terms with the younger members of the Greengrass family. All three were powerful families in not just reputation, but also political power. And the cherry on top was the fact that Harry Potter was the boy who lived and savior of the wizarding world, plus a Triwizard champion, and the one who had captured Peter Pettigrew. He had a lot of influence and power even if he did not realize or use it. Having Harry Potter on his side was far more beneficial in the long run than a yes woman. There were plenty of those in the sea, but he might not ever get a chance with a catch like Harry Potter. Regrettably, it appeared that he would have to choose between Dolores and Mr. Potter. Sadly for Dolores, he chose Mr. Potter. Very well, Fudge sighed. Have the Aurors arrest Dolores, Fudge ordered while he mentally began trying to think of a way to spin this in his favor, perhaps showing how he was not willing to let personal ties get in the way of justice. He might have to get Mr. Potter to help him out, but Fudge was sure he could convince the boy. After all, Fudge was Minister of Magic and a politician. Harry Potter might be magically powerful, but he was still just a simple boy. Already done, Minister. Amelia smiled. She knew full well why Fudge was no longer complaining. Amelia knew that Fudge simply chose Mr. Potter over Umbridge, not a hard choice for anyone with a brain, so she was not surprised that it has taken Fudge so long to come to a decision. Truthfully, Amelia hoped that Umbridge did get arrested. She did not like Umbridge at all. Umbridge did not even bother to hide her discriminatory views, and ways like any person with half a brain would. Lucius Malfoy was smart enough to say something along the lines of those from different families and subtly insult someone's heritage. Umbridge, on the other hand, was about as subtle as Dumbledore's robes. In fact, the only person she appeared to not use the word mudblood in front of was the minister himself. It was easier to count the amount of people that liked Umbridge instead of the amount that hated her. She was pretty much disliked by everyone. In fact, Amelia was sure that even those who agreed with her views disliked the woman. Amelia had known for years that Umbridge was committing some forms of crime. The only ones she was sure about were blackmail and bribing. but she was unfortunately unable to find evidence. Nobody would stand against Umbridge out of greed or fear, or simply the knowledge that they would not get results. In fact, a few days ago, Amelia would not have done so either because she knew that, with the ministers backing Umbridge, was basically untouchable. However, when Auror Tonks had given her the letter from Harry Potter, she saw it as a great opportunity to finally get rid of Umbridge and do her job without interference, mostly to get rid of Umbridge. Yes, Amelia acted professional when she had to, but she did not like that woman. Now that Fudge would no longer block her, and she had the support of Harry Potter and probably Sirius Black and Lord Greengrass, she was sure that she could get Umbridge put away for good. Gee, good, now is there any news on Dumbledore? Fudge asked in a hopeful voice that was matched by the look on his face. No, Amelia sighed as she shook her head. Not yet, at least. I have my Aurors looking for him, but Dumbledore is as slippery as can be. It will not be easy to find him, and if we do, it will more than likely be when Dumbledore wants us to find him. I only wish I knew what he was planning, Amelia said. While she was not entirely sure that Dumbledore had committed the crimes that he was accused of, she at least wanted to investigate it. You are not the only one, Fudge muttered, hoping that soon all of this mess would just hurry up and go away. Oh, hi, Luna, Harry said when he, along with Daphne and Tracy, ran into Luna in a hallway. How are you doing? I am fine. Luna smiled dreamily before she reached a hand up and began scratching Harry behind the ear. How are you, Kitty? She asked. Little higher. Harry smiled and Luna obliged, causing his smile to widen. Kitty is good, Harry hummed as a shiver went through his body. That's nice, Luna replied as she continued scratching him. She does know that he is not an actual kitty, right? Tracy whispered to Daphne. I am not sure that he knows that he is not an actual kitty, Daphne whispered back just before Luna continued speaking. The Nargles have been better behaved, Luna commented in an appreciative voice. Whatever spells you have put on my things have stopped them from wanting it, I think, though it is a shame that it harms people when they try to touch it, she added. Harry frowned for a moment, not sure if that was an act or if she genuinely thought that, but decided not to comment on it, even though he did think that she was being genuine. Well, they will just have to learn, Tracy said eventually after exchanging a look with Daphne. I suppose, Luna shrugged, though it might take them some time. They are not very smart. Luna whispered the last part before she suddenly stopped and pulled out a small bracelet which she handed to Harry. The bracelet appeared to be made of rainbow-colored stones and a green string. I was told that it was a common thing to give friends gifts, so I made this for you, Luna explained. Well, I love it, Luna. Harry smiled and put it on without any hint of embarrassment. Thanks, I suppose. I should try and get you a gift before the next time we meet, Harry added with a thoughtful look on his face. That sounds nice, Luna said in her usual dreamy voice, though her smile was slightly wider. I have to go to classes now, bye-bye. She smiled. She did manage to pet Harry on the head before she left. The single Gryffindor and 2 Slytherins watched as the young Ravenclaw happily skipped away. All that was missing was a Hufflepuff. Come on, Kitty. Daphne rolled her eyes at Harry. You know, if you two ever wanted to pet or stroke me, then I would be fine with it, Harry joked. You sure you wouldn't prefer if your girlfriends did that? Tracy grinned at him. We have more fun things to do, and the few times that they do stroke me, it is not my head that they stroke. Well, he is right about that. A voice snorted just as the group had found a Hufflepuff. Hey, Tonks. Harry turned around along with the girls and smiled at her, noticing that she was wearing her Auror robes. Watch her, Harry. Tonks smiled and walked up to him before planting a quick but possessive kiss on his lips, just to mark her territory in case any of the Slytherin girls got any wrong ideas. Tonks already had to share with Fleur, and that was her limit. Oh, so this is Miss Tonks. Tracy said as Daphne raised an eyebrow at Tonks. Nah, just Tonks, Tonks smiled. When you say miss, it makes me feel old. You don't look it, Harry replied. Flatterer, Tonks rolled her eyes but still smiled. I am curious, what is your first name? Daphne asked. Harry refuses to tell us. You have just one major boyfriend, points. Tonks mock whispered to Harry, who happily grinned. As. For my name, Tonks said as she turned back to Daphne. Classified, she smirked. So I suppose that you are here working the case of Umbridge? Harry asked. Yep, Tonks nodded. She either did not notice the way Harry referred to Umbridge or did not care. Most likely the second one. Bonesy saw your letter and… I am sorry, Tracy interrupted with an apologetic look. But Bonesy. Oh, it's just what I call my boss, Amelia Bones. Bonesy. Tonks shrugged before turning to Harry. Anyway, she saw your letter and sent me and a couple of Aurors to arrest the pink toad. I am actually working now, Tonks admitted. Speaking of, have any of you three seen Umbridge? Tonks corrected herself. Nope, Harry said, ignoring the obviously intentional slip-up. She wasn't teaching her class today. Haven't seen her all day. Right, well, I have got to go and keep looking and confirm if she has done a runner or not, you know. That because of you I have a lot of work now, she said with a mock glare at Harry. And a lot of paper. Work? Aw, you poor thing, how about I make it up to you later? Harry offered with a charming smile. I will hold you to that, Potter. Tonks smirked before she planted one more kiss on his lips before walking off. So that is Tonks, Daphne said once Tonks was out of earshot. You were right, she certainly is. Interesting. Yeah, Harry agreed. She's a lot different from Fleur. Fleur is like perfection while Tonks is like… uniqueness, you know what I mean. We do understand, yes, Daphne nodded. She doesn't seem to mind public displays of affection. Either, though I suppose that it is fine, since you don't mind them as well. Who said I don't mind them? Harry frowned. Are you saying you do? Tracy looked at him with disbelief. Oh, hell no, I love it, you just shouldn't assume. Well, Umbridge, Harry said as he arrived in the chamber to find Umbridge still stuck on her chair. Though the biggest difference from last time was the fact that she was covered in dry blood, Harry saw. That she was missing her toenails, and her right ankle looked broken. Her face was bruised and her hair was sticky and appeared to have several insects in it. Another difference was the trolley next to her. That was full on Muggle DIY equipment and surgical tools. How are we? Harry asked. Potter, Umbridge barely managed to gasp out. Master, Kreacher bowed as he appeared. Kreacher's apologies, Kreacher wanted to start Lighty and… Build up, Kreacher explained as he gestured to Umbridge. Kreacher was about to start doing job. Properly, he explained as he pointed to the trolley, hopping that his master would not be angry with him. Harry was tempted to ask Kreacher if this was what counted as light before he remembered all the possible ways of torturing, both Muggle and magical, so Harry supposed that whatever Kreacher had done was probably pretty light. That makes sense, I suppose, Harry said after a moment of thinking. Good job, Kreacher, Harry praised the old elf, who beamed under the praise. So, Umbridge, how are you? Filthy, Umbridge gasped out, clearly in pain. Well, yes, you are, but that is hardly new for you, is it? Harry shrugged. Filthy half-blood. She managed to shout out before coughing violently just as a tooth fell out of her mouth. Oh, dolors, Harry tutted. Insulting my blood status, is that an insult to my mother? Harry asked. Lightly. Why, your mother was a stupid mudblood. I am Dolors, Umbridge, senior under. Umbridge was cut off as Harry waved his wand, and Umbridge felt like she was punched in the nose. Harry followed up with a Cruciatus curse, and kept it on for several moments before he grew tired of her screams and stopped. I had considered giving you a quick death, Dolors. I really did think about it, but you have insulted my mum, so I have just decided fuck it, Harry informed her before he turned to Kreacher. Kreacher, Don't think that Umbridge has suffered enough. Give her an hour to recover, then get to work. Oh yes, Creature will do it. Creature grinned happily. Creature will make Master proud. Creature said as he rubbed his hands together. I believe you, Harry said before he smirked at Umbridge and walked off. That's all right, Harry said as he was in an abandoned classroom with Scott, Jean, and Astoria. He was currently guiding the 3 first-year Ravenclaws through a spell that all 3 of them had wanted to learn. Now just remember to jab it forward slightly and visualize, Harry added. Got it, Astoria said as it was her turn to practice spell. All right, just get it over with. Scott sighed as it was his turn to be the dummy. The hex was a painless one, and Harry was easily able to undo it, so they had decided to practice on each other as it was easier than getting a training dummy. Scott wanted to complain, but both the girls had already had the spell cast on them, and if they didn't complain, then he wouldn't complain. Especially not in front of Harry Bloody Potter. It was not that Scott or the others feared Harry, they feared what he could do, but not the person. As they all felt pretty comfortable with Harry, he was the unofficial big brother of the trio, and they all knew that, which was why Scott, Jean, and Astoria did their best to gain his respect when they could. In fact, they looked up to him more than the teachers. All right, just stay still, Astoria said before she performed the wand movements while saying the spell. Labrum incrementum, she yelled as the spell flew from her wand and hit Scott in the mouth, just under his nose. The others watched as his upper lip grew to the point where it covered his mouth and went past his chin before it decided to stop growing. Veal thaff thuff grief. Scott rolled his eyes as he tried to speak, but that was rather difficult with what happened to his lips. Jean giggled while Astoria looked like she was trying to decide if she should laugh or apologies. Harry simply looked amused. Okay, let me see. Harry gestured Scott to come closer, and Scott did so. Okay, that is pretty decent. Try not to yell at your spells, but pretty decent, Harry said after he examined Scott's lip. Harry waved his wand and reversed it. Thanks, Scott said after his lip was back to normal. He opened and closed his mouth a few times before giving Harry a nod. All right, guys, Harry said to the first years. Now you guys tell me why that spell could be helpful. You don't need to raise your hand, Harry added when Jean raised her hand. She blushed as she lowered it, but did speak. Well, it stops people from speaking, and that means they can't cast spells, she answered. Exactly. If you haven't learnt silent casting and can't speak, then you can't really do much, perhaps. Some accidental magic in a life or death situation, but that's it, Harry responded. And if you rely on verbal magic and mess up your spell, then you have no idea what results could come from your spell. Anything else? It's distracting, Scott answered. Yes, Harry nodded in approval. Even if your opponent can silent cast, it will still distract them, and if you keep the pressure on them to stop them from revering it, then it will continue to distract them until they make a mistake. There is one more thing that I am thinking about. Can any of you guess it? Harry asked. The 3 Ravenclaws looked thoughtful and were silent for a few moments before one of them spoke up. Is it because it scares them? Astoria asked, hoping she was right. Explain, Harry shrugged as he gestured to her. Well, if they get hit but still manage to reverse it, they would still worry about getting hit again, Astoria replied. Yes, Harry smiled happily at her. That's good, and it's not just this spell, it's every spell. If I was fighting someone and managed to hit them with a stinging hex to the chest, then they are going to think about what would happen if I had used a more dangerous spell. A battle is not just physical and magical fighting, it is also about getting into your opponent's head. Be unpredictable, scare them if you can, let them make a mistake and then take advantage. Got it. Got it, the 3 quickly answered in unison. Good. I don't get it, a 4th voice said in a jokey tone. Everyone turned to the doorway to see Tonks standing in the doorframe. Watch her, everyone, Tonks smiled. I'm not interrupting, am I? Hey Tonks, it's fine, we were just finishing. What are you doing here? Harry asked. Not that I am complaining, he added quickly. You had better not be, she grinned. I have some Auror business I need to attend to, so I'm unfortunately in Auror mode at the moment. Tonks sighed before stepping into the room. I'm sorry. But can you three please leave me and Harry alone? I need to ask him questions. Is it about Umbridge? Astoria asked. Part of it is, Tonks admitted. If Harry wants to tell you the rest later, then he can, but I need to talk to him in private. It's fine, guys, go, Harry said as he guided the first years out of the room. I will talk to you guys later, all right. Bye, Harry, they said before walking off. Harry closed the door and quickly cast some privacy spells before turning to Tonks. Okay, so what's up? Harry asked. First of all, have you heard anything new about Umbridge? Tonks asked. No, not really. Harry shook his head. Nothing at all. No, Harry repeated. Fair enough. Tonks shrugged before she grabbed him by the shirt and shoved him against the door, before crashing her lips against his. Wow, Harry said a moment later after he broke off the kiss. What happened to Auror mode? He grinned. I asked my question. Auror mode is over, now it's Tonks mode. You got a problem with that? Tonks raised an eyebrow at him. Hell no. Harry shook his head as he laughed. If possible, we would be in Tonks mode all the time. Good, she smiled before looking thoughtful. I don't think I have ever done it in a classroom before. No, Harry gasped in mock horror. He grabbed Tonks by the back of the head with his right hand and pulled her into a passionate kiss. His left hand slid down her waist and grabbed her right leg as she wrapped it around his left. He stroked the leg while she ran her hands through his messy hair, making it even more messy. Harry's right hand slid down her body just as his left hand slid up her leg, both stopped at her rear and grabbed a handful, causing Tonks to moan into the kiss. Harry lifted her up and she wrapped both legs around his waist. He carried her towards the teacher's desk in the classroom and placed her on it before he broke off the kiss. Harry planted several kisses along her neck before he looked at her in the eye. Let's fix that, shall we? He grinned. You will time it perfectly, Voldemort ordered as he sat on his throne with his Death Eaters on their knees in front of him. I will send a vision to Potter, and when he arrives you will wait until he picks up the prophecy. Once he does, then you will take the prophecy from him. The prophecy must be brought to me. Voldemort hissed the last part, emphasizing how serious he was about it. Severus, you are sure about the time? Yes, my lord, Snape nodded. There will be no Order members guarding at that time. There had better not be. My lord, one Death Eater nervously spoke. What about Potter? Capture him, but do not kill him. The only one besides myself who is allowed to kill him is my heir. Apophis is working on something very special for me. A smirk briefly appeared on Voldemort's face. He will meet with you all once he is done. I expect both the prophecy and Potter to be in with me. Am I understood? Yes, my lord, all the Death Eaters shouted together. Go and be ready, Voldemort ordered. He is here, Lucius Malfoy said in a soft voice to the other Death Eaters as he heard footsteps approaching the Hall of Prophecies. We will get the half-blood bastard, one Death Eater whispered as he grinned under his mask. Do not underestimate him, Lucius hissed, just loud enough for his fellow Death Eaters to hear. Pettigrew might have been a pathetic wizard, but he was still captured by Potter. There are also far too many rumors about him and some supposedly great feats of magic. If that is not enough, then remember that he is the one who went spell to spell with the Dark Lord's heir. Do not underestimate him, Lucius said to the 29 other Death Eaters with him. Malfoy, despite what others may or may not believe, was no fool, or at least he did not consider himself to be a fool. He knew that the Dark Lord likely held at least some level of respect for Potter's abilities if he was willing to send a total of 30 Death Eaters just to capture him. Plus, there were all The rumors about Potter's special feats of magic at school. Some say he had defeated a teacher, and a troll in his first year, a basilisk in his second, and an army of dementors in his third. Lucius knew for sure that Potter did win the Triwizard Tournament, and that was while competing against 3 older students, even if one was a filthy half-breed. Severus and Draco may willingly be blind against the boy's abilities and power because they hated him, but Lucius was not willing to let hatred stop him from remembering how strong a person was. After all, it was only remembering the strength possessed by the Dark Lord that stopped him from throwing the man out of his house. Lucius looked in the direction of Potter, who was wearing his school uniform, except he was only wearing the shoes, trousers, and shirt without the rest of the uniform. The top 2 buttons of his shirt were undone, and his sleeves were rolled up to his elbow. Lucius saw Potter reaching for his orb and knew that he had to make his move now. He only hoped that the others did not mess things up. As Harry walked, he looked around at each and every orb, each one containing a prophecy, until he came across one that read, SPT to APWBD. Dark Lord and Harry Potter. Harry raised his hands and gingerly picked up the prophecy orb. He held it in both hands and looked at it. He had only held it in his hands for about 2 seconds before he heard a familiar drawling voice. Well done, Potter, the voice said. Harry had quickly shifted the prophecy into his left hand while his wand appeared in his right hand after being flicked out of his wand holster. Harry saw Lucius Malfoy appear out of the darkness as he removed his Death Eater mask. Now hand over the orb, Malfoy ordered. Malfoy watched as Potter looked at him. Malfoy saw no emotions beyond a brief and small look of surprise. Perhaps Potter was arrogant enough to not consider him a threat. Malfoy, you cock-sucking cocksucker, what the hell are you doing here? Harry asked, as in a way that sounded like he was discussing the weather. Did you get lost? Mrs. Malfoy let you out of her sight for a few seconds, I'm guessing. I feel sorry for her. Bad enough that her husband is a failure. Shame you're also who your son tries to model after. And seeing as he fails as that, how pathetic does that make him? Lucius was about to respond, but was cut off by the sound of a loud female laugh from the darkness. Malfoy, knowing exactly who that laugh belonged to, resisted the urge to groan and roll his eyes while Harry simply raised an eyebrow. Give me the prophecy, Lucius said as he gestured to the white orb in Harry's hand. The prophecy, Harry said with a fake confused voice and face, right before fake realization hit him. Oh, you mean this orb? Yes, Potter, now. This breakable orb, Harry asked as he tossed it in the air and caught it. Potter, this easily breakable orb. Harry brought the orb down in a motion that looked like he was going to smash it. Lucius's eyes widened in fear, and he had taken a step forward only to stop when Potter stopped at the last possible moment to stop the orb from smashing. Harry laughed as held the orb and looked at Malfoy. All right, Blondie, you look like you've shit yourself. Your wife have to clean that, or should I call a house elf? Lucius' response was once again cut off by cackling. Oh, the boy knows how to play, a female voice said as Bellatrix Lestrange walked out of the shadows. She stopped next to Lucius and grinned at Harry, looking at him like a predator would look at a piece of meat. Itty bitty Eichel Wickle Potter, she said in a baby voice as she looked at Harry. Oh, I know you. I have heard of you, Harry said in a cheery voice as he gestured to Bellatrix. You are, what's her face? Strange, that's it, you're strange. It's Lestrange, she glared at him. Oh, sweetie, I don't think it matters if you're French or not. Strange is strange, Harry replied. My name is Bellatrix Lestrange, you filthy half-blood. Hey, Harry said in an offended voice. I'm not filthy, I wash regularly. What about you? Your hair looks like it needs more love. Kind of like you, though. I mean, I can just tell from looking that nobody loved you. Shut it, Potter, she hissed. Ah, did I hurt Wickle Eichel Bella's delicate little feelings? Harry said in a baby voice. Is little Bella sad? Because her parents didn't like her? Did the other kids think she was crazy? Does her master look at her like a dog? How dare you mention him, you dirty little half-breed? Yeah, well, I suppose I am a half-breed. I mean, what else do you call the result of when a goddess marries a human? If you want to know what you call the results of a loveless marriage, then I have a really nice selection of mirrors for you, Harry grinned. Let me guess, this whole thing has something to do with Voldemort, doesn't it? How dare you speak his name? Bellatrix shouted, pissed off not just because of his comments, but also how calm he was, and the fact that he had dared to mention her master's name. She raised her wand to curse the little bastard, when Lucius grabbed her arm and forced her wand down. Enough! He hissed at her before looking back at Potter. Lucius took a quick and calming breath before he spoke. Now, Potter, he began, there is no need for bloodshed. Oh, Lucius, it wouldn't be my blood that you would have to worry about it. Harry grinned at him. Is that so, Potter? Lucius smirked as the other Death Eaters came out of the shadows. Lucius was feeling a lot more confident now that the half-blood brat was surrounded. Oh, wow, how many are here if you don't mind me asking? There are 30 of us, Potter. Lucius's smirk grew bigger. Wow, I guess Voldemort respects me enough to send at least 30 of you clowns, Harry replied, unintentionally speaking Lucius's previous thoughts out loud. As if the Dark Lord fears a freak like you. One Death Eater spat as he glared at Harry from under his. Shush, Harry said right before making a shushing noise. The big boys are talking, can the brainless and brain dead keep out of it? Enough, Lucius said to the Death Eater before turning back to Harry. Now about that prophecy. Potter, you mean this still very breakable prophecy? Harry asked, looking the picture of calm on the outside. Despite being quite nervous on the inside, Harry began lightly tossing the orb up and down, never letting it get past his head height. If they tried to summon it then, he was confident that he could catch it. He was the youngest Seeker in a century after all. Now, Potter, Lucius spoke in a soft voice, there is no need for violence. You're about as stupid as your son if you really think that's the case. Even stupider if you think that I would believe you, Harry smirked. Your poor wife, Harry said as he shook his head. Stuck with a dumbass son and a stupid-ass husband. Maybe I should make her feel her. I'll take her into my room and show her what a real man looks like. I reckon she would look great on her knees, probably better on all fours. I bet everything after the first 2 inches will feel like brand new. You are testing my patience, Potter, Malfoy said through gritted teeth. Spoil sport, Harry smirked. Now, Malfoy, as far as I understand, you want the prophecy, right? Yes, just give it to me now. Fine. Harry shrugged before he tossed the prophecy up into the air. It arced towards Malfoy, who raised his hands to catch it, only for Harry to fire an explosive spell, followed by a sound attack that Harry aimed into the air. Bellatrix was able to block the explosive spell, but she and the other Death Eaters ended up crying out in pain and covering their ears as they felt their hearing get assaulted by Harry's sound attack. Harry quickly ended it and cast a blinding light that lasted for several moments before disappearing. When it was gone, then so was Harry, and so was the prophecy to Malfoy's horror. He has the prophecy, Malfoy yelled to his other Death Eaters. He can't apparate from this room. Fine. Him, Malfoy said before a scream was heard on one side of the room. Spread out, somebody go check. That scream, Malfoy barked. Stupid half-blood, Bellatrix said under her breath. If the Dark Lord leaves anything for me, then I will torture him till he cries for his mudblood mother, she said as a brief but highly pleasurable image of Potter shaking and crying under the Cruciatus curse made its way into her mind before she banished it and focused on catching Potter. A few moments later, another scream was heard, followed by the sound of a large crash. Check that now, Malfoy shouted. He got 2 of us. One Death Eater cried out before the very same Death Eater screamed. How is he doing this? Another Death Eater cried out. You guys are idiots. Harry's voice echoed throughout the room. Where is he? Rabaston Lestrange demanded. I don't know, Barty Crouch Jr. hissed. I am not stuck in here with you, Harry's voice said. He paused before speaking again, this time his voice was much deeper and far less cheerful. You're stuck in here with me. A trio of Death Eaters walked through the darkness, trying to find Potter, hoping that if they were the ones to capture the Potter brat, then they would be rewarded. They looked up, down, left and right, and every other direction. They cast detection spells in case he was hiding under a disillusionment charm or invisibility cloak. After a few minutes of searching, they turned at the sound of a hiss. All three looked into a pair of yellow eyes before they fell dead on the ground. Selena slithered past the bodies, remembering her father's orders. She was not allowed to bite any of them, something about her venom being found in their bodies. Not that Selena wanted to bite any of them, they were stinky and horrible. She slithered towards another group. They looked towards her and fell to her deadly gaze. She grinned as a basilisk could and continued moving. She saw one person come in front of her and was seconds away from allowing her gaze to kill the person. When she stopped and realized it was her father that was close, she had nearly killed him. She quickly moved on and began taking out more. All fell under her mighty gaze. Daddy would be proud. We're losing our men, Lucius growled. Where is the filthy half-blood bastard? Bellatrix growled as she looked around, trying to find him but unable to see him through the darkness. She fired a spell in a random direction, hopping to hit Harry. Unfortunately, she did not hit anything. Don't throw them out randomly, one Death Eater hissed. Don't tell me what to do. Bellatrix snarled at him, and the Death Eater stepped back in fear. Stop fighting amongst yourselves, Lucius hissed. Lucius was cut off as a spell crashed into one of the shelves. The shelves crumbled down and took out a trio of Death Eaters as it crashed into another set of shelves, resulting in a domino effect of the other shelves falling as well. If that was not enough, the opposite side of the hall suddenly lit up in flames. The Death Eaters quickly realized that it was Fiendflare. We need to get out of here, one Death Eater shouted as the shelves stared collapsing into the flames. The Death Eaters quickly ran towards the door. They quickly began undoing their locking charms on the door, only to realize that it was already undone. Since they didn't have time to question it, they just quickly opened it before running out the room. Unfortunately for them, one of them wasn't able to get out in time. The other Death Eaters closed the door quickly before the flames could get out. Fucking hell, Lucius cursed once they were out. He looked around and saw that he had somehow been left with just 11 Death Eaters. He listened and heard the sound of flames slowly die down, meaning someone must have got rid of the flames. It was not an impossible task, but extremely difficult, and could only done by the best of wizards. How the hell did the brat take out so many? Barty Crouch Jr. hissed. He was not that strong before. Hey, a voice called just before a burst of blood popped out of Barty's chest as he fell to the floor. The Death Eaters looked towards Barty before looking in the direction of the voice. They saw Harry Potter lower his wand. By the way, Harry raised his other hand and gave the Death Eaters the finger before he ran off. Get after him, Rodolphus Lestrange yelled before they began chasing him. Whoa, guys, Harry laughed as he entered the Ministry's main atrium after a rather long chase. Now, come on, no need to get violent, Harry said calmly. I mean, we could just talk this out. Potter, Malfoy sneered. Where is the prophecy? He demanded upon noticing that Potter was not holding it in his hand. Malfoy quickly placed his mask back on his face in case a Ministry worker happened to show up. The prophecy? Harry asked in a confused voice. The orb, Potter. You mean the white one? Harry raised an eyebrow. Yes, the white orb, where is it? Malfoy shouted impatiently. All right, geez. Harry winced as he tugged on his ear. You Malfoys always have to shout everything. Harry rolled his eyes. I don't have the orb. Where is it? Rabastan Lestrange yelled. Oh, I smashed that fucker, Harry grinned. You smashed it, Malfoy paled before growling in anger. You smashed it, he roared. You're about as slow as your son as well, Harry commented. Potter, a voice called. The Death Eaters turned behind them to see Apophis standing behind them. Oh fucking hell, it's you, Harry sighed. Apophis walked forward and past the other Death Eaters. He's mine, Apophis said to the other Death Eaters before he walked diagonally from the Death Eaters. And stopped so he was facing Harry and standing a small distance away from him. So, remember that time you never beat me? Harry asked right before leaning to the side to avoid a piercing curse that was aimed between his eyes. Harry responded with a cutting curse that Apophis batted away. Touch a nerve, Harry asked innocently before batting away another spell. Apophis jabbed his wand forward, and a white beam shot towards Harry. Harry swatted it away before jabbing his wand in Apophis's direction and sending a blue spike at him. Apophis changed the spike into a knife before catching and tossing it back at Harry. Harry vanished the knife before he responded with a simple disarming body bind stunner combo. Apophis sidestepped the first spell, ducked under the other and blocked the last. Apophis sent 2 cutters which Harry cancelled out with his own cutters. The Death Eaters were watching as Harry and Apophis exchanged spells, both starting slow but slowly, building in speed as the fight continued. Some were tempted to shoot at Harry while he was distracted, but did not want to disobey Apophis's orders, since it was basically the same as disobeying the Dark Lord's orders, and both would result in a lot of pain. Harry and Apophis continued exchanging spells when suddenly a red beam from Harry's wand and a green beam from Apophis's wand connected in midair. The 2 beams pushed against each other for several moments before they appeared to combine into a large ball of multicolored magic. The ball grew in size until it eventually burst. Mine was bigger, Harry commented before he waved his arm, sending a bright blue arc-shaped beam at Apophis. Apophis sent a small spell that whistled as it charged towards Harry's spell. It pierced through his spell and caused it to implode on itself. Apophis sidestepped a fire ball before shooting an arrow at Harry, who defeated the arrow with one of his own. Harry shot a trio of throwing stars at him. Apophis vanished the stars, then shot a metal spike at Harry. Harry changed the spike into a bat and directed it at Apophis, who quickly got rid of it with a cutting curse before sending another cutting curse at Harry, who blocked, then sent a fire blast followed by Bone Breaker. Apophis dodged both before firing a jagged blood-red spell at Harry, who ducked before jumping back to avoid a pink curse that nearly hit him in the foot. Harry blocked a trio of spells before sending a trio of his own spells that were also blocked. Apophis ducked under a 4th spell and fired a Bone Breaker at Harry's feet, but Harry jumped over it and shot an acid spell at Apophis, who quickly transformed the acid into water before transforming it into an ice spike and sending it at Harry. Harry sidestepped and produced marble to block a Cruciatus curse. Harry shot the damaged piece of marble at Apophis, who destroyed it with an explosive spell before shooting a flaming dagger at Harry. Harry ducked under it and aimed his wand at Apophis before sending out a swarm of bats that charged towards him. Apophis fired a large flame blast that burnt the bats and charged towards Harry, who quickly cast a flame freezing charm on himself to prevent the flames from damaging him, and was only barely able to do it before he was covered in flames. When the flames stopped, it was to reveal a unharmed Harry Potter, who was grinning at Apophis. That tickled, Harry laughed. You know, this would be a lot more fun if we would talk to each other. I don't want to talk to you, Apophis said right before he fired a killing curse at Harry, who sighed. Stepped. You see, behavior like that is why you don't have friends, Harry replied before shooting a spiraling flame blast at Apophis. Apophis shot a small air-based spell that whistled as it headed towards the fire. It pierced through the middle of the flames and caused the flames to explode outwards before they reached Apophis. Apophis shot a rotting curse at Harry, who blocked it with a shield before responding with an air blast. Apophis shielded against the air blast. He aimed his wand at Harry and fired a golden curse at Harry, who countered with a silver curse. Harry blocked an eye-gouging spell before shooting razor wires at Apophis. Apophis burnt away the razor wires before shooting an organ-liquefying curse at Harry, who rolled under it and fired a flame whip at Apophis. Apophis cut the whip with a wave of his wand before casting an explosive hex near Harry's feet. Harry jumped back and shielded to protect himself from the explosion and debris. He landed on his back and immediately shot a piercing curse at Apophis. Apophis leaned to the side to avoid it and fired a Cruciatus curse at Harry, who barely dodged as he got to his feet. Harry and Apophis continued exchanging spells while the Death Eaters watched, eyes on the intense battle in front of them. Harry dodged a skin-shredding spell before he aimed his wand in the air. A trio of beams shot from his wand and into the air before they arched down and headed towards Apophis. Apophis rolled out of the way before firing a mud spell at Harry. Harry dodged before firing a jet of boiling water at Apophis, who countered with his own jet of water. Apophis blocked another spell before firing a black curse at Harry, who dodged before swinging his arm and sending a trio of throwing stars at Apophis. Apophis shielded, but one star managed to get through. Before he could block it, the metal star hit his shoulder, but the star bounced off of it instead of piercing it. Apophis fired an arrow at Harry, followed by a flame blast. Harry blocked both before shooting a snake out of his wand. The snake flew towards Apophis, who punched it in the face with his free hand, before catching it by the tail with the same hand and throwing it back at Harry. Harry got rid of the snake with a cutting curse before firing a banishing curse at Apophis. Harry blocked a body bind and casually flicked his wand to create a stone shield that blocked Apophis's next spell. Harry blasted the shield towards Apophis, who destroyed it before it could reach him. Apophis levitated the broken bits of the shield into the air before sending them towards Harry. Harry quickly transformed the stones into birds and sent them back at Apophis. Apophis quickly burnt them down with a flame spell. Apophis apparated behind Harry. He aimed his wand and was about to fire a spell in his back, but was interrupted by Harry apparating behind him. Apophis turned around only to get tackled down to the ground. Harry punched Apophis twice before aiming his wand at Apophis's face. Apophis's free hand grabbed Harry's wand hand and directed it away from him, while Harry's free hand did the same with Apophis's wand hand. The two struggled, neither were giving an inch, and the Death Eaters were starting to doubt if Apophis would win. "If you want to give up, then feel free," Harry said. "Never," Apophis growled. He pushed Harry and their positions were reversed, and now Apophis was looking down at Harry. "I am the future, not you." Harry growled before he pushed Apophis off. Apophis transformed into a king cobra and lunged at Harry, who barely managed to jump out of the way in time. Harry shifted into his animagus form and his tiger paw pushed Apophis's head down to the floor. Harry roared as he bared his fangs. He reached down to bite him when he suddenly found himself forced back into his human form. Harry blinked in surprise, but didn't get much time to do anything else before he was blasted off. Harry flew back and rolled a few times after he landed before he finally stopped and landed on his back. Harry shook his head and looked up to see Apophis kneeling in his human form. Past him were the Death Eaters, who were bowing their heads and spilt apart to let the new arrival walk past them. Lord Voldemort calmly and gracefully walked past them and stopped alongside Apophis. "Rise, my heir," Voldemort spoke in a soft voice. Apophis stood up and stood still. "Shall I assume that you were enjoying yourself?" Voldemort asked Apophis. Apophis didn't answer and stayed silent. "Leave," Voldemort said to the other Death Eaters. "My heir and I shall deal with Potter, then rejoin you." The Death Eaters, realizing that it was not a request, quickly rushed towards the Floo stations and Left. So Potter, how are you? Voldemort asked, casually twirling his wand in his hand. Not bad, Harry shrugged before he pushed himself to his feet. I was just playing catch-up with my friend, your heir, did you say? Harry asked in an interested voice. Ah, did Dumbledore not tell you? Voldemort asked in an amused voice. Either he did not wish to, or perhaps he truly did not know. Voldemort seemed almost thoughtful for a second before his focus returned to Harry. You'd be surprised how much Dumbledore tells me, Harry replied. So, how are you doing, Tom? Don't call me that. Voldemort narrowed his red eyes at him. You do not want to anger me, Potter. He added in a warning tone. The first thing you need to know about me, Tom, is that a lot of the time I have no idea what is going on, but I am a sass machine and I will fight anyone. You and your little bastard included. Who the hell's the mother anyway? Was she ugly? I bet she was ugly. Harry smirked at him. I will enjoy killing you, Potter. Voldemort hissed. He raised his wand at the same time as Harry and Apophis. You will die by my hands, Voldemort said. He stepped forward but stopped when one of the flues flared. A second later, Dumbledore stepped out of the green flames. You will not be killing anyone tonight, Tom, Dumbledore said calmly as he walked forward and stopped next to Harry. He gestured Harry to get behind him, but Harry didn't move. Dumbledore, Voldemort sneered. Here to save the day, naturally, after all the fighting has already happened. Surrender, Tom, Dumbledore said. Do not call me that, Voldemort cut him off. I see where Potter gets it from. Hey, I am the one and only, Harry replied. Harry, get behind me, Dumbledore said. Ah, yes, Potter, hide behind Dumbledore, Apophis responded. I'm not the one hiding behind Daddy, Harry replied as he stepped forward but stopped when Dumbledore placed a hand over his chest. Get behind me, Harry, Dumbledore ordered. This is not a game. Really? Harry asked in a sarcastic voice. A Dark Lord and his heir are trying to kill me, and you think that I think it's a game. Harry, just pick your opponent and I'll pick mine, Harry said as he gestured to Apophis and Voldemort. Harry, you can't, Dumbledore said. You have to go back and let me handle this. Fine, I'll pick, Harry said before he shot a bone breaker at Apophis. Apophis blocked and returned. Fire. Dumbledore didn't get to say anything as he blocked a spell from Voldemort. Dumbledore began exchanging spells with Voldemort, while Harry and Apophis were doing the same. Harry, you need to get away, Dumbledore said as he blocked a skin shredder before sending a stunner at Voldemort. You deal with your opponent, and I will deal with mine, Harry said as he got rid of a flame whip before shooting a metal spike at Apophis. Apophis got rid of the spike before firing an organ liquefier. Harry dodged before shooting a banishing curse at Apophis. Apophis blocked it, and the two continued exchanging blasts, while Dumbledore and Voldemort continued dueling. As the four continued throwing after spell, they noticed that they were no longer alone. Harry heard more than saw a camera snap, and heard a voice that sounded very much like Minister Fudge's. Harry, get back, Dumbledore commanded after blocking a killing curse with a conjured shield. Fuck off and keep fighting, Harry said as he sent a cutting curse at Apophis before blocking a piercing curse. Harry, get back, Dumbledore hissed as he cast a wandless spell to push Harry away. Harry fell backwards as intended, but he also moved sideways and right into a cutting curse that hit him on his right side. Harry cried out in pain as blood began pouring out of his side. Voldemort and Apophis stopped shooting as they were surprised by that, while all who were watching the fight were equally as surprised, including the cameraman who managed to get a picture of it. Dumbledore was probably the most surprised as he did not intend for that to happen. It was several moments later that Dumbledore managed to shake himself out of his shock. Dumbledore reached down to help Harry, but Harry wasn't having any of it. Harry shifted so he was leaning on his left hand and foot, then swung his right leg and kicked Dumbledore in the face. Dumbledore stumbled back while Harry hit him with a banishing curse that sent him flying backwards and landing harshly on his back. Harry cast a healing charm on his side before looking up at Voldemort and Apophis. "I'm still up for a fight, how about you two?" Harry coughed as he stood up. "No," Voldemort held a hand to stop Apophis from moving forward. "Another day, Potter." Voldemort sneered. Apophis waved his wand and a green mist quickly covered the two. Harry fired a wind blast to get rid of it, but by the time it was gone, so were Voldemort and Apophis. He's back." "He's back," Fudge squeaked. Harry looked towards Fudge. He was tempted to make a comment, but decided he couldn't be bothered. Harry," Dumbledore said as he stood up. "I save it," Harry growled before he began walking away. Dumbledore was currently experiencing something very odd. He was sitting in his chair while an authority figure stared him down. It was not something he himself had experienced much since he was always pretty well behaved in school, and his name, jobs, and reputation kept many from trying at once. He was an adult, yet now he was in Madame Bones' office and sat opposite the woman who was staring him down. The only other person in the room was Harry, who was sat on Dumbledore's right and kept his eyes on Madame Bones, even if he did occasionally glare at Dumbledore. "So, Mr. Potter," Amelia Bones said, "I trust you are fully healed," she said while gesturing to his side. "As good as I can be. The healer recommended resting, so I plan to do that as soon as the meeting is over," Harry replied. "By the way, if I may ask, where is Fudge? I was sure that he would want to be in on this meeting." "Wait, let me guess, he is doing damage control." "That would be correct," she nodded. "With Voldemort's return, a return that he has publicly called false, he has a lot of work to do. As do I, so I'm going to start with you, Mr. Potter. What were you doing?" "At the Ministry." "I was at school," Harry began after nodding that she didn't seem afraid to use his name. "When I received a letter that told me that my godfather was in danger in the Department of Mysteries, and I had less than an hour to get there. I was told not to bring Aurors or anyone if I didn't want him dead. I still have the letter, and I can bring it for you later if you want. Anyway, I came here as fast as I could. I knew it was likely a trap, but I didn't care. I got in there and was searching around when I found a prophecy with my name on it," Harry said. Dumbledore stiffened, an act that did not go unnoticed by Harry or Madame Bones. "And Lucius Malfoy was there along with a large group of Death Eaters, including Bellatrix Lestrange, but no Sirius. We exchanged some words. He demanded the prophecy. We talked some more before I used my wand to assault their senses long enough for me to try and escape. I took advantage of the darkness and silently took out as many as I could, though I believe that somebody else might have been in the room as well." "What makes you think that?" Bones asked while raising an eyebrow. "Because a few of them were already dealt with before I could reach them," Harry responded. "Dealt with?" Dumbledore frowned. "I assume dead," Harry shrugged before he continued. "Anyway, eventually their numbers were lower. And I was feeling more confident, but then someone suddenly started setting the room on fire. I ran out of the room and they chased me down until I got to the area where you all found me. Then that Apophis guy came. He told the Death Eaters that he wanted to fight me alone. Me and him fought for a while. He had transformed into a snake, and I responded by transforming into my animagus form. Then I suddenly found myself forced back into my human form and blasted backwards. I then saw Voldemort, who told me that Apophis was apparently his heir. He then wondered if Dumbledore knew. And if he did, then why he did not tell me." Harry paused and glared at Dumbledore, who remained quiet. "Anyway, the next thing I know, the Harry Wonder over here arrives, and the tries to get me to stay back. You should have listened to me, Harry. Considering that I had taken out a bunch of Death Eaters and was beating Voldemort's heir before you you should have listened to me," Harry replied. "Enough," Madame Bones said before either could say any more. "Mr. Potter, what happened next?" she asked. Dumbledore told me to stay back. I figured that since Voldemort and his bloody heir were opposite us, it would be better for me to fight. Me and Apophis started exchanging spells right before Dummels and Valdi started throwing spells. My focus was on the fight. Dumbledore's, on the other hand, was more in trying to get me to back away so he could show off properly. Now, Harry, Dumbledore frowned. I was not trying to show off, I was trying to keep you safe, and that is why you hit me with a spell in the middle of a battle with Voldemort and his heir. Harry demanded, cutting the old man off. Harry turned back to Madame Bones. Like I said, we were fighting. And Dumbledore kept trying to tell me to get back, never mind the fact that I was holding my own. He then cast a wandless spell to push me back, and I ended up getting pushed right into a cutting curse. Thanks a lot for that. Harry spat the last part out at Dumbledore. Mr. Potter, Amelia Bones said before Dumbledore could respond. I have a pensieve if you have not noticed, she said as she gestured to the pensieve in the corner of the room. Would you perhaps be willing to give me a memory of the event? She asked. How good is the pensieve? Harry asked. Good enough to detect fake memories, if that is what you mean. No, Harry quickly shook his head. It's just that I once read that faulty pensieves can sometimes miss parts of the memory. I was going to suggest using my godfather's pensieve if needs be. Well, I assure you that my pensieve is perfectly functional. Unfortunately, it does not have a wide view feature, so we must place our heads in it, but apart from that it is perfectly fine. In that case, sure, let's do this, Harry said before he stood up. Madame Bones tapped her wand on her desk to summon an Auror before she stood up and followed him to the pensieve. Wait a sec, Harry said to Dumbledore, who had stood up and followed the two. What are you doing? Harry asked. I was about to join you both in viewing the memory, Dumbledore said, as if it was obvious. Oh, Kate, why do you think that you're joining us? Harry raised an eyebrow. Mr. Potter is correct, Dumbledore, Madame Bones said. As of this moment, you are not Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, or in any other position that allows you to join us without my express permission. Amelia paused as the door opened, and an Auror stood in the doorframe. You called for me, Madame Bones? The Auror asked. Yes, Madame Bones nodded. Me and Potter are going to make use of my pensieve. I am going to, too. Take Mr. Dumbledore's wand, and I need you to stand exactly where you are. Leave the door opened. You will keep an eye on him, and if you suspect that he is even going to cast a spell, then you will call for backup. Is that understood? The Auror blinked in surprise before he nodded. Now, Amelia, I am sure that that is not necessary. Dumbledore frowned. Dumbledore, as of the moment you are still a criminal, one who has a reputation for hiding information. And your actions nearly resulted in the death of Mr. Potter. Madame Bones glared at him. If you think I am trusting you not to stay still and not do anything while my back is turned, then you are an idiot. Give me your wand, she ordered. Now, she said in a firm voice when Dumbledore looked reluctant. Dumbledore sighed before he very reluctantly handed it over. Good. Now, Mr. Potter, the memory, if you will. I will. Harry nodded before he placed his memory in, starting from when he picked up the prophecy and finishing after Voldemort and Apophis's escape. Harry and Madame Bones placed their heads in the pensieve. A short while later they exited. Dumbledore looked slightly offended that he was not trusted to behave, and also very irritated, since he was not allowed to view the memory. I must say, Madame Bones looked at Harry as if she was seeing him for the first time. I am incredibly impressed. Are you by any chance considering a career as an Auror? She asked, a hint of hope in her voice. Not at the moment, Harry shook his head. But you have proof that that was Lucius Malfoy, right? Indeed, Madame Bones nodded. She frowned for a second and glanced at Dumbledore before looking back at the Auror standing in the doorway. You may leave now, she told him. He nodded before leaving, closing the door as he did so. Now, Mr. Potter, I do forgive me, Dumbledore interrupted. But if I may, can I ask what was viewed in the memory? Just everything from when I picked up the prophecy to right after you fucked up the whole situation." Harry shrugged. "Language, Harry," Dumbledore frowned. "But could either of you perhaps explain in more detail just exactly what?" "Mr. Dumbledore," Amelia Bones interrupted him, making sure to emphasize the Mr. part. "Can I remind you that you are, as of this moment, nothing more than an above-average wizard. You have no government positions and are not even Mr. Potter's headmaster, so you do not at the moment have permission to begin interrogating him." "My apologies, Amelia. I simply—" "That is Director, or Madam Bones, Mr. Dumbledore," Madam Bones said in a firm voice that threatened punishment if he did not hear her words and obey them. While she was a light-sided witch, she was not a supporter of Dumbledore, a fact that surprised many people, but it was true. Amelia remembered the last war, just like how she remembered her brothers following Dumbledore and being part of his order. They told her how he had refused to give more information than necessary, and how it resulted in problems for many of the order. Then one day her brothers died while on some mission from Dumbledore. Unfortunately for her, there was no proof that they were doing a mission for Dumbledore, if there was. Then she would have had the old man brought in front of a court and forced to tell everyone what mission he had sent her brothers on and why he had sent them. She had kept control of her emotions, as she knew that at the time, Dumbledore was far too high up, and despite his flaws, he was a source of good for people, hope if nothing else. Any bad feelings she had felt about Dumbledore had resurfaced quickly when Susan, her beloved niece, kept telling her about rumors involving Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Rumors such as him fighting a troll, an army of acromantulas, a basilisk, killing a teacher, tricking the Goblet of Fire and fighting often army of Dementors, to name a few. Every time Amelia wanted to investigate, but Dumbledore had always stopped any investigations, claiming that they were all just rumors or he had everything under control or something like that. That was enough for most people, and she wasn't able to do much since Dumbledore had the minister's ear at the time. When the minister started his hate campaign against Dumbledore, she was of two minds. On the one hand, she was glad that Dumbledore finally had less control, as she had always thought he had too much power and too many positions, important ones. But on the other hand, she wasn't quite sure if it was the best time to do so, because it was very possible for Voldemort to have actually been back. Pettigrew's trial proved that he was not back, or at least proved that Pettigrew did not believe he was back. Dumbledore attacking Minister Fudge was not something she believed, nor did she believe that he had sent that Apophis character to assassinate Fudge. That was simply not Dumbledore's style. The fact that Lucius Malfoy, a former Death Eater, of all people happening to be there to save him, would have meant alarm bells, or at the very least something to think about if you were anybody but Fudge. Now that Voldemort was proven to be back, Amelia realized that Dumbledore was needed, that the people of Wizarding Britain would look towards two people the most, Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore. This meant that Dumbledore was likely going to regain some power, probably not all of it, but still some. He was needed, after all. Personally, Amelia thought the war would be much better if people simply acted, instead of looking for heroes and knights, to save them from the big, bad, evil men. "My apologies, Madam Bones," Dumbledore amended. "All I merely ask is that I be allowed to view the memory, so I may offer my help." "I am still feeling what happened the last time you offered your help," Harry said, as he gestured to his side. "Tell me, Dumbledore, did you just want me out of the spotlight so you could properly show off, or were you stupid enough to think that hitting me with a wandless spell in the middle of a fight or telling me to get back, while you handled two powerful wizards, which happened to be Voldemort and his bloody heir, would protect me?" Harry demanded, causing Dumbledore to wince. "Harry, I cannot apologize enough for that. That was a mistake on my part." "Mistake?" Harry snorted. "You happen to be making a lot of those, Dumbledore." I agree with Mr. Potter, Madam Bones said. I mean, honestly, Dumbledore, you knew that this Apophis was a powerful wizard, yet you were about to take on him and Voldemort, she asked with high amounts of disbelief. Voldemort, who happened to be feared across all of country and is widely considered to be your magical equal, yet you were about to fight him and his heir. I was not going to fight them both, Dumbledore said in a defensive voice. I was going to challenge Voldemort to duel while his crazy heir would just stand there, Harry interrupted while raising an eyebrow. You didn't consider the possibility that they would both attack you. Mr. Potter, you are the one who was about to fight them both on your own before I arrived. Dumbledore reminded him. Nope, Harry said after making a buzzer sound. Not the same. It was me against Voldemort, his heir, and at least 10 Death Eaters. I couldn't apparate out or reach the flu or apparition points without getting killed. My goal was to simply stall them until people arrived or until I was able to find a way to escape. Dumbledore, Madam Bones said before Dumbledore could respond. You are probably the only wizard capable of fighting Voldemort. No offense to Mr. Potter, but he simply doesn't have your years of experience or vast spell knowledge. But from what I have seen in 2 different memories, I would say that Mr. Potter is Apophis' equal, if not slightly better. The 2 of you should have done what Mr. Potter had suggested, pick an opponent and get to fighting. Together you 2 could have probably captured them, or at the very least challenged, and perhaps injured them. Yes, I realize that now, but we cannot change the past, Dumbledore said, not really enjoying his mistakes being repeatedly mentioned. Madam Bones, Harry said in a respectful voice, may I leave now, or do you require anything else from me? Not at this moment, Madam Bones shook her head. However, I do wish for you to keep yourself available for questioning. I may call on you as soon as tomorrow, or maybe even in a few days, or perhaps a week or so. I'm not really sure, as I have a lot to do. Yes, I imagine a dead man coming back to life means a lot of paperwork, Harry said in a slightly jokey tone. You have no idea, Madam Bones huffed. You may leave now, Mr. Potter. I will contact you later. Very well. Fair warning, I plan to spend the day at my godfather's house and return to Hogwarts tomorrow. I'm sure he is very worried about me. Goodbye, Madam Bones. Harry nodded to her before walking out, not even glancing at Dumbledore. Now, Dumbledore, Amelia Bones said, tell me everything you know about Apophis. Harry yawned as he woke up the next day in his bed at Grimmauld Place. He was lying in his bed while wearing nothing but a pair of shorts. I guess it's time to get up, Harry said to himself as he tried to blink the sleep out of his eyes before rubbing them with his hand. No, a voice with a French accent said. You will not be leaving bed. Harry's looked towards the source of the voice, and his eyes widened. He nearly fell out of his bed upon seeing the sight in front of him. Fleur Delacour was sauntering towards him, wearing a pair of simple white high heels, wearing what looked like a sexy nurse costume from a costume shop, her hair let loose and flowing down her back, and a stethoscope resting on her shoulders. Fleur, Harry blurted out in surprise, while suddenly becoming aware of how much his body approved of what he was seeing. You were hurt yesterday, awry, Fleur said as she sat next to him. He tried to sit up, but she pushed him back down, leaving her hands on his chest. I'm going to look after you today, she said with a seductive grin. Me and Tonks flipped a coin. She's disappointed that she could not have you today, but this Saturday you will leave school and spend some time with her, at least if you value your life. I have convinced your godfather to let me have you all day. Really? Harry drawled, a pleased smile on his face. Yes, Fleur said as she rubbed his chest. She removed her heads and put her stethoscope on. She listened to his heartbeat for a second before casually throwing it away. Your temperature looks fine. But there's one more place we need to check, she added as she pulled the covers off of him, and her hands reached for his shorts. Please, nurse, be gentle, Harry said in a mock fearful voice. "Oh, I am going to be very gentle," she whispered with a wicked grin. "Very gentle indeed." When Harry arrived back in Hogwarts, he was greeted with the all-too-familiar feeling of everyone staring at him, because fighting Death Eaters and the most feared Dark Lord in a century plus his heir can make a person interesting, believe it or not. At this current point in time, most of Harry's year would be in classes. Harry figured it was better to just go to his dorm for now, as the classes would be over in 20 minutes or so. Harry had only taken 3 steps into the room when a trio of blurs rushed forward and pulled him into a tight hug. Harry blinked at the 3 chasers, who continued hugging him for several moments before letting him go. Harry was about to say something when Katie and Alicia punched him on his arms. Katie had gotten the left one, while Alicia got the right. Angelina then slapped him hard on the back of his head. "Ow," Harry said dryly, as he rubbed the back of his head. "Now may I please know why I am being hurt by 3 clearly crazed chaser?" "Oh, shut up," Angelina rolled her eyes. "What the hell were you thinking?" "Well, recently it was, why am I being hurt by 3 clearly crazed chasers?" Harry replied. "She means, what were you thinking when you decided to go to the Ministry on your own and fight off Death Eaters?" Alicia said. Her lips tried to curl upwards at Harry's joke, but she refused to let them. "Not to mention you-know-who," Katie added. "It was all over the Daily Prophet. It's saying that you fought off you-know-who, and a guy who was his heir, plus you killed a ton of Death Eaters. I second they." "What were you thinking?" "Well, at the start, it was something like gotta go to the Ministry. During the fight, it was mostly something along the lines of die motherfucker, die. And after I was mentally calling Dumbledore a dumbass, Harry responded. "You could have been hurt, Harry," Katie frowned. "I was hurt, but funnily enough it was more Dumbledore's fault than the Death Eaters." "The Prophet mentioned something about Dumbledore pushing you into a curse," Angelina replied. "Please tell me that wasn't true." "Now I could do that, or I could be honest. Which would you prefer?" Harry responded. The 3 beautiful Gryffindor chasers exchanged looks before they all grabbed Harry and guided him down to the nearest seat and gave him a look that clearly said, "Tell us everything unless you want us to strangle you." As Harry told them what happened, he couldn't help but internally smile at the 3 for showing him once again that they cared. The first class that Harry had to enter when he got back was Charm's class. He wasn't sure if the people in his year had heard he was back yet, but he decided to just act as if nothing had happened. He quietly entered the class and saw Tracy and Daphne sat at the back of the classroom. The only empty spot in the class was on Tracy's right, so Harry walked over and saw down on it. Tracy and Daphne turned to him and blinked in surprise, though Harry pretended not to notice as he had quickly began getting his books out. He turned to the 2 wide-eyed girls after a minute or so. "Is there something on my face?" Harry asked innocently. A second later, Tracy had pulled him into a hug. Harry looked a bit surprised and felt like Daphne was probably stopping herself from getting out of her seat and doing the same thing. A few seconds later, Tracy let go and blushed slightly. Harry was about to respond when he felt a ton of eyes on him. He looked around and saw everyone in the class, including Professor Flitwick, was looking at him. "What?" Harry asked, feigning ignorance. The majority of the Slytherins looked like they had just sucked a particularly bad lemon. Malfoy looked kind of like Snape, in that he looked constipated and angry beyond words that he was constipated. A slight hint of fear could be seen in a few of them, though as they recognized that Harry was able to not only kill many Death Eater, but also fight off you-know-who and his heir. Add to that to his already impressive list of accomplishments, and Harry's reputation was starting to build up. It was a very different situation with the Gryffindors. For example, 3 of Harry's roommates were glad he was back and happy that he survived. Plus, they were also very disappointed that Harry was not the one teaching the DA. Because Cedric Diggory was definitely a great wizard, but he was no Harry Potter, nor had he done as many things as Harry had. The girls looked at him with surprised eyes that held a hint of desire, more so in some than others. Ron and Hermione, on the other hand, looked smug, very smug. "Mr. Potter," Professor Flitwick said, looking beyond happy. "I am glad beyond words that you are back. When did you get here?" "A short while ago, Professor Flitwick," Harry answered. "I had spent last night at my godfather's home and arrived about partway into first period. But by the time first period was nearly over, so I just headed to the Gryffindor common room before coming here." "You are perfectly all right, aren't you, Mr. Potter?" Professor Flitwick asked. "I'm doing great," Harry smiled. "Wonderful," Professor Flitwick beamed. So are you still going to say that you know who is not back?" Ron interrupted as he spoke loudly. He and Hermione grinned at Harry. Harry realized now why Ron and Hermione looked so happy. They were just glad that they were proven right. "I'm not really sure what you mean," Harry said with fake confusion, though it was convincing enough for the class to believe. "Don't lie, you said that you know who was not back," Hermione said. "I don't recall saying that," Harry frowned in deep thought. "I've never publicly stated that you know who was back, nor have I ever publicly stated that he was not," Harry added with a small shrug. "If you thought he was back, then you would have told everyone," Ron argued. "Undoubtedly," Harry agreed with a small nod, surprising the redhead. I repeat, if I believed he was back, then I would have told everyone, like I told the minister and Dumbledore last year in the graveyard. I had only saw Peter Pettigrew." "The headmaster had told you that you know who was back," Hermione said. "Yes, but the headmaster also dresses in ridiculous robes, placed me with abusive muggles, failed to stop me from being put in the Triwizard tournament, and attacked me with a wandless spell in the middle of a fight between him, myself, and Voldemort." Harry paused to allow the people their time to shiver. He barely stopped himself from eye-rolling. "And his heir," Harry continued. "Forgive me if I was not willing to tell false truths to the public and Minister of Magic on the word of a school headmaster." Hermione realized that Harry had a point there, so she decided to try a different approach. "What about Quirrell?" she asked. "What about him?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "He was possessed by Voldemort," Hermione smirked. "That means that you knew he was alive ever since first year." Yeah, but no," Harry shook his head. "That wasn't Voldemort." Harry lied he would later look back on this with a pensive and admire his skills at deceit. "What do you mean that wasn't Voldemort?" Ron said, as he and Hermione looked at him as if he had just grown 2 more heads and declared himself to be Professor Snape's biological sister. "Quite simply that he was not there, nor was he possessing Quirrell." Harry shrugged. "What do you mean?" Dean Thomas, one of Harry's Gryffindor roommates, asked. "Well, as far as I am aware, everyone in the school was told that at the end of my first year I tried to stop Professor Quirrell from stealing a priceless artifact and ended up in the hospital wing. Am I right?" Harry asked, and several people nodded. "Well, that is true, but when I fought off Quirrell, he was possessed by somebody else. The person claimed to be Voldemort," Harry revealed, not even pausing to allow people to flinch. "And at the time, I had truly thought it was Voldemort, but I then did some research and found out that many people have claimed to be Voldemort throughout the years since his supposed demise. I also checked if it's possible for dead people to possess other people, and it turns out that dead people cannot possess wizards and witches because they have so little magic compared to living people. Plus, if it really was, then the headmaster would have told people instead of keeping it secret," Harry added. He saw people were thinking hard on his words. "Well, what about second year?" Ron demanded. "That diary had possessed that young girl." Harry cut him off before he could reveal exactly who the diary had possessed. While it was known that Harry had saved someone in second year, it was not known beyond a few people that that person was Ginny. Ron realized what Harry had just done and for a second looked grateful. "Well, if you look at your wording, then you would remember that the diary possessed a young girl," and that. The diary claims to belong to a young Tom Riddle Jr., which happened to be the name that Voldemort had while at school, Harry said, knowing that many would hear about this and end up trying to look up the name. Voldemort is famous for his knowledge of the dark arts. It was not beyond possible for him to make something that can possess a person, but finding his evil diary is about as much proof of him being back as finding his old teddy bear, Harry said before turning back to Professor Flitwick. Now, Professor Flitwick, may we please continue with the lesson? Yes. Yes, of course, so long as there are no more interruptions, Professor Flitwick said as he gave everyone in the class a warning look, though for some reason or the other his gaze stayed on Hermione and Ron longer than the others. Nicely played, Tracy whispered to him. I may be a Gryffindor, but I am the most Slytherin Gryffindor you'll find. Harry grinned as he whispered back to her. So Potter, Daphne said as they exited Charms class and began walking towards their next class. You do realize that me and Tracy will have some questions for you, she said, raising a perfect eyebrow at him. I imagined as much, Harry nodded. I'll tell you guys tomorrow. Fine, Tracy said, but you had better. Harry, a voice cried as a blonde blur ran into him and pulled him into a strong hug. Hey, Tori, Harry chuckled as he hugged her back. How are you doing? Stupid idiot, Astoria mumbled. What the hell were you thinking? Gryffindor, I don't have to think. Harry smirked as he rubbed circles on her back. Do you have a lesson now? Astoria asked as she looked up at him with teary eyes. She looked incredibly adorable, and at that moment she likely could have asked Harry to murder someone and he would have done so. I got a free period, Harry replied. Good, Astoria smiled brightly before grabbing a hand and pulling him along with her. You can come and sit with me, Scott and Jean, she grinned. Great, Daphne rolled her eyes when the two left. My sister's stolen my friend. Hello, Dolors, Harry said with a small smile as he walked up to Dolors Umbridge, who was still in her chair. Well, it was Harry's chair, but she was the one sitting on it. She was covered in dry blood and bruises. A few parts of her body looked broken, and she no longer had hair on the top of her head. She had also been wearing the same clothes ever since Harry had brought her. It was only Creature who prevented any smell from reaching Harry's nose. Harry preferred not to think about what it would be like if the spell was removed. How are we? Harry asked cheerfully. Umbridge did not answer. She instead looked down on the ground. Master, Creature, who was standing nearby, said as he gave a short bow. She's not be speaking. Only scream when pain. Ah, the mouth moves, but Miss Brain has long since departed, Harry said in an understanding voice. Though I suppose that is nothing new in Madame Umbridge's case. Umbridge, Harry called in a soft voice. She didn't respond. Harry called once more, but he still did not respond. Don't you fucking ignore me, Harry said as he hit her face with a stinging hex. She flinched and looked up at him with fearful eyes. Ah, that's better. Hello, madam, how are we? Potter, she gasped out. That I am, Harry grinned. Now, what is your opinion of me and my family? Harry asked suddenly. Why, a wonderful family, Umbridge stuttered out. The best. Good enough, I suppose, Harry said, his smile leaving his face. Do you want me to stop the pain? I can take you out of this chamber. You'll never have to worry about being hurt by me and my elf again. I'll tell someone about what I did to you, then I will suffer the consequences. Is that what you want? He asked. Umbridge didn't verbally respond, but she did nod. Great, then I need you to sign some things for me, Harry said as he pulled out several documents. He waved his wand and created a small table to place them on. Sign these and you can go, Harry said as he released one of her hands by waving his wand. But what but face? I don't have a quill, she said quietly. Ah, how silly of me, Harry said as he pulled out a quill and levitated it into her hand. He didn't want to get closer to her than necessary. partly for his own safety, but also because she was still unpleasant. You haven't given me any ink." She coughed violently. Harry calmly waited until she stopped. "You won't need any," Harry said, his eyes cold. "Sign the papers, Dollars, and do it before I lose my patience." Umbridge gulped, which looked like it hurt her, and quickly got to signing. She hissed in pain several times as she realized that what she was using was her own blood quill. After a few documents were signed, Harry replaced the documents with a few blank pieces of parchment. "I want you to write 'evil bitch' on these papers. Do it until I say stop." But I..." "Now!" Harry roared, and Umbridge quickly began writing down what Harry had told her 2 minutes. Later, Umbridge was suffering greatly from blood loss. Harry waved his wand and got rid of the table and parchment. "All right, Umbridge, I promised you that I would tell someone about what I've done too." Let's do that first," Harry said just as Selina slithered up his arm and rested her head on the back of his hand. She and Harry hissed at each other for several moments before he turned back to Umbridge. "Well, I kept my word." You said." "I said I would tell someone," Harry interrupted her. "I never said that person happened to be human." He pointed out, "Now, for your release from pain, I know a permanent solution that will help." Harry levitated the blood quill out of her hand and raised it into the air before spinning it around so it was facing Umbridge. "Goodbye, Umbridge." "No," Umbridge managed to scream out before the quill shot towards her. "Creature," Harry said several moments after Umbridge left the land of the living. "Do you know where the part of the Forbidden Forest where the Acromantula's stay is?" "Oh yes, Master," Creature quickly nodded. "Creature understands." "Good," Harry nodded. "First, make sure there's nothing on the body that can be traced back to us." "Oh, Creature knows," Creature replied. "Creature be doing these things before." "Lovely," Harry said in a dry voice. Harry was currently back in his room in Grimmauld Place, since he had already done his OWL exams. Before the incident at the Ministry, he requested permission to be allowed to go home early, thankfully. That was granted, so, after saying his goodbyes to his friends, he had returned home. Sirius had no complaints about Harry coming home early. In fact, he loved it, so much so that the two enjoyed bottle of fire whiskey and a box of pizza to celebrate. When Harry saw Creature the elf had given him a small nod, the meaning behind it was not lost on Harry. Harry was glad that Creature was around. He didn't really want to burden poor Dobby with helping torture and dispose of Umbridge. Perhaps the elf might have had some experience since he had unfortunately spent a lot of time with the Malfoys, but Dobby had a sort of innocence to him, and Harry figured that he wouldn't really enjoy it. Well, Umbridge might have been his one exception to the rule. "Daddy," Selina hissed as she changed out of her tattoo form. "What are you doing?" she asked. "I'm reading Princess," Harry replied as he was sat in bed and reading his family grimoire. "What's up?" Harry asked. "I'm hungry," Selina replied. "Wait there then. I'll have Dobby get you some food." "Can I hunt instead?" Selina asked in a hopeful voice. "It's much more fun than just eating them." "Fair enough," Harry snorted in amusement. "Dobby," Harry called. Selina was more than familiar with Dobby. The elf was practically her uncle butler. She also understood English and could tell what his hand signals meant enough to know what he meant. "Yes?" Dobby asked as he popped into Harry's room. "Selina wants to go hunt something," Harry replied. "Take her hunting into the Forbidden Forest, make sure she isn't found by anyone, and best keep her away from the Acromantulas. If they start running in terror, then Hagrid would know, which means Dumbledore would end up getting suspicious," Harry said. "Oh yes, Master Harry, Dobby will do this." Dobby nodded. "Good," Harry replied before he turned to Selina. "Dobby will take you hunting. Stay away from wizards and Acromantulas. Stay with Dobby so he can teleport you back in case he needs to." "Yes, Daddy." Selina smiled. The lovable basilisk rubbed her head against Harry's cheek before slithering into Dobby's arm as the two popped away. Harry waved his wand over his right arm to create a fake replacement tattoo that would eventually wear off but be good enough until Selena got back. Harry returned to reading and enjoyed himself for a few more minutes before he heard a knock on his door. "Come in," Harry called. A second later the door opened and Tonks peeked her head in. "Watch her, Harry," she grinned. "How are you doing?" she asked. "Fine until you came here," Harry replied in a bored voice. "Oi," Tonks protested. "Now I'm great," Harry grinned at her. "Nice save," Tonks huffed. "Jackass," she added under her breath. "I heard that." "Bully for you. Anyway, I wanted to show you something." Tonks smirked. "What is it?" Harry asked, raising an eyebrow at her. "Wait a sec," Tonks replied before she frowned. "Actually, give it a minute," she added before taking her head back out of the room and closing the door. Harry was a bit confused but patiently waited. Exactly 1 minute later, he was rewarded for his patience when Tonks came in. Harry suddenly felt his mouth become dry, while his eyes became almost comically wide as he looked at her. She was wearing black high-heel boots and wearing a skin-tight black latex outfit that hugged each and every part of her body while also emphasizing certain parts. Her right hand held a whip while her eyes had turned bright blue, and her hair was now straight and blonde and descended just past her shoulders. "You like?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "I bloody well love," Harry replied as he shook his head to clear it. He quickly sat up but made no move to get off the bed. "That's good." Tonks smirked as she moved forward, far more slowly than needed and far more sensual than what should be legal. Once she arrived in front of him, she stopped and ran her free hand over her body before she straddled his hips and wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him into a slow but passionate kiss. The two moaned into the kiss when their lower halves began grinding against each other. Several moments later, they stopped and looked at each other. "I got this suit from a muggle shop, so let's try not to damage this outfit too much. At least nothing beyond what a repairing spell could fix. I was thinking that maybe we could use it again in the future. Or perhaps we could push Floor into it. Or buy a second one and put you both in one each," Harry asked with a hopeful voice. "Oh, would you like that?" Tonks asked in a low voice as she began planting kisses along his jaw and neck, occasionally stopping to lick him before continuing. "Yeah," Harry gasped as Tonks began grinding on him again. "I'd love that," Harry said as he placed both of his hands on Tonks' behind and grabbed a handful. At that moment, Harry heard the faint but recognizable sound that meant that a house elf was about to pop in. Harry, who realized that Dobby was about to pop in, placed both of his hands on Tonks' face, making sure to cover her ears with them, and smashed his lips against hers just as Dobby arrived in. It seemed to have worked, as Tonks was focusing on him and hadn't even glanced back at Dobby and Selena. Harry allowed one hand to leave Tonks' head and used it to shoo Dobby away. A slightly softer popping sound was heard, confirming Dobby had left. "Huh," Tonks blinked as she stopped the kiss. "What was that?" she asked as she looked around the room. "What was what?" Harry asked innocently. "That noise I heard," Tonks frowned. "I didn't hear any noise," Harry replied. "But I'm sure we can change that." Harry smirked as his hands rubbed her body from top to bottom before settling back on her backside and grabbing a handful, earning a gasp from Tonks as she began grinding on him again, assisted by Harry's hands. "Oh yeah," Tonks matched Harry's smirk as she pushed him down so he was flat on his back. "There's going to be a lot of noise soon," she said as she continued grinding. "While I don't have any objections that," Harry let out a low laugh, "I do have one question." "And what's that?" Tonks asked before Harry flipped her onto her back and parked himself between her legs as he looked down at her. "Which one of us gets to use the whip?" Harry mentally prepared himself. Dumbledore had requested a meeting. His letter had basically said that they would meet wherever Harry wanted, but that he would only speak to Harry. It also said that if He so desired, then, he could have people come with him, but that they wouldn't be allowed to learn anything until he and Harry had talked first. Which was why Harry, Sirius, Tonks, and Fleur were walking up to a room in the Three Broomsticks. When they entered, they saw Dumbledore calmly sitting on a chair and sipping some tea. Upon noticing them, he placed the tea down on the small table in front of him and stood up. "Thank you for coming, Harry," Dumbledore said with a small smile. "And hello to the rest of you," he added with a nod to them. "All right, Dumbledore," Sirius said, resisting the urge to sneer. "You said you wanted to talk." "I did indeed," Dumbledore nodded. "I have important business I need to discuss with Harry." "Anything you can say to Harry you can say to us," Fleur replied. "This involves some things that are personal, along with some things that should not really be heard by others, however," Dumbledore said quickly when he saw them start to look like they were about to object. "I know that Harry is just not likely to keep all of these things from you. I ask simply that I speak to Harry first, and then after that he may tell you everything that has been said if he so desires." "Guys," Harry said when the others looked like they were about to speak, "it's fine. You guys can leave the room." "But Harry," Sirius hissed. "I know, Sirius, I know." Harry cut him off and gave him a tired look. "Just, for me, please," Sirius slowly crumbled under that look and took a deep, suffering breath before nodding. "If you try anything then, I'll strangle you with your beard," Tonks warned Dumbledore while Fleur nodded in agreement. The two women and Sirius left the room, leaving Harry and Dumbledore alone. While the rooms are normally not covered in spying charms, I don't think it would be overkill to add some privacy charms. "Would you like to do that?" Dumbledore asked as he sat back down into his seat. Harry narrowed his eyes at Dumbledore for a second before he took out his wand and checked for spying spells before casting his own privacy spells. "That's very advanced magic, Harry," Dumbledore said as Harry sat down opposite him. "Where did you learn that from?" "Books," was Harry's answer. "Look, Dumbledore, can we please just skip the part where you offer me food and make small talk? I don't know about you, but some of us do have things to do." "Very well," Dumbledore sighed. "First of all, I wanted to let you know that I was able to get my position back as headmaster, after a lot of effort, of course." "Joy," Harry said in a dry voice. He was not totally surprised. "Thank you," Dumbledore replied, either ignoring or missing Harry's lack of enthusiasm. "It appears that with Voldemort's return being confirmed, the Board of Governors felt that Hogwarts would be safer with me back at the helm, so to speak." "Yes, as if it wasn't already sinking under your leadership." "And what is that supposed to mean?" Dumbledore frowned. "The years of bullying and near-death experiences I've had while you were headmaster," Harry answered. "That is what it means." "Harry, surely you can't blame me for all of that." "Not all of it," Harry nodded. "But a lot of it could have been avoided. You should have protested against having the Triwizard Tournament after my previous years. Speaking of, let's just start with something simple, the Philosopher's Stone. You wanted to protect it or lure Voldemort. Fine, but you should never have done it in a school. I don't care how safe you thought it was or how sure you were that it would work. You shouldn't have risked the lives of the students like that." "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore sighed, "I realize that I've made a great many mistakes, some bigger than others, but please just trust me and—" "I'm not sure if I should, Dumbledore," Harry cut him off. "Your judgment worries me. I mean, after all, we were both fighting Voldemort and his heir, but your focus and efforts were on getting me to get out of the way. It was a dangerous situation, Harry, and—" "We live in a dangerous world," Harry interrupted. "I've yet to be able to count a year at school without at least one person intending to kill or seriously harm me. I fought off Death Eaters and was holding my own. Did you really think that I was going to back off and let you have a lovely little duel with the worst Dark Lord in history and not do anything at all, especially when his followers and heir were there as well?" "No," Dumbledore sighed deeply. "In hindsight, I suppose not. At the time, I simply wished for you to be Out of harm's way, and I didn't think. For that I apologize. I understand that you have reservations, and I understand why you would have them. All I ask is for another chance to make up for my mistakes. Just one. Dumbledore paused and looked at Harry. Harry gave him a piercing stare but did not say anything. After several extended moments of silence, it became clear to Dumbledore that Harry was not going to speak, so he moved on. Might I ask what happened to Madame Umbridge while I was gone? I have heard rumors that she has been deemed missing. Not sure, Harry shrugged in an uncaring way. Personally, I don't really mind as long as I don't have to see her again. She was a foul, loathsome, evil woman. Dumbledore was tempted to nod and agree, but barely managed to stop himself from doing so. There is also one other thing. One very important thing I need to talk to you about. Oh, Harry raised an eyebrow. The prophecy, did you hear it? Dumbledore asked, looking very interested in Harry's answer. No, Harry shook his head. I don't really care much for prophecies and divination anyway. Not many do, but the prophecy in question is incredibly important, and I, along with Voldemort, believe it to be a true prophecy. It involves you and Voldemort. I was hoping to tell it to you today. I hoped it would help me earn your forgiveness. Dumbledore said. He stayed silent, waiting for Harry's answer. After nearly a minute, he was about to say something when Harry spoke. I still hear him, he said in a soft and quiet voice. Sometimes his voice rings in my head. Voldemort, Dumbledore asked with wide eyes. What does he say? No, Harry shook his head. Not Voldemort, I'm talking about Vernon Dursley. What? Dumbledore blinked. Occasionally Petunia and Dudley as well, Harry added as his fists tightened. Their voices, they ring in my head, they scream, they cry, they pound against my skull. I can never tell if they're trying to break in or break out, but they keep pounding. If I'm not distracted with something, if I don't think about something, then they jump at the opportunity to remind me of them. From when your family died, Dumbledore frowned. I understand that. You understand nothing, Harry cut Dumbledore off. The old man nearly jumped back at the venom in Harry's voice. Harry took a very deep and slow breath before speaking. It's not from when they died. I hear their voice from when they were alive. I don't know what you mean. Then for once, shut up and listen to me. Don't think you know anything and just shut up. Harry sighed. He continued speaking. His voice sounded detached from all emotions. The Dursleys were quite fond of physical abuse. After a while I got used to it. Just shut up and take the pain. Let them get it out of their systems. Don't show weakness and wait until they let me leave the room. But it was their verbal and emotional abuse that hurt the worst. I don't like sudden loud noises. I hate shouting. When they shouted, it would stick in between my ears. It wouldn't go away. It didn't matter if I cried. It didn't matter if I shut my eyes and hid in the dark. Their shouts and screams echo in my head. Most of the time I don't even remember the words, just the loud raised voices. My head throbs and my veins pop when I think about it. I hear my aunt calling my mother a whore. I can hear my uncle screaming that I'm a freak. I can hear my cousin yelling at me. Harry paused to take a deep breath. They don't stop screaming. Even when they died, I thought they would stop screaming at me. But they haven't. They keep screaming. They keep shouting, screaming, yelling, insulting, degrading, frightening, all in my head. Thanks to years of abuse that I have suffered because of you, Harry said. His voice had never gained a single bit of emotion while he had talked. I fear hearing their voices in my head more than I fear Voldemort. After all of this time, I still can't get them out of my head, and whenever I asked you, no. When I begged you to stop sending me back to them, you patted me on the head, told me to stop exaggerating, and sent me back along. I like to think that I am a fair and forgiving man, but if you think that I would ever forgive you after all I have suffered because of you, then you are an idiot. As far as I'm concerned, there is never, and I mean never, a good excuse to abuse a child or put one in an abusive household. And when I come to Hogwarts, away from their abuse, You let Malfoy and his gang pick up the slack. Through bullying because you don't want to punish them and teach them consequences. And if that's not enough, then you have your Death Eater spy who has been abusing me since the start of school, but that was apparently fine as well since he had your full trust. If it means ending Voldemort, then I will work with you, but do not ever think that I will forgive you. Harry finished with a glare strong enough to burn magical ice. Dumbledore remained silent. Part of him hoped that Harry was simply overreacting, but it was hard, near impossible, to think that he was. Dumbledore didn't get much time to think about it, however, as Fawkes flew into the room and landed on a nearby chair. Dumbledore had realized that his Phoenix companion hadn't seen Harry in a long time. Fawkes stared at Harry, judging him. Harry fearlessly stared back, or he was at least fearless on the outside. After a tense silence, Fawkes trilled before flying over to the armrest on Harry's chair and rubbing his head against Harry's face. Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. Phoenixes were light creatures, and as everyone knew, they despised darkness. If Fawkes trusted him, then that meant that Harry was still good enough to be the hero that Dumbledore needed. This is nice. Fleur smiled as she and Harry walked together, hand in hand through Muggle London. Don't you think so? Are we talking about London, hand-holding, or just spending time with each other? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. All of the above, Fleur answered. In that case, yes, it's nice. Harry smiled back at the beautiful villa. Oh, look, Fleur said as they stopped by a clothes store. Can we go in here? She asked as she gestured to a clothes store. I don't know, Harry mock frowned. Please, Fleur said, stretching out the word and combining it with an adorable pouty lip and shiny blue eyes. What are you doing? Harry gasped in horror. Pretty please, Harry, she said, leaning against his side. Oh, fine, Harry sighed dramatically as he kissed her pouting lips. You've won me over. At those words, Fleur dropped all acts and smirked. Naturally, she said before pulling him into the shop. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Harry asked an hour and a half later while he was still in the same shop with Fleur. He and Fleur clearly had different shopping styles. Harry's was to just simply look over what looked good enough to buy, make sure it's affordable, then decide if he was going to buy it, and if he would check it was the right size, and then finally buy it. Fleur's method of shopping, on the other hand, was to look at the products as much as possible and seemed more random. Some things she would barely glance at, but if something did catch her eye, then she would look at it. For some time, as far as Harry could tell, she was trying to imagine how good it would look on her with all of her other clothes. As of right now, they had a small pile of clothes, mainly for Fleur. Even the pile of jeans for Harry was on the pile. Oh, are you not enjoying this? Fleur frowned. If you want, we can stop now. No, it's fine. Harry shook his head and smiled at her before he leaned down and kissed her cheek. Just glad to see you look all happy. Thank you, Harry. She smiled brightly at him. Most boys hate shopping. Well, I went from having second-hand clothes to clothes that fit. I've got a bigger appreciation for it. Harry shrugged. Fleur frowned. I think that perhaps you should go and see a mind healer for it, or a therapist. Or something like that. Someone to help you with what those animals did to you. I have thought about doing that before, Harry admitted. But then I personally don't think I need it. Not anymore, at least. What is that supposed to mean? Fleur asked. Well, admittedly, it was a big problem for me a few years ago, Harry sighed. But since then I've grown. In my 4th year, I stopped pretending to be someone else, and that gave me more freedom and time to think about everything. Then I met you and I got serious, and Tonks, I talk about my problems with you three, and sometimes Dobby and even Hedwig. Harry mentally added Selena, too. That list. I am a lot better now, though I am willing to go to see someone in a few years if I ever get worse, Harry added when she looked like she was about to protest. It was just a suggestion, Harry, Fleur said as she kissed his cheek. I will be back in a minute, she said suddenly, before walking off with a shirt she had picked Harry, for his part, simply shrugged and looked around. The clothes looked expensive, stuff he couldn't imagine buying a few years ago. Harry was browsing through clothes and contemplating the various changes in his life when he felt a hand tap his shoulder. He turned around to see a female store worker. She was around 18 years old and had blonde hair that looked dyed and brown eyes. "Hi," the worker said as she gave him a coy smile. "Is there anything I can help you with?" she asked, in a hopeful voice. "No, not really," Harry said as he shook his head, "just looking around." "Okay," the worker paused before she continued. "I haven't seen you around here much." "Probably because I haven't been around here much," Harry shrugged. Is there any chance you would be willing to take me out on a date?" she asked, smiling at him. "Sorry, no," Harry shook his head. "I'm here with my girlfriend," Harry said. "Harry," Fleur said as she arrived with a shirt in her hand that was similar to the one she had taken, but a slightly smaller size. "I've found the shirt I wanted." "My girlfriend," Harry said to the worker as he gestured to the worker, who looked at Fleur with a combination of intimidation and envy. Harry supposed he could slightly understand, as Fleur was ridiculously good-looking, but on the other hand it was hardly her fault. "Anyway, thank you," Harry said, before he wrapped an arm around Fleur's waist and walked away. "Are me and Tonks not enough for you?" she asked in a teasing voice. "Of course not. I need every good-looking woman in sight at my feet," Harry said, playing along, just glad that she wasn't making a big deal out of this. He wondered how Tonks would have reacted and thought she would probably do what Fleur was doing, but just with more teasing. Eventually, it was Harry's birthday, and it was easily one of his better ones. He had spent the day with Sirius, Tonks, Fleur, and the Tonks family going to various places. They went to a bowling alley and a cinema plus an excellent fast food restaurant. Harry had also had gifts sent to him from Ginny, the Chasers, Astoria and her friends, plus Daphne and Tracy. At the end of the day, Harry had walked into his bedroom, only to be surprised when he saw Tonks and Fleur sitting together in his bed, each wearing no clothes and were covered up to their chests by the bed sheets. "Watch her, Harry," Tonks grinned at him. "Hello, Harry, are you ready for our birthday presents?" Fleur asked in a seductive tone. Harry pulled his clothes off so fast that the girls briefly wondered if he had done magic to get them off. Yeah, Harry nodded. "Great," Tonks grinned even wider. "But first, how about a game?" "A game?" Harry asked, wondering what the fun-loving Metamorphomagus had planned. "Yeah," Tonks nodded. "Close your eyes." "Fine," Harry closed his eyes. "If I open them to find some prank, then expect retaliation on your next birthday." "Oh, I wouldn't worry about that," Fleur's voice said, and Harry could somehow hear the smirk. "Open your eyes, Harry." A different voice that sounded much like Fleur's spoke. Harry opened his eyes to find two naked Fleurs standing in front of him with their hands on their hips and seductive smiles on their faces. "Let's play Guess the Real Fleur," they both said at the same time in the exact same voice. "Best birthday ever," Harry smiled brightly. "So Draco," Lord Voldemort said as he was sat and looked down at Draco. The Death Eaters were all kneeling before him, with Draco at the front between Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Apophis was also present and was standing on the right of Voldemort, while Nagini was sat on the opposite side. "You wish to join us? You wish to join our cause?" he asked in a soft voice. "Yes, my lord," Draco nodded quickly. "I would love to join and serve under you," Draco said. He didn't get to say any more, as Apophis had suddenly started hissing towards Voldemort. Voldemort briefly hissed back before turning his red eyes back onto Draco. "Do tell me, young Draco, why you wish to join my cause," Voldemort asked. "I wish to follow in the footsteps of my father," Draco answered immediately. "The father who had lost one of your lord's most prized possessions and is now currently being hunted by law enforcement," Apophis asked. Draco got the feeling that he was raising an eyebrow under his hood. Lucius Malfoy had been hunted by the DMLE ever since Harry Potter's meeting with Amelia. Bones, which was why the Death Eaters had to move to a different location for their headquarters. That was probably why Lucius was crucioed so hard and long that he was unable to attend this meeting. And I also wish to serve under you, my lord, Draco said quickly to Lord Voldemort. Why would that be Draco? Lord Voldemort calmly asked. Draco blinked at the sudden questioning but knew better than to waste time, so he quickly responded. Because you're the greatest wizard of all time, my lord, Draco answered. Flattery, Draco, Lord Voldemort chuckled. Do tell me, what can you bring to me? What can you contribute? My lord, I am a great wizard, naturally not one of your caliber, but I am a great wizard. You can ask Professor Snape, the idiot who happens to be your godfather, Apophis reminded him, not caring that Snape was kneeling in the crowd, along with the others. That stupid half-blood's voice matters little since the slimy little bastard can't even understand how to spy properly. Apophis looked towards Snape's direction. It was clear to anyone with a sharp eye that he was hoping Snape would try something. The other Death Eaters also looked. Most of them would not have cared too much if Snape got himself hurt. Snape was far from popular with the Death Eaters for many reasons. Some of them were surprised, too. Learned that he was a half-blood with a Muggle father. Some believed that he was a spy for Dumbledore. Some felt that Snape's head had gotten too big, and they felt like Snape thought that he was above them. Some of them weren't Slytherins and knew what Snape had put their children through in school. That's not to mention that, after the First War, he got a cozy position at Hogwarts, thanks to Dumbledore. While many of them had to either bribe their way out, go into hiding, or go to Azkaban. Snape, while incredibly angered by how he was being talked about, did not react at all besides a slight tensing in the shoulders. Apophis's body language showed how disappointed he was at that. Voldemort gave him a smirk as if to say, better luck next time. My heir does bring up a good point, young Draco. In what way are you a good wizard, Lord? Voldemort asked. I have spent some time learning about your behavior at school, Draco. Outside potions, you are an average wizard at best, regularly getting beaten by mudbloods and blood traitors. Even your potion scores do not really give me confidence in your abilities, as it is obvious to anyone with the ability to think, and 5 seconds of free time to think that Severus helps you out there. Of course, in your second year, you had gotten onto the Quidditch team, thanks to a rather sizable donation from your father, which speaks less of your skill and more of your family's money, which I already have access to thanks to your father. In your third year, there was an incident with a hippogriff, I believe. You had embarrassed yourself in front of the noble house of Slytherin by angering a wild beast, then crying like a baby when it had struck your arm, only to have your father sweep in and try to have it executed. My lord, Draco said in protest, but quickly became silent when Apophis's wand flicked into his hand. As I was saying, Voldemort continued in a cold voice, from what your actions in school have told me, I do not see an able young man. I see a spoilt brat who was spared the rod far too often. If I had been in charge of raising you, then you would have been much more disciplined. Not all of the blame can be placed on him, Apophis commented. Personally, I blame the father. The mother came from a long line of excellent witches and wizards, most crazy in some form, but never were any of them so stupid. Please, my lord, Draco begged. Give me a chance, just one. I will gladly help you wipe out the Muggle filth and blood traitors, he said in a hopeful voice. Voldemort looked thoughtful. He turned to Apophis, and two began speaking to each other in Parsletownge. Of course the rest could not understand, as all they heard was hissing, though they did understand the slice his throat gesture that Apophis had used midway through their conversation. Short while later, the two turned to Draco. Draco, Voldemort spoke, everyone in the room hanging on his every word. My heir does not think that you're good enough to join our ranks, and I agree. However, we are both willing to give you a chance to prove us wrong." "Oh, thank you, my lord," Draco said quickly. "I am giving you a choice, Draco," Voldemort replied. "You will choose one task, and the task that you have chosen will be completed if you wish to join. Do you understand?" "Yes, my lord," Draco nodded. "Good," Voldemort said with a lazy smile. "The first option is to kill my heir in a fight to the death." Voldemort said. Draco instantly looked at Apophis, who looked more than ready to accept that fight. Draco let out a vague, audible gulp. "I didn't think that you would like that one," Voldemort chuckled. "The second option is to fight your Aunt Bellatrix to the death," Voldemort said. Draco didn't like that option any better. His aunt may not have been the Dark Lord's heir, but she was still famed for her skill with wand. "Option 3 is to kill your father," Voldemort continued. Draco paled at that. "I can see that. You don't like that. However, there is one more option for you, Draco. Would you like to know what that is?" Why, yes, my lord," Draco nodded. Why, yes, my lord," Voldemort repeated in a mocking manner before he gave Draco an evil smile. "You will kill Albus Dumbledore." Eventually, Harry's summer ended, and it was time to go back to school for his 6th year. After saying his goodbyes, he entered the train and kept going until he found a compartment. "Hi, guys," Harry said as he arrived into the compartment that Daphne and Tracy were in. "How was the summer?" Harry asked. "It was fine," both girls answered. "What about your summer?" Tracy asked. "Oh, mine was great," Harry smiled. "Slay any monsters?" Daphne asked in a joking tone. "Regrettably, the store ran out," Harry joked back. "Where's your little sister?" "You know, sometimes I think you two like each other more than you like me." Daphne frowned. "What?" Harry gasped in mock surprise. "Of course not. Yes, we do," he grinned. "Pratt," she reached over and slapped his arm. "Tracy, help abuse. Do not involve me in whatever this shit is," Tracy chuckled. Harry arrived in the Great Hall. He sat as his spot at the Gryffindor table. Katie Bell sat opposite him. Unfortunately, Angelina and Alicia were no longer in school. They had already completed their final year. At the end of Harry's 5th year, the last time Harry had seen those two was at the after-school party that he had been invited to along with Katie and a few other friends of Angelina and Alicia's. The Weasley twins were also invited, which led Harry to believe that Angelina and Alicia had forgiven the Weasley twins, or were at least trying or starting to do so. Speaking of the twins, they weren't here either. The last Harry had heard, they were still at their mother's house, trying to save up enough money to buy a shop and place to live. "By the way, Harry," Katie said midway through their conversation, "I wasn't made team captain and right now there's only one other member of the team, so..." She trailed off and waited for him to respond. "Oh, I'm sorry," Harry said as he took out his captain badge and brushed it before holding it proudly. "Were you talking to Captain Potter?" Harry grinned. While he was surprised that he had gotten the position, he wasn't surprised for long. It made sense. Katie was a great player, but Harry was the youngest seeker in a Centauri, and it was considered an incredibly rare event for him to not get the snitch. That plus his fame meant he was far more likely to become captain, plus the fact the Dumbledore was trying to keep him happy may or may not have affected the choice. Harry wasn't sure about that last part. It was entirely possible that Dumbledore had nothing to do with the selection, but Harry really couldn't be sure. "Congrats," Katie cheered for him. "Thank you," Harry said as he put the badge back. "How was your summer?" Harry asked. "Boring," she shrugged. "How was your summer?" Katie asked. "Mine was fine," Harry shrugged. "Just hanged out, did my homework and so on." "Well, after what happened at the ministry, me and everyone else were expecting to see you fighting off manticores or something in the Daily Prophet." "No manticores this time," Harry chuckled. "Only real highlight of my summer was my birthday." "What happened?" Katie asked with a smile. "Well, Sirius had taken me to the Muggle world," Harry grinned. We went bowling, even went to a cinema, then we had food from a fast food restaurant. That sounds lovely, Katie replied. Oh, it was, but the best came around the end of the day. Harry's grin got bigger. Fleur and Tonks decided they wanted to give me a present at the same time, if you catch my drift. At the same, Katie trailed off as she realized what he meant. Harry, she laughed, that's amazing. Oh, I couldn't have imagined that a few years ago. I did imagine something like that a few years ago, and I mean a lot of imagining, Harry replied. Shut it, Katie smirked. But still, that's great. So when's the wedding? She asked in a jokey tone. I plan to propose after Hogwarts, Harry answered in an absolutely serious tone. Or propose in my 7th year and get married after. Wait a sec, which one are you marrying? Katie frowned. I'd like to marry both, Harry said in an honest voice. Wait, can you even do that? Yes, actually, Harry nodded. Sirius can't really have any heirs and he doesn't want Draco and the Malfoys to get the Black family title, so it goes to me. If I marry both of them, then I can have one as Lady Potter and the other as Lady Black. Wow, Katie muttered as she shook her head. I know, right, Harry said, understanding what she was thinking. By the way, which do you think I should make Lady Black? Does it matter? Katie asked as she raised an eyebrow. Oh, yes, Harry replied. Think of it this way, if I make Tonks Lady Black, then the Black family ancestors will turn over in their graves at the idea of a half-blood, daughter of a Muggle-born and cast out Black family member. But on the other hand, if I make Fleur Lady Black, then the Black family ancestors will turn over in their graves at the idea of a half-breed Vila being Lady Black. And if that's not enough, then the fact that she's French will probably do it. Harry and Katie laughed at that. Oh, by the way, did you know about Professor Slughorn? Katie asked. Yeah, I know a bit about him, Harry said. During the summer, Dumbledore had tried to convince Harry to help him bring Slughorn to Hogwarts, though of course he didn't tell Harry that at first, which meant Harry got serious and told him that Dumbledore was trying to take him somewhere without telling him where or why. An angry Sirius eventually got Dumbledore to admit that he wanted to use Harry to try and convince Horace Slughorn to teach at Hogwarts. Dumbledore had wanted to use Harry because Slughorn was apparently in the habit of collecting famous people, essentially being connected to a lot of well-placed people in various positions of power. The second reason was because Slughorn had taught Harry's mother, and Dumbledore was hoping to use that connection to bring him back. Sirius had refused, saying that his godson was not a tool for Dumbledore to use, and said that if he needed Slughorn so bad, then he would try to find another way to Slughorn in. And apparently he was able to, as Slughorn was now at Hogwarts. He invited me to some sort of party on the train, Harry added. I was sitting with Daphne and Tracy when some third year comes in and tells me Slughorn wanted to speak to me. What happened? Katie asked, looking very interested. Well, I go up there, and he basically greets me like I am his favorite nephew. Then he starts introducing me to everyone else he had invited, then just a bunch of awkward conversations. Harry shrugged. Anyway, who do you think is the new defense teacher? I'd like to know who is planning to kill and slash or torture me this year, Harry said as he looked towards the teacher's table. He couldn't see any new teachers apart from Slughorn. I don't see any new teachers apart from Slughorn, Katie said, unintentionally echoing Harry's inner thoughts. Maybe he or she is just making a late entrance. Maybe, Harry hummed. Hold on, Harry said suddenly. Slughorn teaches potions, which means… Oh. Fuck, Harry sighed. Harry, Katie asked, wondering what was wrong with him, though Harry didn't respond as Dumbledore had stood up and was now talking to the hall. Hello, everyone, Dumbledore said, smiling brightly. His voice boomed across the hall as he spread his arms out as if to hug everyone. What the hell? Katie gasped, along with many people in the hall who saw Dumbledore's right hand, which was now black and dead-looking. Harry was not that surprised, as he had already seen Dumbledore's hand earlier in the summer. Dumbledore was very tight-lipped about what happened. Relax, everyone. It's nothing to worry about, Dumbledore said dismissively as he hid his hand under his purple sleeve. Dumbledore began speaking, going through his usual welcoming feast. Announcements. Also, those wishing to play on the house team will have to try out. Give your names to your head of house if you are interested. And now, we are pleased to welcome a new member of staff. This year, Professor Slughorn. Dumbledore gestured to Slughorn, who had stood up and smiled at everyone. He is a former colleague of mine who has agreed to resume his old post of potions master. At that, many people began whispering, because it was well known that Snape was the potions teacher. Please don't be going where I think you're going with this, Harry chanted under his breath. Please. Don't be going where I think you're going with this. Please don't be going where I think you're going with this, he said. Professor Snape, meanwhile, Dumbledore had to raise his voice so that it carried over all the muttering, will be taking the position of defense against the dark arts teacher. Fuck! Harry cursed loudly as he slapped the table before rubbing his eyes, not caring how many people heard or looked his way. He wasn't the only one who had begun protesting and talking. Most of the hall had done so. Dumbledore had needed a few moments to eventually get people quiet enough for him to continue speaking. Now that I once again have your attention, Dumbledore spoke, Lord Voldemort is back and at full strength, Dumbledore said. Instantly, everyone became quiet. There have always been dangers in this world, but now this world has gotten much more dangerous. There are people, both good and bad, who will eventually need to raise their wands for their cause, but now is not the time for that. The castle's wards and defenses have been increased over the summer. Right now, Hogwarts is the safest place on Earth, but that does not mean we are not all going to be on guard. A war is coming, that's if it hasn't already arrived. A few rules will be forced more heavily, such as the after-hours rule. I'm sure you all can understand why. If any of you even suspect something, then I ask you to please tell the staff members. Keep vigilant and stay safe. Now that is all for today. You all have lessons tomorrow. Night-night, everyone, Dumbledore said, before returning to his seat. Harry walked off along with the rest. The first thing he was going to do when he got privacy was mirror call Sirius. The next day, Harry had arrived at Dumbledore's office first thing in the morning after breakfast. Apparently, Dumbledore wanted to talk to him, and now was apparently the best time since he had a free period. When Harry entered the office, after giving a password that just made him hungry, he quickly saw Fawkes perched on his perch and cleaning out his feathers. Fawkes looked up and trilled in greeting when he saw Harry. Harry smiled and nodded at Fawkes before he also noticed the other 3 people in the room. The first being Dumbledore was sat behind his desk, but sitting in front of the desk was Hermione and Ron. Oh, for fuck's sakes, Harry said under his breath before he walked in and walking straight to Fawkes, ignoring the others for the time being. Hi, Fawkes, Harry greeted him before stroking his feathers. Fawkes appeared to like that and happily trilled. I see Fawkes is still very fond of you, Dumbledore commented. I'm fond of him too, Harry replied before looking at Dumbledore. Okay, why am I here, and why are those 2 here? Harry asked. Please sit down, Harry, Dumbledore said as he gestured to the empty seat next to Hermione and Ron. Harry took the seat and dragged it so it was next to Fawkes's perch. He sat down and gestured Dumbledore to continue. Dumbledore frowned before doing so. Harry, I am sure that you understand that Voldemort and his heir are very dangerous enemies to have. I might understand that, yes, Harry nodded. But sadly, it is not just them that we must face, but also their army of Death Eaters. We need numbers as well. That's why I have brought you here today. I ask that you please bury the hatchet with Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley. Fine, fine, they're forgiven, Harry said in a dismissive voice. Now can they go so we can move on to the important part of this meeting? Harry, Dumbledore frowned. This is important. I would like it if you could please properly make amends with Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley. You will need help with this war, and I believe that the two could be very useful, Dumbledore said. Hermione and Ron appeared to puff up slightly at the compliment. Harry, Hermione said, Dumbledore's not wrong. You can't beat who on your own. So my best bet is apparently working with a know-it-all who can't even say his name. Harry raised an eyebrow at her. I'm fine. I've gotten a lot better and stronger ever since I dumped the two of you. You've gotten more arrogant too, Ron sneered. You really think that you can win an entire war on your own? No, of course not, Harry shook his head. I merely think that I can win this war without your help. I mean, if I was still friends with you two, then I probably wouldn't have been strong enough to fight Voldemort's heir, because I'd be worrying about holding back to protect your delicate feelings. And everything for me in general has gone better since dropping you two. Harry, Dumbledore said, you will need help. Agreed, Harry nodded, but I can find better people to help me than these two. If you are referring to Miss Greengrass and Miss Davis, I understand that they are your friends, but their parents, while not Death Eaters, could still possibly become Death Eaters, seeing as they haven't yet chosen a side in this war. That's a fair point, but they are not their parents, and we have no guarantee that their parents would join the Death Eaters. Even if they did, then there is still no guarantee that the girls would work with them, and even if they did, then I still have other people to help me, Tonks and Fleur, Tonks' family. Fleur's family, Sirius. I've got plenty of help available to me. I don't need nor want these two, if you so desperately want them to join in on the war effort, then induct them into your little order, Harry said in a tone that said he wouldn't change his mind. Very well, Dumbledore sighed. He sent Hermione and Ron an apologetic look. While he would like it if Harry would work with these two, Harry was the priority here, so if he refused to work with them, then it was better to not force him to. Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, you may leave. Hermione gave him a stiff nod while Ron scowled. Both stood up and sent Harry a glare before leaving. Must you make things so difficult, Harry? Dumbledore sighed. I have no idea what you mean, sir, Harry said in an innocent voice. Of course not, Dumbledore said in a dry voice as he resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Before we get on with this meeting, I have to ask one very important question. What in the name of Merlin's hardened nipples were you drinking when you thought it was a good idea to make Snivellus the defense against the dark arts teacher? You will address him as Professor Snape, Harry, Dumbledore said in a stern voice before letting out a small breath. I needed Professor Slughorn back, and he's a potions professor. I also needed a teacher for defense, and Professor Snape has always wanted the position. Dumbledore, I have Voldemort's heir and Voldemort's army coming after me, Harry reminded him. What I could really use is a good defense teacher. Professor Snape is very knowledgeable in the subject, and he was also very knowledgeable in potions, Harry cut him off. That didn't mean he could teach that either. You may trust and like him, but I'm pretty sure you're the only person who does. If he's the teacher, then I refuse to go to that class. Mr. Potter, I need to keep practicing to stay alive, Harry replied. I don't want to waste time that could be spent learning important things on a teacher who can't see past the fact that I look like my father. Harry, Dumbledore found himself cut off by his fireplace, turning green as Sirius's head appeared in the flames. Dumbledore, what the hell am I hearing about you making Snivellus the defense teacher? Sirius demanded. There is no way in hell am I allowing Snape to teach my godson. Sirius, Harry said quickly when Sirius flew into Dumbledore's office. Save me from the bad old man, he said dramatically as he pointed to Dumbledore. Hey, Harry, Sirius couldn't help grin, but a second later his grin was gone and he was glaring at Dumbledore. Dumbledore, what the fuck is wrong with you? Language, please, Sirius, Dumbledore reprimanded. Screw language and its mother. What the hell are you thinking by making Snape teach defense against the dark arts? Sirius demanded, just as he sat down in the seat that Harry had created for him. You know that Harry has Voldemort and his evil little brat coming after him, so why the hell did you put the most hated and unprofessional teacher in Hogwarts in one of the most important classes for Harry's survival? Sirius, Dumbledore said in a tired voice. If you say I trust Snape, then I will deck you in the face, Sirius warned. And I will gladly hit the other side of his face, Harry added. Professor Snape is very knowledgeable in the subject, Dumbledore said. I needed Professor Slughorn back and therefore had to give him the potions class to teach. Severus had nothing to do, so I had given him the one subject he wished to teach for years. You haven't really thought that through, Harry frowned. What do you mean, Harry? Dumbledore asked. Well, first of all, why do you need Professor Slughorn? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. He has information on Voldemort that I am hoping to get out of him, Dumbledore answered. I can't just read his mind and find the answers. His occlumency is too good. With him here at Hogwarts, I can get the necessary information. Okay, so my thing is, why didn't you just make Professor Slughorn teach potions, then put Professor Snape to work somewhere else, like making potions for the school? You also could have had Sirius or one of the Order members take the class, Harry added. Plus, if the supposed curse on the position is in fact real, then that person could simply just willingly teach for just a year, then leave. I can't just have Professor Snape be making potions, Dumbledore sighed. Then I would have to pay for a potions master, a potions maker, and a defense teacher. Or you could just not pay Snape, Harry suggested. Harry, Dumbledore frowned. What? It's for the greater good. Harry shrugged his shoulders. Point is, Snape never bothered with safety or proper teaching when we were doing potions. I'm not about to risk the same method of teaching in a class where we can have spells flying. Forget Snape's class, Sirius said. I'll have a tutor assigned for you, and if I can't find one, then I will personally teach you myself. Sirius, Harry, is all of this really necessary? Dumbledore asked in an exasperated voice. Why can't you both just give Professor Snape a chance? I have given him years of chances, Harry argued. He won't change because your disciplinary method is about as effective as keeping Voldemort at bay with a wet paper bag. If you think that I am going to risk my survival on a teacher with anger issues who can't seem to control himself around me because I look like a dead man, then you're crazier than people think. Very well. Dumbledore didn't look too happy about it, nor was he too happy about it, but he realized that he would be better off not arguing on this specific subject, now that we are done with our discussion of Professor Snape. Snivellis, Harry said under his breath. Sirius heard and snorted. Dumbledore either didn't hear it or decided to ignore it. I would like to start our, for lack of a better word, lessons now, Dumbledore said to Harry. Harry suddenly sat up slightly straighter. Dumbledore had mentioned over the summer that he had wanted to teach Harry something. You have my full attention, Harry said as he gestured Dumbledore to continue. I am glad, Dumbledore said before turning to Sirius. Now, Sirius, you may leave now. I know you might wish to stay, but this between me and Harry. If he wishes to tell you what happens after then, he may do so. Sirius looked at Harry, who gave him a small nod. Very well, Sirius frowned as he stood up. But if I hear a single bad thing, then you will not be having any further lessons with Harry unless I am here, Sirius said in a firm voice before turning to Harry. All right, kiddo, you enjoy yourself. I'll be off to go and find a teacher for you, he said before fluing out. Now, Dumbledore stood up. Follow me, Harry, he said as he walked over to his pensive with Harry following behind him. Now, Harry, this is important. I have decided it is time for you to learn some new information about Voldemort. Knowledge I think you need to know since you now know why Voldemort had went after you all those years ago. So you've been keeping more secrets and information from me, Harry said in accusing voice. First, The prophecy, now what? Is Voldemort supposed to be related to me or something stupid like that? He is not related to you as far as I know, Dumbledore hummed. And no, I was hoping that you and me can learn together, Dumbledore said. This'll be my first time looking at the memory as well. It was not, but Dumbledore could lie with the best of them. He looked at Harry, hoping for an apology for the accusation, or at least some show, that he felt bad for accusing him, but didn't get one as Harry's face went from thoughtful to a look that was somewhere between bored and tired. Fine, Harry said eventually. Let's get on with this. Well, Harry frowned as he and Katie looked at the group of people waiting to try out for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. This looks horrible. You can say that again, Katie snorted. Well, this look horrible, Harry repeated without missing a beat. Quick question, if I kept saying you can say that again, would we just be in an infinite loop? Katie asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, or at least until you stopped, Harry shrugged. What do you mean until I stop? Katie questioned him. Well, I'm not going to give up first, am I? Harry snorted before moving forward. Okay, guys. He called to the Quidditch hopefuls, but they didn't appear to hear him. Hey, guys, Harry called one more time, but they were still too busy talking and playing amongst themselves to hear him, apart from a few, which included Ginny, who was also trying out, so was Ron apparently. Oh, fuck this, Harry said under his breath before he pulled his wand out. Cover your ears, he said to Katie, who quickly did as she was told. Harry's wand let out a high-pitched sound, not unlike the screeching from the golden egg he had retrieved. In the Triwizard Tournament, everyone quickly stopped their conversations as they moved to cover their ears. After a few seconds, Harry ended the spell and put his wand away. What the hell was that? One seventh year demanded. That was me getting your attention, Harry said in an unamused voice. You guys didn't seem to listen. When I tried the regular way, I don't know about you all, but I have shit to do. So are we going to do these tryouts today, or should I postpone it so you lot can finish talking? He asked, everything from his voice to his face and body language was practically daring everyone to talk back to him. A few looked like they were going to, but wisely decided not to. After all, it was no secret how dangerous of a wizard Harry was. Good, Katie said. We can finish this today then, she commented. Listen up, Harry said. First, we are going to go through some basic drills just to sort out which of you can fly and which of you need improvement. Katie over here is going to lead you through some laps around the field. The first 2 laps will be slow. After that, we'll take a small pause and build up the speed. Get on your brooms, Harry ordered before turning to Katie. They're all yours, he said with a small nod. Thanks, Katie replied, though she looked like she was unsure if she should be happy about that or not. After a few drills, the number of hopefuls had dwindled down until there were a few left. Harry had started with choosing the chasers that would be joining Katie. After a great few tryouts, it had been decided that Katie would be joined by a 4th-year girl called Demelza Robbins, who was particularly good at dodging bludgers, and Ginny Weasley, who flew better than all the competition and scored 17 goals to boot. Also, nobody on the team could really say that Harry had shown any favoritism, as he had even made Katie do the same tryouts as the chasers to prove she deserved her spot. After that, Harry had decided on who the backup chasers would be and selected them before moving on the beater trials and doing the same. Nobody appeared to be willing to try out for Seeker, which Harry felt was a bit of a problem. But he supposed he could probably just take all of the players on the team and reserve team and have those who were willing try the position and see if any would be good back up Seekers. Then it was time for the keeper trials. Harry couldn't help but notice that Ron Weasley was trying out. Harry was tempted to tell the Prat to just fuck off and go away, but knew that wasn't fair and was at least willing to give him a fair shot. After a while, the keepers had been reduced to 3 people. 1 4th year called Bruce Bale, a sixth year called Cormac McLagan and Ron Weasley. Harry had started the fourth year off first and had him try to stop 10 shots from Demelza, Ginny, and Katie. He was able to stop 9 on his own, though to Harry it was clear that he would have done better if he had a better broom than the old school one he was using. Next came Ron and Cormac, who upon arriving at the hoops winked at someone in the crowd. Harry followed his gaze and saw it was Hermione, who was sighting in the crowd, along with a bunch of other Gryffindors who had come to watch. Luna, Astoria plus Scott and Jean had also come to watch, but nobody really cared since they knew that they were Harry's friends and were sworn to not tell anyone. Ron was fairly admittedly a fair keeper. Not really the best, but he was able to keep all but one out, tying him with bail, though he lost points for nearly falling off his broom. Cormac was doing good fairly. Good, but Harry wasn't that enthusiastic, as he knew Cormac, by reputation, was a bit of an arse. Harry knew better than to listen to second-hand opinions, but after meeting him at Professor Slughorn's meeting on the train earlier this year, he had confirmed that the dude was an arse, plus his reputation of bothering women could be a problem, seeing as the majority of the team was female. So if Cormac did join the team, then that likely meant that Harry would have to remind him who was the alpha male. During Cormac's run, something odd happened, and his broom was suddenly jerked to the side. Harry's eyes narrowed at that. He looked around the crowd and saw most cheering, but thanks to his improved eyesight, he noticed Hermione putting her wand away, and if he didn't notice that, then seeing Astoria and her friends pointing at her was further proof. "Stop!" Harry called after magically amplifying his voice. Everyone stopped and looked at him. "Granger," Harry suddenly called. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" he demanded in a clam voice. "What?" Hermione blinked. "I saw you put your wand away after Cormac's broom was jerked to the side," Harry said in an accusing voice as he flew down closer to Hermione. "I didn't," Hermione said quickly as everyone looked at her. "She did," Astoria said as she stood up. "Me and Scott saw her and Jean heard her mutter a spell." "You're not even Gryffindors, you shouldn't be here," Hermione protested. "Granger, shut your mouth. They are invited here and have promised to keep quiet about the team tryouts," Harry replied. "Though of course if they want to tell everyone what you did, then I wouldn't." "Object," Harry added to the trio before turning back to Hermione. "Granger, get out of here." "But you can't." "I can," Harry cut her off. "Either you get out now or I will postpone this tryout until tomorrow, then. Don't blame me when everyone's angry at you." Hermione glared at Harry for several moments before huffing and standing before walking off. "Oh, and McGonagall will hear about this," Harry added. Hermione suddenly froze and paled, but before she could say anything, Harry flew off and up to Cormac. "Oi, Cormac, since Granger messed with your shot, you're getting another one." "Thanks," Cormac said with a smile that somehow made Harry feel dirty. "You know, we could just save time and give me the position. I've got a ton of good ideas on how to make the team better if you listen to me. I promise we will win the cup this year. It would be easier and quicker." "So would a killing curse to the head," Harry replied before flying off and flying to the chasers. "Look, because Granger messed with Cormac, he is getting another shot. But do me a favor, do not hold back. I do not want to have that prat on this team," Harry said before flying off. A short while later, everyone was stood on the field and awaiting to see who would make the team. Harry had stated that the main team would be chosen today, and those who could join the reserve team would find their names placed tomorrow on a notice board. "And that's the beaters done." Harry paused and allowed the chosen beaters a brief moment of celebration before he continued on. "The Gryffindor chasers are Demelza, Ginny, and Katie," Harry said. He paused and allowed the girls a brief cheer before he continued. "Then we move on to the keeper position. We had narrowed it down to 3. Like I said before, if you don't make the team, then it's possible that you could make the reserve team and could see your name on the board tomorrow." "Get on with it," Cormac said impatiently. "Cormac, you have something in between your teeth," Harry lied, but seeing the Pratt look alarmed and quickly begin trying to get whatever it was out, only to realize that he had just put his unclean gloves in. His mouth was quite worth it. "The Gryffindor keeper is Bruce Bale," Harry announced. He had felt that Bruce was the best choice, as all three keepers had in fact missed only one shot. Cormac and Ron were good keepers, but Cormac was in his 7th year and Ron in his 6th, which meant that they would be on the team for less time than Bruce, so there would have to be another keeper tryout. Plus McLaggen and Weasley both had their problems, which would make things difficult for the rest of the team. Bruce was a fairly well-mannered and polite boy who could continue to build up his skills and get better as time goes on. "You what?" McLaggen and Weasley blurted out at the same time. "Congratulations, Mr. Bale," Harry said to the boy, ignoring the other two. "As for the rest of you, it's possible you still may make the team, so check the notice board tomorrow. If you do make the reserve team, then you're expected to come to practice along with the regular team. Thank you all for your time. Everyone who has made the team come with me, and everyone else you may leave." "But that's not fair," Ronald shouted. "Yeah, you're biased," Cormac agreed. "Biased?" Harry rolled his eyes. "If I was biased, I wouldn't have made Katie complete, and I wouldn't have given you another free shot after Granger ruined your one," Harry countered. "As for you, Ronald, it is still possible for you to make the reserve team. You chose this 4th year just because you don't like me," Ron accused, ignoring Harry's words. "No," Harry replied, even though it was partially true. "Well, I don't like you, but I chose him because he saved an equal amount as the two of you, despite being younger and not having a broom as good as Cormac's, plus because he has more years at this school than the two of you combined and plenty of time to improve. Now, if you're through disrupting and reducing your chances of getting picked by acting like angry idiots, me and the team have to go now. Come on, guys," Harry said to the new members of the team before walking off with them following him. "Thanks, by the way," Bruce said once he reached Harry's side. "Don't worry about it, you've earned it," Harry replied. "Just do me a favor and don't listen to those two Pratts. You'll lose your brain cells." After the tryouts, Harry was sitting at the Gryffindor table for lunch with the other members. Katie sat on Harry's right with Ginny on his left, and Demelzo on her left. Bruce was sat opposite Harry and in between the two new beaters of the team. The new beaters were two 4th-year twins called Chris and Adam Silver. Both had brown hair and freckles. Harry was tempted to mention the recurring theme of Gryffindor having twins for beaters, but decided not to. Everyone else on the table had sat away from them, almost like they could sense that this was between the team, and those who tried to eavesdrop found that they couldn't due to Harry's privacy charms. "All right, guys," Harry spoke. The team were eating and discussing who would be on their reserve team. "We have all settled on who we want for backup beaters and chasers. We have the problem of there not being anybody who can be a backup seeker." "Oh, I can," Ginny offered. "My brother Charlie used to play seeker for Gryffindor. He taught me a few things." "Are you any good?" Katie asked. "Well, not as good in the position as Harry," Ginny admitted, knowing that Harry was a natural seeker. And it was pretty much a given that he would always count the snitch, unless something really bad happens. Even then it was still very possible. "But I'm all right in the position." "Well, that's our bet unless anyone else wants to try it," Harry asked. "I don't know how good I would be as a seeker," Bruce said. "I've never tried that position before." How about we wait until we've got all of the reserve team, then ask everyone about it then?" Demelza suggested. "Agreed," Harry nodded. "Now on to the hard question, who is going to be our reserve keeper?" Harry asked. "Quick question," Chris spoke up. "I was just wondering why you're asking us about this. I mean, you're the captain. Shouldn't this just be your decision?" When he finished speaking, Katie, Harry and Ginny all looked towards Adam. "What?" Adam asked, wondering if he had something on his face. "Sorry," Katie said apologetically. The last set of twins we knew had a habit of finishing each other's sentences. Now when we see twins together, we just kind of expect it. Well, we don't do that, Chris replied. Not yet, at least, Adam added with a small grin. And it started, Harry sighed. Anyway, to answer your question, it's simply because this is the important kind of decision that affects the team as well. I won't ask you guys for your opinions on every little thing, but important things like this are something that I should talk with you all about. Now, back to the important question. Who are we choosing between McLagan? The arse, Katie commented. And Ron, Harry finished. The idiot, Ginny commented. Indeed, Harry nodded. The problem with them both is that while they are fair keepers, they're not really good team material. Cormac is, as Katie had said earlier, an arse, I reckon, if he joins the team. Then one of us will end up killing him or sending him straight to the medical wing. More than likely, the twins said at the same time. Oh God, Ginny shuddered. Continuing on, Harry said. Our other option is Ron. Ginny, he's your brother. What's your opinion on him joining the team? Well, this stays between us all, right? She asked. After hearing everyone agree, she began speaking. Ron is a good keeper, but like Harry said, he's not really team material. When we played at home, he could get distracted by the twins and frustrated and end up missing more than he could catch. If he can't handle the twins, then I doubt he'd be able to handle actual crowds. Katie frowned. Yeah, Harry agreed. I know that if Malfoy and his lot discover that Ron's on the team, then they're going to go out of their way to bother him. Ron's a bit of an easy target. You mean he can't fight back? Bruce asked. Not quite, Ginny said. He just wears his emotions on his sleeve. The Slytherins will easily be able to bother him. If he gets nervous, then they could make it worse to the point where he's all but having panic attacks. Plus, fighting back is another problem of his, Harry commented. He has no control over his temper. Few comments, and he'll start swinging, then end up in a detention before a match. True, Ginny agreed. He was always easy to anger. So we're stuck in between a rock and a hard place? Bruce asked. Pretty much, Harry nodded. I mean, unless we have anyone else who can be a reserve keeper. How about me? Katie suggested. I've seen Oliver play enough times and I'm not half bad in the position. Harry looked at her with a thoughtful look. What we'll do is test you out first thing tomorrow and see how good you are. Then we can decide and post the reserve list on the notice board. So we have to come with you guys tomorrow? Adam asked. No, unless you want to try out for reserve keeper or known somebody who does, Harry replied. It'll just be me and the chasers. Bruce can come if he wants. I'll be there, Bruce replied. I could use some more practice, he added in the form of an explanation. The twins exchanged looks before nodding. We'll be there, they said at the same time. Thank God they're not redheads, Katie shivered. Yep, Harry nodded in agreement before canceling his privacy spell. That's enough Quidditch for the day, let's just sit and eat. Agreed, Demelza said before happily continuing to eat. The team sat together, eating and talking. When 5 minutes later, Professor McGonagall walked up to them. Mr. Potter, she said in a slightly cold voice. She had not really been happy with him since his 4th year, but tried to maintain her professionalism. I apologize for interrupting your dinner, but I need to talk to you about the Quidditch team. Oh, Harry raised an eyebrow. Yes, please meet me in my office after you have finished eating, she said before walking off. What's that about? Ginny asked. My guess is someone has something to say, Harry said as he gestured with his head to a smug looking McLagan. The team looked past him and saw a smirking Ron Weasley who was sat next to a nervous-looking Hermione Granger. All right, that's it. I am definitely getting the reserve spot just so those two prats don't, Katie vowed. Enter, Professor McGonagall said. Harry Potter entered like she had expected, but he was also accompanied by 6 other students, specifically the other members of the Quidditch team. Mr. Potter. She frowned. I believe I had simply asked for you. Yes, you did, Harry nodded. But you wanted to ask about the team and the rest of the team wanted to come too. He shrugged in a what can you do about it sort of way. Very well, McGonagall said through thin lips. I wanted to let you know that I have had complaints about your selection process. Let me guess, Ron Weasley and Cormac McLaggen, Katie asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes, McGonagall nodded, feeling like she had missed something. They have both said that Mr. Potter has shown biasness during the selection. Harry snorted at that, so did all the others all. Unintentionally doing at the same time, they looked at each other with a little bit of surprise at the unintentional synchronized act. I sense that you all disagree with that. Yes, the team except Harry said at the same time. What they said, Harry added as he gestured to the team. First of all, Harry was not biased at all to Cormac, Katie said. Harry had even given him another shot when Granger messed up his tryout. What do you mean? McGonagall frowned. During Cormac's tryout, his broom had suddenly shifted to the side and looked like it was done against Cormac's will, Harry began explaining, which was odd since he was flying fairly decently before. Now, after my first year, I have little tolerance for sabotaging another person's broom, Harry said. McGonagall nodded at that, remembering how Quirrell had tried to kill Harry on his broom. I looked around and saw Granger pocketing her wand. I flew down to her and asked her what she was doing. And if she had cast a spell, she denied that she did, but 3 nearby students had told me that she had. I told Granger to leave and that I would tell you about this later, which I am doing now. Then I flew to McLaggen and informed him that I was giving him another shot since Granger had messed up his previous one. It's true, Professor, Demelza said. We all saw it and Harry had told us the same when we gave Cormac the shot. I see, McGonagall said, not looking very happy. And what of Mr. Weasley? He claimed that you have chosen Mr. Bale over him because you are biased against him. I don't like Ron, I admit that, Harry replied. But I did not in any way interfere with his tryout, nor did I show any biasness. It's true, Professor, Ginny nodded. Harry didn't say anything to Ron until the end when Ron demanded to know why Harry chose Bruce over him. And why was that? Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow at Harry. Simple, Harry responded. Ron, Cormac, and Bruce had all saved 9 goals each. Ron and Cormac had the advantage of being older, plus Cormac had a better broom, yet Bruce was able to keep up with them, plus Cormac only has 1 year left in school, and Ron has this year plus next year. Bruce, on the other hand, is the youngest, and that means he can have more years of training and working with the team. I promise you that Bruce earned his spot. Also, I have to think about the team. What is that supposed to mean? McGonagall asked. Cormac and Ron are not exactly team material, Harry replied. Explain, McGonagall said. Well, Cormac has had various complaints made about him from the female members of the Hogwarts population, Harry began. McGonagall lips thinned, but she had to admit that was true, as most of those complaints were brought to her, which wouldn't be a good thing seeing as the team has at least 3 girls. Plus, he is the sort of person who has to be in charge and generally wouldn't get on well with the rest of the team. As for Ron, Ginny, do you want to take this one? I trust that this won't get back to my brother, Ginny said to McGonagall after receiving confirmation. She continued speaking. Well, Ron's an all-right keeper, but we doubt if he can really handle the pressure from the crowd, plus he's very emotional and gets angry easily, she said. McGonagall found herself once again conceding the point. How long do you think it'll be before he loses control and starts throwing punches or gets too nervous to play? Besides, I don't know what the 2 are complaining about. Harry never told them that they weren't going to make the team. What do you mean? McGonagall asked. I told them that it was very possible for them to make the reserve team, Harry explained. Katie said, She's willing to try out for reserve keeper. After we all see how good she is, we'll decide on who our reserve keeper is. Very well, McGonagall said, looking very unhappy. It was clear that McLaggen and Ron were going to find themselves called into their office at some point. You may leave. Thanks, Professor, Harry said as they all left the room, though once they were out, Harry leaned his head back in. Hey, quick question. Did you ever think that perhaps Weasley had Granger cast that spell to help him out on his tryout? Just something to think about. Harry smiled before leaving. That was evil, Harry, Katie commented once they were out. Nice, she added and raised her hand for a high five, which Harry happily gave. Yes, my lord, Snape nodded as he sat on his knees in front of Voldemort. Apophis was stood next to Voldemort. Dumbledore's hand is getting worse and worse. The curse that you had placed on the ring will kill him sometime around the end of the year, he said, during the summer before the school year. Dumbledore had gone to the Gaunt shack to retrieve an important item. He, of course, did not tell Severus what that item was, but did return sometime later with a cursed ring on his finger. Voldemort frowned thoughtfully. Do you know where he has placed the ring? He asked. Snape. Unfortunately not, Snape shook his head. He has not told me. Perhaps Dumbledore has finally gained a brain cell and realized that you shouldn't be trusted. Apophis commented. Even Potter's dead Muggle relatives could tell him that. How do we know that? Dumbledore isn't just playing him, Apophis asked Voldemort. Perhaps, but perhaps not, Voldemort said, more to himself. Dumbledore trusts Snape. That story of him being in love with Potter's mudblood mother was enough to convince him. Of that I'm sure. He is a fool, Apophis conceded. If Dumbledore perishes in a year, then what of the Malfoy brat? If Dumbledore dies due to my curse, then Malfoy would have failed, though with Dumbledore being dead, I might be happy enough to let him keep his life. After lots of torture, Voldemort nodded. Snape, what is Dumbledore doing now? I don't know, Snape answered honestly. He keeps to himself mostly and occasionally has meetings. With Potter. And, Apophis asked in an interested voice. He does not tell me what happens in those meetings, Snape admitted, and I am unable to get close enough to Potter to find out. Why not? Voldemort asked in his. There had better be a good answer unless you want me to remove your head voice. Potter has refused to attend my lessons, Snape reluctantly answered. Merlin, how he hated that brat. Apparently, he did not trust me enough to be in a room where I am in charge of spells. And, Voldemort asked, knowing that there was more. He also mentioned that he did not trust the learnings of such an important subject to me, Snape said, trying not to growl. He has his godfather and order members to train him. Dumbledore has warned me not to approach or antagonize him, as he doesn't want Black or the other order members to have more reasons not to trust me, Snape admitted, knowing he would not be able to hide the truth from the Dark Lord. Yes, Snape was an expert in the mind arts, but Voldemort was also an expert and had years more experience, despite what people believed it would be incredibly hard to keep a full attack out. He could barely keep the passive ones out. Thankfully, he had never given Voldemort a reason to look deep into his mind. So, once again, Voldemort's body stiffened as he stopped twirling his wand and held it in his tight fist. Our operation suffers due to your inability to play nice. Or in other words, because this stupid half-blood is an idiot, Apophis hissed. Indeed, Voldemort agreed. You may have the first 5 minutes, I'll take then next 5. I don't have a problem with that, Apophis replied before pointing his wand at Snape. Crucio. Harry was currently in Dumbledore's office. It was Harry's second lesson, and it had started much like the previous one, where Harry was shown a memory of Tom Riddle. Through the memory, Harry saw Caractacus Burke talking about a locket of Salazar Slytherin's that a pregnant and desperate Merope Gaunt had sold him, Riddle having abandoned her when she stopped giving him love potion. Then Harry went into a memory of Dumbledore's to the orphanage that Riddle had grown up in. Harry then learns that Merope had later died in childbirth, and that even at an early age, Riddle had developed his powers, which he used to punish people who annoyed him, and had a sadistic, cruel, and independent nature, just like the adult Voldemort. Dumbledore also reveals to Harry that Voldemort likes to collect trophies. "And now it's time for you to be off, Harry," Dumbledore said after he had decided to finish the lesson. "Wait," Harry said instead of leaving. "That's it?" he asked with disbelief. "Harry," Dumbledore asked. "I mean, all you did was just show me a memory." "Harry, it is important to know about you enemy." Dumbledore frowned. "Yeah, fair enough, but that can't be all," Harry protested. "I'm supposed to fight Death Eaters Apophis. And Voldemort. If I'm attending these lessons, then I would at least like to learn some spells or something, like show me an ancient spell, one that you invented, or at the very least give me a spell book that I can't get from somewhere else. I need to learn how to fight. He has years of experience on me and will definitely have a greater knowledge of spells." "Harry, I feel like you are powerful enough," Dumbledore replied. "After all you are capable of holding your own against Voldemort's heir." Truthfully, Dumbledore was a bit worried about Harry getting too powerful. Power corrupts after all, and he felt like the boy was already far too powerful as it is. Fighting off Voldemort's little bastard child is highly different to fighting off a man who is feared by the whole country because of how dangerous he is, Harry argued. "Harry, I have limited time and—" "Then make more time or use it more efficiently," Harry cut him off. "Let's look at these memories then. Instead of this guesswork that you're so fond of making me do, how about you just tell me what you think, then we can look at memories of your battles with Voldemort so I can gain more knowledge of how he fights, then let's practice spells. That's better than wasting a couple of hours on memories then." "Guessing, are you really trying to help me or not?" Harry demanded. "Of course I am, but then I need better help than just knowing my enemy. A Muggle could know how to the theory of magic, but that won't make any difference if they don't have the actual power to cast the spell. I need more than just some memories." Dumbledore looked unhappy, but he could see what Harry was saying. He knew if he didn't want to lose the boy's trust, he would have to throw him a bone, though Dumbledore supposed that it would make little difference in the long run. "Very well," Dumbledore said as he stood up and walked over and picked up a book. "This is a book of spells. I had received it as a gift from a friend a few years back. A few spells can be found in other places and are fairly well known. You may even know a few. Others are much harder to find, and I estimate will take a lot longer to learn. Take this book and practice until next lesson. I would teach you myself, but I don't have time today." "Thanks," Harry said in a calm voice as he took the book from him. "I'll see you later then." "Of course," Dumbledore said with a small smile that didn't reach his eyes. He was still not entirely happy with how Harry was acting, but knew why the boy was acting that way. As Harry left, Dumbledore looked at Fawkes, who wasn't showing any negative reactions to the boy. Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. Harry was still on the light side. Dumbledore was in his office, calmly thinking, well, not calmly, his thoughts were coming and going so fast that he could barely keep up with them. He was packing back and forth as he often does when he is thinking. Ignoring all stray thoughts that came into his head was an easy thing to do with the large amount of practice Dumbledore had. One of the things that Dumbledore was thinking about was young Draco Malfoy. Apparently Draco had been tasked to kill him by the Dark Lord. A laughable idea, really. Albus Dumbledore being killed by Draco Malfoy, really. Dumbledore, along with Snape and every other Death Eater, knew that this was merely Voldemort's way of punishing him. Naturally, that hadn't stopped Draco from making a few attempts at doing so. Unfortunately for him, his attempts had backfired so far and all ended up nearly killing members of Slytherin House. The 7th-year female Slytherin prefect had gotten in contact with the cursed necklace that Draco had wanted to send him, and somehow another 7th year. Slytherin ended up drinking the poisoned drink that Draco had tried to get him to drink. Fortunately, they were both saved on time. With how little was left of the magical population, the world could not afford any more needless deaths. Though Dumbledore was not too worried about Draco, Severus had assured him that he could handle it and bring Draco to the light side. Dumbledore truly believed and hoped that he would, perhaps young Draco could be the Severus Snape of his generation and prove what Dumbledore had always thought, that people are redeemable. After a short while, Dumbledore's thoughts had returned back to something, or rather someone, he thought about quite often, Harry Potter. Dumbledore had previously tasked young Harry with getting the true memory Slughorn had of the time he spoke to a young Tom Riddle on the subject of Horcruxes. A short while later, Harry had gotten it. According to Harry, he had been able to guilt-trip Slughorn by using the memory of Lily Potter, who was one of Slughorn's best students, a very Slytherin approach. That would be the last one of Dumbledore's tests for Harry. All of his previous tests had shown that Harry was becoming the wizard that Dumbledore needed him to be. In his first year, he defended the school and the Philosopher's Stone from Voldemort. Unfortunately, he ended up unintentionally killing Quirrell in the process, but that could hardly be blamed on the poor boy. In the boy's second year, Harry had defeated Slytherin's monster with the help of Fawkes and the Sorting Hat, defeating a giant snake with a phoenix and Godric Gryffindor's sword. If that wasn't a ringing endorsement of being a light wizard, then what was? Then, in his third year, Harry had not only spared the life of Peter Pettigrew, but he had also mastered the Patronus Charm, a powerful spell that many dark wizards could not do. In fact, even very few light wizards could do it. Harry's fourth year was when things started to get a bit rough. Harry seemed to have had a bit of a personality change. All of the things the poor boy had suffered had clearly gotten to him, though Dumbledore supposed he couldn't judge the boy too harshly. If a younger Dumbledore was in Harry's position, that he would have likely acted far worse. Since then, there had been some ups and downs, but in the end, Dumbledore felt very satisfied with where Harry was. The boy had a loving family to teach him the power of love, and the fact that Fawkes approved of the boy meant that any lingering doubt he had about the boy was gone. In fact, Dumbledore could sense his bond with Fawkes was weakening. At first, he suspected that it was because he was dying, but he acknowledged the possibility that it could be because Fawkes was choosing a new master. After all, a phoenix would be able to outlive their masters, so it made sense that they could choose another one. If Dumbledore had to guess, then he would say that Fawkes was loyally waiting until such a time when his master was finally ready to go on to the next great adventure. Then he would move to his new master, who was likely to be Harry Potter, since Dumbledore had never seen the Red Phoenix like anyone like he liked Harry. Dumbledore was well aware that he was going to die sooner or later, but he had come up with the plan to allow Severus to kill him, so to cement his place in Voldemort's army. Nobody would doubt Severus if he is the one responsible for killing the great Albus Dumbledore. It would also spare young Draco from killing while also allowing Dumbledore a painless death. It made perfect sense. He knew it was going to happen after he returns from helping Harry retrieve the Horcrux. From there, it would be up to Harry to find the final Horcruxes while using the clues that Dumbledore would leave him. Thankfully, the boy would have Nymphadora Tonks and Miss Delacour to help him out, along with Sirius Black and the rest of the Order. Dumbledore thought it was a shame that Harry was unwilling to make amends with Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley, two people who he thought could help in the war, but he had to concede the reasons why Harry had refused. After all, those two had betrayed him before, and it was understandable that he didn't trust them. Dumbledore would have offered them both spots in the Order if not for the fact that they were both underage, and there was no way that the other Order members would allow them to join. Harry, perhaps since he was the boy who lived, a very strong Wizard and had fought Voldemort and his heir multiple times, but not those two, especially if Molly Weasley had anything to say about it. Dumbledore also could not help but think that Harry was starting to act more like his mother, father, and grandfather. Both of his parents were smart, cunning, and ruthless when they wanted to be. That's was why Voldemort had tried to recruit them. Lily Potter was just as cunning as any Slytherin, and in school she was able to trick many Slytherins into attacking each other and getting in trouble. Of course, she didn't get into trouble because she had wisely covered her tracks. James was a very Gryffindorish lad, though sometimes Dumbledore couldn't help but think of him as the snake in lion's clothing. The pranks that he performed were genius, many of the times he did so. There was no proof that he did it. Of course, everyone knew that he and the Marauders had done so, but there was no proof most of the time, so they didn't get punished. James and Lily had also come up with some great plans while in the Order. Dumbledore's only real reason to mark them down was that the two were very insistent on killing their enemies, despite Dumbledore's lectures to not do that, so he avoided sending them out if he could. Then there was James's father, Flemmont Potter. That man was a Slytherin's Gryffindor if ever there was one, powerful, smart, cunning, rich, well-liked by the student and teacher population with great marks. He had never gotten a single detention after his first year in school, though Dumbledore knew that he was hardly the perfect student, as there had been many students, mostly Slytherins, put in the hospital wing. They didn't blame him, but their fearful gazes told enough of the story. Truthfully, Dumbledore was glad that Harry would not be influenced by his family, because while they might be good people, they were not what was needed for the savior of the wizarding world. No, Harry needed to follow the path that Dumbledore had laid out for him. That's the only way. All right, Harry said as he entered an abandoned classroom for his defense against the dark arts. Lesson today was supposed to be Kingsley's turn to come and teach him. So what's the lesson? Harry trailed off when he saw none other than his girlfriend, Nymphadora, do not call me that, Tonks. She was wearing black high heels, a black skirt that ended just above her knees, and a white blouse that had the top few buttons undone. She had a pair of glasses on which drew attention to the blue eyes she had adopted. Her hair was blonde and shoulder length. She was sitting on the top of a desk with her shapely legs crossed. She was leaning back with her hands on her side and her chest thrust out. Harry also could not help but notice that her chest was bigger than before. Ah, hello, Harry, another voice said as Fleur appeared, wearing the exact same outfit except she had a ponytail. She moved and stood behind the desk. Both of her hands were placed on the desk, and she leaned forward, bringing attention to her breasts. You know, on the one hand, I want to rip both of your clothes off, but on the other hand, I also want to keep them on because you two look so fucking hot. I don't know what to do, Harry admitted as he moved forward to the two smirking girls. As he got close, Tonks raised her right leg, and Harry found her shoe pressed against his forehead and stopping him from moving closer. Slow down, lover boy, Tonks said with a, for lack of a better word, sexy grin. It took every single bit of Harry's self-control to stop himself from rubbing his hands up and down that beautiful leg. Lesson first, she said as she brought her leg down, allowing the sole of her shoe to slide down his chest and body. Kingsley was unable to make it today, Fleur said as she walked past the desk while Tonks began rubbing the sole of her shoe against Harry's groin, causing the emerald-eyed boy to groan. Fleur pressed her body against Harry's back as she wrapped her arms around his waist and softly bit on his ear and neck. Tonks and I have volunteered to take over, she said, rubbing her body against him. Really? Harry gasped out. Yes, Tonks smirked. As for how we're dressed, consider it motivation. Motivation. Fleur breathed into his ear as her hands rubbed all over his body. If you be a good student then, you will be rewarded. Really? Harry grinned. Yes, you had better earn it. Near the end of the year, Harry found himself walking through a cave, following behind Dumbledore. Both had their wands out and ready, with Dumbledore using his own to light the way. Harry had his invisibility cloak stuffed in the back of his pocket, and his wand was ready in his hands to hex anything that even slightly moved. Their goal was simple: find Voldemort's Horcrux, which Dumbledore had believed was located in the cave. The two came across a lake with a small island in the middle. "I believe that this is our transportation across," Dumbledore said as he gestured to an old-looking boat. "That looks about as clean and stable as Snape. Are you sure that can take us both across?" Harry asked. "Yes," Dumbledore nodded, ignoring Harry's jab at Snape. "It is my belief that Lord Voldemort was not worried about physical mass, but magical power and experience. This boat will only transport one adult wizard. While you are very powerful, Harry, you are not an adult yet, so it should take us both." "Fine, but if this goes wrong, then I'm drowning you in that lake with me," Harry replied. "Fair enough," Dumbledore replied as they both got in. Several minutes later, Dumbledore and Harry were on the island, where a basin was in the middle. The Horcrux was inside the basin, but that presented a new problem since the water was filled with a very dangerous potion. "I'm afraid that I must drink the poison," Dumbledore concluded after several minutes of examination. "What? You can't just dump it out or burn it or something?" Harry blinked. "I'm afraid not," Dumbledore shook his head. "Tom would have known somebody would try that and would have placed protections against that. It must be drunk, and I must be the one to do it. I don't believe that the potion will kill me straight away. Knowing Tom, he would want to keep someone alive long enough to find out what they know while also torturing them in the process. It might paralyze me, cause me to forget what I am here for, create so much pain I am distracted, provide illusions, or render me incapable in some other way. Tom's very creative, so it's hard to say. It might even cause genital discomfort. I hope not, but it's possible. In all seriousness, it will likely stop me from being able to continue. If that happens, then it will be your job to make sure I keep drinking, even if you have to force the potion down my throat. Do you understand?" "I understand, but are you sure? I mean, this is madness." "Life is often full of madness," Dumbledore replied. "Do you promise to force me to drink it all?" "Sweet Merlin, fine, I promise," Harry sighed. "I'll do it." "Thank you, Harry," Dumbledore said before he waved his wand and created a goblet for himself. He filled it up the top and took a deep breath. "Well, bottoms up, Harry," Dumbledore said before he drank it all in one go. "No," Dumbledore said to himself after drinking it. "No, I must. One more," he said before filling it up and downing it all a second time. Oh my," he said. He was suddenly very sweaty and swaying on his feet. "You've got to keep drinking," Harry said, snapping Dumbledore out of it. "What? Yes, I must," Dumbledore said before taking another goblet full of the poison. This repeated a few more times, until Dumbledore had fallen down and was leaning against the basin. "I'll help you," Harry said as he took the goblet and filled it up. No, make it stop," Dumbledore suddenly cried. I want to die, make it stop." "The key to that is drinking this," Harry said as he forced another goblet full of poison down Dumbledore's throat. "Are you trying to kill me?" Dumbledore shouted. "Just drink," Harry ordered as he made Dumbledore drink another goblet full, after several more times. The basin was nearly empty. "Just one more," Harry told him after filling up the goblet once more. "Please, I don't anymore." "Blame your past self. He was very insistent," Harry replied as he placed the goblet to Dumbledore's lips and forced it down. "Drink it," Harry said, placing a hand over Dumbledore's mouth to stop him from spitting it out. Dumbledore reluctantly swallowed it down and gasped when Harry let his mouth go. "Water," Dumbledore gasped out. "I need water," he said in a pained voice. "The goblet's not filling up with water," Harry said after a couple of attempts to fill it. "Fuck it," Harry said before blasting Dumbledore in the face with water. Does that work? Harry asked. A little bit, Dumbledore coughed heavily. I dare say you're going to need more than water, a familiar voice said. Dumbledore and Harry turned around to see Voldemort standing there with Apophis standing next to him. Isn't this lovely? Hello, Tom, Dumbledore said in a calm voice, as if he was not poisoned and met with the greatest Dark Lord in history. Internally, though he was terrified, he forced himself to his feet with a little help from Harry, but he still couldn't stand and had to lean against the basin. How did you find us? Dumbledore asked. Was there an alert ward that I missed? No, Voldemort chuckled as Apophis aimed his wand at Dumbledore. The tip was glowing red. You did. Not. A little birdie told me, a certain spy. Can you guess his name? Severus. Severus would never betray me, Dumbledore said in a confident voice. Oh, but he did, Dumbledore. Voldemort smiled. Why would you think that he wouldn't? Because he was in love with Potter's mother? You fools, Snape may have lusted after Potter's mother, but if you think he is capable of anything beyond that, then you are only fooling yourself. He only went to you on my orders. I had ordered him to do so in return for sparing Lily Potter. You're lying, Dumbledore said, even though doubt creeped into his voice. After all, many people over the years had questioned him about Snape, Harry included, but no, Dumbledore trusted Snape. Am I? Voldemort drawled. I swear on my magic that I am not, but that is besides the point. Even if Snape had not told me, I would have still known about you coming here. How? Dumbledore asked in a tired voice. Quite simple, Apophis said, speaking for the first time since coming here. He would have told us, he said as he gestured with his wand past Dumbledore. Dumbledore frowned before looking over his shoulder just in time to see Harry aim his wand at him. Before Dumbledore could say anything, he was hit with a stunner, and his world turned black. Dumbledore groaned as he felt himself wake up. He didn't wake up naturally either, which meant that somebody had cast a reviving charm on him. Dumbledore's throat was dry, his head was ringing, his body was tired, and his eyes were heavy. It took several moments before he was able to see clearly and realize what was happening. He was sat against the basin, chains tied him to it. His hands were broken and in a numb sort of pain. He couldn't feel his legs either, which was not comforting. He looked up and saw a trio of people standing in front of him. Voldemort was standing on Dumbledore's left with Apophis standing on Dumbledore's right, and in the middle Harry Potter was standing. Harry was holding what looked like a large pile of white hair in his left hand. Really, Dumbledore, Harry said as he tossed the hair away. Making the bottom part of your beard a portkey? I'm impressed, that's ingenious. Harry complimented. Dumbledore looked down and saw the bottom part of his beard was indeed missing. Plus, there are the other 5 portkeys we found on you, Harry added, as Voldemort got rid of any remaining hairs from Harry's hand with a wave of his wand. Ugh. Bit excessive, but very impressive. Harry, Dumbledore gasped out. What? Dumbledore trailed off when he saw 2 wands resting in Harry's right hand, one of which was the Elder Wand. Glad to know you can still remember my name, Harry smirked. Dumbledore blinked, looking as if he couldn't believe what was happening. Can I get you anything? Harry offered. A small drink or something to eat. You're working with Voldemort, Dumbledore shouted out. He couldn't believe it. How? Was Harry working with Voldemort? Why was he working with Voldemort? Voldemort had killed his parents for Merlin's sakes. How on earth did he manage to deceive Fawkes? Fawkes should have told him if Harry had become lost to the darkness. Working for Voldemort. Harry laughed loudly, as if Dumbledore had told him the most hilarious joke in the world. Oh my! Ha, that's a good one, Dumbledore. I mean, really, me working with Voldemort. Are you mad? I would never work with the guy who killed my parents. But what? Dumbledore blurted out. Was his mind deceiving him? Was this some side effect of the potion? He was sure he could see Voldemort and Apophis standing with Harry. Like I said, I'm not working with Voldemort. Harry smirked. He raised his left hand and clicked his fingers. A second later, Apophis was kneeling down on one knee with his head bowed to Harry. And if that wasn't shocking enough, then Voldemort was doing the same thing. Dumbledore couldn't believe it. This was Voldemort. He didn't bow to anyone. I'm not working with them, they are working for me. Harry grinned. But how? Dumbledore said, not even sure if he was still awake at this point. You look so adorable when you're confused. Harry laughed. Harry, All right, calm your hairy tits, Dumbledore, Harry interrupted as he kneeled down in front of Dumbledore and looked him in the eye. I will tell you, I'm going to tell you everything. Sir, Dumbledore heard Harry say as he found himself shaken awake. Are you all right, sir? Harry asked in a concerned voice. You sort of passed out after you drank the cup and started muttering something about Apophis and Voldemort. Oh, Dumbledore asked, breathing a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it was all just a dream. I do not believe that it was, Voldemort's voice drawled. Dumbledore jumped when he found Voldemort standing on Harry's right with Apophis standing on Harry's left, but Dumbledore couldn't really move as his hands were still broken. He still couldn't feel his legs, and he was still chained to the basin. Can't believe you fell for that, Harry laughed as he kicked out a leg and allowed himself to fall back. But he didn't fall to the ground, as Voldemort had quickly made a chair that Harry landed on. You went unconscious for a bit, Dumbledore, Harry said just as Apophis forced open Dumbledore's mouth and forced him to drink a goblet full of water. You need to be awake. Why? Dumbledore coughed once Apophis let go. Because I'm about to monologue, son, Harry grinned. I've never done this before, it's quite exciting. I now get why other people do it. I mean, after all the work you put into your plan, it's nice to have someone realize just how much work was required. Harry, why would you do this? Dumbledore cried out. How could you betray the light side? I never joined the light side, Harry shrugged. Just because we had a common enemy did not mean that I was 100% on your side. As for why, well, where to start? The beginning, I suppose, yeah, that works. You see, when you placed me at the Dursleys, you left me in the hands of people who hated me, and I mean really hated me. If there was ever a chance to let me know how much they hated me, then they would gladly take it. Verbal abuse, emotional, mental, physical, I experienced it all. My choices were to break, fight back, or adapt. I'm too stubborn to break. I blame that fact on my dad being a Potter and my mother being a redhead. I was too weak at the time to fight back. I did try at first, but it failed, so I adapted. Have you ever heard of spilt personalities? Well, I had to do something like that. I created a new Harry Potter, a nice and meek Harry Potter, a good boy who would stay out of trouble and be as quiet as can be. All my negative emotions, all I suffered as good Harry, I still suffered through them. I remember all of it. Even when I came to Hogwarts, I stayed as good little Harry Potter. Of course, I had to switch back to my regular self during some of my more interesting adventures, when I was facing Quirrell and realized I could burn him. Then good Harry took a back seat so the real me could finish the job. After killing Quirrell, I placed good Harry back in. Same with the Basilisk and Dementors, but during my 4th year, I realized that it wasn't working. Good Harry Potter was weak, he didn't fight back. Heck, even good Harry had had enough after all the shit we went through. The whole school had turned on me for a second time, and I was once again given a choice between break, fight back, or adapt. I still wouldn't break, but I realized that I was finally strong enough to fight back, so I fought back and adapted. I went to the Chamber of Secrets. The Chamber of Secrets. Dumbledore gasped in horror. He couldn't believe that Harry had gone too. The chamber, just like Tom did. Is there an echo in here? Harry asked with fake confusion. But yes, say what you want about Salazar. But he was a magical genius, so were the other founders. In the chamber, I not only found books from Slytherin, but also from Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Gryffindor, along with information on how to get to their other rooms. Rowena Ravenclaw had built an excellent room that transformed itself into anything the user desired. It was called the Room of Requirement. I spent a lot of time there when I wasn't in the chamber. I learned a lot: spells, potions, rituals, much better than your standard Hogwarts education. I performed a few of those rituals myself. Harry, Dumbledore said quickly, those rituals have warped your mind. They've turned you dark. Not really, Harry shook his head. I was always like this beneath the surface. In fact, Slytherin took special care in detailing instructions on how to avoid having your mind negatively affected. Tommy boy. Over there, Harry said as he gestured to Voldemort, had his mind warped because he believed he was immortal and went for stronger versions of the rituals. The stronger versions had more benefits, but also more downsides, including madness. Trust me, I'm as sane as I have always been. No, that can't be true. Fight it, Harry, Dumbledore begged. Fight the darkness, come back, I believe. And you? You believed in Snape. How did that turn out for you? Harry snorted. Voldemort, is it true that you sent Snape to Dumbledore and ordered him to spy on him? Yes, Voldemort nodded. I wanted to learn the prophecy. I sent Snape to Dumbledore after we had both came up with the story of him being in love with your mother. In exchange, Snape asked that I keep her alive and bind her to him. No, Dumbledore shook his head. No, I don't believe you. Believe what you want, Harry shrugged. It makes little difference to me now. Where was I? Oh, right. 4th year, where I was entered into the tournament by Barty Crouch Jr. Funnily enough. Dumbledore, you knew that he was impersonating Moody, didn't you? Harry asked. Harry, I do not know what you mean. Clearly Voldemort has messed with your mind and... Do not lie to me, Harry hissed. Do you know how my father's map works? It's connected to the ward scheme of Hogwarts. Do you know what else is connected to the ward scheme? When I was reading Salazar's diary, I had learnt that Helga Hufflepuff insisted on several defenses, very interesting ones. I know how you do that trick where you know who is knocking on the door before they can announce themselves. After entering past the statue, the person gets scanned by the wards and the information gets relayed to an instrument in your office which would be connected to you. So when fake Moody stepped past the gargoyle, you would have known he was a fake, yet you didn't do anything. At first I thought that you might not have had that, but during one of my visits to your office, I saw that you did. The whole time that Moody was a fake, you knew, yet you didn't do anything, so I didn't say anything at the time. Dumbledore stayed silent, even though he wouldn't admit. It was true that he had realized pretty quickly that Barty Crouch Jr. was posing as Moody, but he didn't do anything as he needed Barty to go through with his plan so that Voldemort could get a body, because as far as Dumbledore believed it was necessary for Voldemort to have a body for when Harry defeated him. Harry, Dumbledore spoke after realizing something. How did you know that Barty Crouch Jr. was Moody? I had been in Moody's office a few times throughout the year. Selina noticed that there were 2 people in the office. Selina. Dumbledore blinked, remembering that name as the one that had come out of the goblet during the hostage selection. He never did ask Harry about it. At the start, the time was never right, and after he had always had more important concerns. Harry suddenly started hissing. Dumbledore's horror grew when he saw a big snake slide out of Harry's right sleeve. A basilisk, Dumbledore hissed with disbelief. Her name is Selina, Harry said as he kissed her forehead. Isn't she the cutest? Harry grinned. Remember my snake tattoo? You're looking at her, Harry added as he gestured to Selina. She's a dark creature. She's also more loyal to me than you are, Harry countered. She's never tried to harm me and trick me. She views me as her father, and admittedly I view her like my own child. Harry paused to hiss too. Selina, who hissed back at Harry, Harry smiled at her. You wouldn't harm Daddy, he said before repeating it in Parseltongue. Selina appeared to have agreed as she slid her face close to his and rubbed against his cheek. Harry kissed her forehead before he continued speaking to Dumbledore. In Moody's office, she was able to detect that there was more than one person in the room. I already suspected Moody of being up to something. In my experience, it is nearly always the defense against the dark arts teacher. So with the help of Rita Skeeter, I was able to catch him off guard and stun him. Rita, Dumbledore blurted out in confusion. What does Rita Skeeter have to do with this? Quite a lot, actually, Harry chuckled. You see, when I broke the chains and cut the string, becoming my true self, I had a lot of pent-up aggression and anger, years' worth, and I needed to release at least a little bit of it. I chose a target, the stupid reporter who kept trying to ruin my reputation. I ended up forcing her into an unbreakable vow to never knowingly or intentionally harm me in any way. It seemed so simple to her, but only after did she realize that I could essentially make her do anything by saying it would harm me if she didn't. You've fallen so far. Dumbledore, in a sad and disappointed voice, looking like somebody had ripped his heart out. I think I've risen, actually. I mean, I'm not the one who is poisoned and chained to a basin in a cave. Harry argued. Anyway, I had contacted Rita one day, ordered her to come help me out while I had Dobby sneak some truth serum out of Snape's potion stores. I visited him late one night, intent on getting answers. Professor Moody, fourth year, Harry said as he entered the defense classroom. Are you busy? Potter. A gruff voice came, and a few seconds later, Moody limped out of his office and down towards Harry. It's past curfew, Potter. You had better have a good reason for coming here, he said as he stepped in front of Harry, not noticing the beetle that had flown out of Harry's pockets and around him. Actually, yes, I do, sir, Harry nodded. It's actually about how I watch out, Harry suddenly cried as he pulled out his wand and used his free hand to point behind Moody. But it was unnecessary, as Moody's magic eye had already seen Rita transform. Moody span around and was about to blast her, but he discounted Harry, who was close enough to quickly hit him with a stunner to his lower leg. Nice timing, Harry said to Rita before he levitated Moody into a chair. He began checking him for any secret portkeys and wands. This is very illegal, Rita pointed out. You're an illegal animagus who spies on people. I don't think you have much room to talk, Harry said. Once he had finished, he waved his wand and tied Moody up. Dobby, Harry called, and a second later the elf popped in, a potion in one hand and the Marauder's map in the other. Dobby has it, Dobby said as he handed Harry some truth serum. Thanks. Harry smiled as he put a few drops of it into Moody's mouth before handing it back to Dobby. Master Harry, Dobby spoke. Dobby be checking you's map, Dobby said. Looks. He showed the map at Harry, who frowned when he noticed that it showed Barty Crouch standing next to him and not Moody. Harry jabbed his wand at Moody, waking him up. What is your name? Harry asked. B. Barty Crouch Jr., the man answered, unable to fight the truth serum. Harry heard Rita gasp, but ignored her. Who are you working for? Harry asked, despite feeling like he already knew the answer. The Dark Lord, Barty answered. Harry wasn't very surprised, but did think it was a good thing to confirm it. What is Voldemort's plan? Harry asked. He continued to interrogate him for several more minutes. Once he was done, he stunned him. That is unbelievable, Rita shook her head. That's my life, Harry shrugged. Once we were done, we obliviated him and let him think that his plan was going perfectly. I played along, of course, Harry smirked. When I had time, I researched the ritual that Voldemort was planning to use. It's an evil ritual, Dumbledore frowned. Indeed, Harry nodded in agreement, but I needed to what it was and how it worked. Once I got all the necessary information, I came up with a plan. Who helped you? Dumbledore asked. Come now, Dumbledore, Harry laughed. You know that the hat wanted to put me in Slytherin, and it wasn't because it thought that I looked good in green robes. One day I snuck into the graveyard. Thomas Riddle Sr. was buried. I placed some of my blood on the bones and made them absorb it. What do you think happens then? Those bones, Voldemort used them in his ritual, but they had your blood in them. That royally fucks up the ritual, Harry completed for him. And then when I was captured, Wormtail was supposed to forcibly take my blood. Tell me, what happens when I also willingly give my blood? Harry grinned as realization hit Dumbledore's face. The magic from my blood in his bones plus my willingly given blood messed up his ritual enough to make him my personal Dark Lord. Be blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe, Wormtail said as he took Harry's blood and placed it in a glass vial. Wormtail slowly staggered over to the cauldron and placed the blood in. A few moments later, a large bang was heard, followed by several bright lights as the smoke from the cauldron changed color. Then Voldemort stepped out of the cauldron. Master! Wormtail gasped as Voldemort stood before. Voldemort's body shook. His red eyes darted around until they landed on Harry. I'm uncomfortable, Harry said with a smirk. Wormtail looked confused by his sudden interruption, but didn't get too long to think on it. Wormtail, Voldemort growled. Release him now. Release him, Wormtail blurted out. But master he. Wormtail, now, Voldemort commanded, flaring his magic. Yes, Wormtail said quickly with a lot of detectable fear as he released Harry from the ropes that had tied him to the gravestone. Harry chuckled as he stood up. He looked at Wormtail. I'll need my wand, Harry said, holding his hand out. Wormtail looked at him with disbelief and was about to respond when Voldemort cut him off. Wormtail, give him his wand and return mine, Voldemort ordered. Why, yes, master, Wormtail said, handing Harry his wand before rushing over to give Voldemort his own. Robe me, Wormtail, Voldemort said. Oh, yes, Wormtail quickly nodded and got Voldemort's robes and robed him. Oi, Valdi, Harry said as he walked up to Voldemort. Kneel, he ordered, his voice barely above a whisper. Wormtail resisted the urge to scoff. Who did the boy think he was? Ordering he who must not be named of all people to kneel. Wormtail waited on Voldemort's response, expecting amusement. Or the more likely response of anger and or spells, which is why his jaw dropped when Voldemort dropped to his knees. Blood magic is really powerful, Harry shrugged. But that means more can go wrong. I knew I had Valdi over here under my control. From there I had him alter Pettigrew's memory. Then when me and Pettigrew came back, you used him to free Sirius, Dumbledore softly finished for him. What of him? Dumbledore asked as he gestured to Apophis with his head. What vile blood magic did you use to make him? Dumbledore scowled. He's a creation of your blood and Voldemort's, though I suppose at this point he is mostly yours. Dumbledore didn't know what he expected, but it wasn't Voldemort, Apophis, and Harry all bursting into laughter. Creation of blood magic, Harry wiped a tear from his face. I can't believe how many people fell for that. I told you, Voldemort smirked. With a name and reputation like mine, people will believe anything. That you did, Harry nodded. As for the mystery of Apophis, it's rather simple. Harry stood up from his seat and stepped towards Apophis. He reached for Apophis's hood and grabbed it before pulling down. Dumbledore's eyes widened when he saw who was standing in front of him. Miss Granger, Dumbledore blurted out in pure shock and disbelief as he stared at the smiling face of Hermione Granger. Curse it all to hell, Voldemort grumbled under his breath as he face-palmed hard. I told you he'd fall for it. Harry smiled before waving his wand over Granger's face. The advanced glamour charm faded away, leaving an entirely different face. What? Dumbledore felt no less confused as he now looked at the face of Harry Potter. Hey, Dummels, Harry Apophis waved. You've seen better days. How? Breathed Dumbledore. It's quite simple, Dumbledore, Harry began. Sometimes we would simply use a golem or animate something when Apophis would just stand around but ultimately do nothing. But whenever we did need to do something, I would have put on the hood. But to be at two places at once, that means you've been using a time turner, Dumbledore realized. Correct, Harry smiled as he pulled out a time turner from his pocket. You should thank Granger for giving me the idea, but really, a time turner so a 13-year-old know it all could attend all the available electives, including Muggle studies, which is beyond stupid when you remember that she's Muggle-raised. Harry Apophis added. Oh, but she wanted to see how wizards view Muggles, Harry said in an imitation of Hermione. So naturally finding out how wizards view Muggles in a castle full of wizards is worth using the power of time to attend an extra lesson, Harry Apophis snorted. Do remind me why we let her think that she was smarter than us. Dumbass over there put us in an abusive environment, which made us want to try and get along with everyone as much as possible. Oh yeah, Harry Apophis said as if he had just forgotten. How did you get that time turner? Dumbledore asked suddenly, looking like he was suffering through the mother, father, uncle, and fat auntie of all headaches. Funny thing, really, Harry said with an amused look. Remember how I mentioned the secret room that Rowena Ravenclaw created in the castle? The house elves had been using it for a storage room. Dobby was looking through it one day when he discovered this fully functioning time turner. It sounds unbelievable, but then so does most of the shit in my life. Seriously, I could make books off my life. The best guess that I can come up with is some rich prat brought it to school, thinking that he was going to get ahead in his lessons, only to lose it. Either that, or some idiot had the same deal as Granger and lost it. Harry, Dumbledore said as he suddenly realized something. If Apophis was really you, then that means you killed the Dursleys. 10 points to you, headmaster, Harry calmly nodded as he sat back in his seat. Why do you think I did that? Harry asked as if he was a teacher in a classroom. Your mind has been affected by the dark arts. You must. Dumbledore was cut off by a buzzer sound from Harry's wand. Nope. Harry Apophis shook his head in a disappointed way. You have not been paying attention. Dumbledore, he said in a disappointed voice. Me and Tom begged you to let us stay at Hogwarts, to not send us back. Tom was indeed a bully and an evil kid, but he also had to deal with others hatting him and bullying him. Harry glared at Dumbledore. As for me, time and time again I told you that the Dursleys were scum, but you didn't want to believe it. You didn't want to believe that you were wrong. During my fight with Apophis, you might have noticed that a tree got burnt. That tree was the one that I was chased into when my uncle's sister set her dog on me, Harry Apophis growled. The Dursleys laughed while I ran from it. They rewarded it after. You might have noticed that a shed was also destroyed, Harry continued. That was the shed I slept in at night if I didn't do the gardening fast enough. No, Dumbledore muttered. Yes, Harry said in a cold voice. I had dreamed of hurting them for years before I even knew magic existed. I promise you that no dark magic suddenly made me want to kill them. The broken bones and emotional trauma were more than enough. Harry, I'm sorry, Dumbledore said, tears dripping down his cheek. I imagine you are, Harry said, not in the least bit bothered by the apparent sadness and regret that the headmaster showed. I had read a look into your background, Dumbledore. I wonder how your brother, Aberforth, I believe his name was, I wonder how he would feel if he knew what you had done. I wonder how your sister would feel. Dumbledore looked like he wanted nothing less than to die right now upon hearing Harry mention his dead sister. Tell me something, Dumbledore. In my first year you had made those traps to test me, didn't you? Dumbledore was silent for several moments before speaking. Yes, Dumbledore admitted in a defeated voice. Or at least partly. I had wanted to test you, make sure that you were progressing enough and were the hero that the wizarding world needed. I know you must hate me for it, but I was only doing what I felt was necessary. And what would happen if you suddenly felt it was necessary to rape women or kill Muggles? Harry said with narrowed eyes. Huh. I would never do that, Dumbledore exclaimed. Perhaps not, but what does it say about you that I can easily picture you killing whoever you want and just getting away with it because you have a good reason? Harry asked in a cold voice. Everything. You do, Dumbledore. Every illegal and morally questionable action. You just happen to have a good reason for it. I have only ever worked for the greater good, Dumbledore argued after a moment. The greater good is subjective, Dumbledore, Harry yelled. Your greater good is not the same as ours, Harry Apophis growled. Our mother died for this unappreciative world where Muggle-borns are second-class citizens, and blood is more important than ability. A world where people like Dolar's Umbridge are allowed to torture children while incompetent. Assholes like Fudge are in charge, Harry snarled. Your greater good involved sacrificing me. The shocked look on Dumbledore's face showed that he was not expecting Harry to know that. You think I wouldn't work it out sooner or later? I had access to the same books as Voldemort and Voldemort himself. I know about all his Horcruxes. I know that the one in that basin is a fake because I found the real one at Grimmauld Place. What? Dumbledore blurted out. Apparently Regulus Black wasn't as loyal to the cause as everyone thought. Harry responded. It turned out that Sirius's younger brother Regulus Black, who had actually joined the Death Eater, had died while trying to destroy the Horcrux. I had Payless over here gather the rest, Harry said as he gestured to Voldemort. But I don't think you have to worry about that. The Horcruxes aren't important now. Sirius, Dumbledore said suddenly. What about him? Harry frowned. He wouldn't want this for you, Harry. Nor would your parents or Nymphadora or Miss Delacour. Dumbledore said, hoping that the memories of his loved ones would stop Harry from continuing on this dark path. All right, first of all, Harry Apophis punched Dumbledore in the nose, causing it to bleed. The blood poured down into his mouth and on his beard. Do not call her Nymphadora. She doesn't like that, Harry added. Let's address my parents first. They're dead. I don't know what they want. Perhaps they'll be disappointed or maybe they'll understand. Either way, that's between me and them when I go on to the next great adventure. As for Sirius, do you think he doesn't know? Harry said with a smile. Do you think Tonks and Fleur don't know? They know. The word to describe the level of disbelief that Dumbledore possessed hadn't yet been invented. I was a bit worried about telling them, Harry admitted, but I cared enough about them to not want to hide it from them. I told Sirius first. He was hard to convince at first, but I was able to do so. The realization of what you had done, what I suffered, and what you planned to do was enough to convince him. Tonks and Fleur were different. I had told them that there was something I wanted to tell them. But I could only tell them if they would swear an unbreakable vow to keep quiet about it for a week. I gave them that week to think about everything. Then at the end of the week, I went up to both of them, ready for as many possibilities as I could think of. But the two agreed. They wanted to help me. Personally, I prefer to keep their involvement to a minimum. They didn't like it, but they understood. Especially once I pointed out that everything is already in place and nearly done. But why? Why would they help you on this mad path of destruction? Dumbledore demanded. Is it destruction? Perhaps we'll burn, or perhaps we'll all be reborn from the ashes, like a phoenix, Harry Apophis replied. Fleur's reasons are simple enough, Harry said. This country views her as a sex toy, and she wants to help me. Say what you want, but she's a loyal woman. Tonks's reasons are obvious when you think about it, Harry continued. She is an excellent witch and hard-working Auror, yet as far as the wizarding world cares, she is a useless little slut who would be served better on her back. Plus, that's not to mention what her father and poor mother, a brilliant witch in her own right, had to go through because she fell in love with a Muggle-born. But Sirius, Fleur and Tonks were really brought on board when they learned about you. Everything you did from my first year onwards was to test me. Deny it if you want, but it's true. The fact that you didn't even try to teach me anything useful this year was further proof. Along with the fact that you didn't use all of your influence to get Sirius a trial. Tell me, Dumbledore, was it because you were so scared of upsetting Fudge, or merely because you didn't want me to have an option outside of the Dursleys? Harry asked. He waited several moments for a response, but Dumbledore didn't respond. Doesn't matter if you don't answer. All the things I suffered under your watch plus your plan to kill me. You wanted me to die to stop Voldemort, didn't you? It was the only way to stop Voldemort, Dumbledore said quietly. Once the Horcruxes were destroyed, you would be the only one left. I had originally hoped you would be willing to sacrifice yourself for the greater good, Dumbledore said in a bitter voice, but for some reason I doubt that will happen. He added after a heavy breath. Probably not, Harry agreed in a dry voice. But I don't understand. Fawkes, he should have told me if you had fallen down such a dark path. Dumbledore cried with disbelief. Ah yes, because all phoenixes are light creatures. Harry snorted in amusement. Tell me. Dumbledore, if that was true then, do you really think that Fawkes would stay with the guy who was fine with an innocent man, suffering if it meant that he could control and manipulate a child by placing him in a home with abusive relatives? Dumbledore flinched as if he was physically stuck. But there is another reason. Did you know that Helga Hufflepuff had a phoenix? Harry asked, judging by the look on Dumbledore's face. He didn't know that. In a book that she had written, she mentioned how a phoenix would favor the side that magic needed. My theory is that people associate phoenixes with goodness because the majority of the time the world needed the light side. Fawkes chose you because you were needed against Grindelwald and against Voldemort. But when you didn't do what was necessary against Voldemort, then Fawkes's bond with you started getting weaker. I think I can guess who he will bond to next, Harry Apophis said as he gestured to regular Harry. After Hedwig, Dobby, and Selena, we've gotten good at telling when something wants to bond with us. Can you imagine it? Oh yeah, Harry grinned. The whole world will think that Harry Potter is the great champion of the light because he has a phoenix. Perhaps Fawkes was merely staying with Dumbledore until he died. Then he would bond with you. Voldemort guessed. Perhaps, Harry nodded at that. It's not impossible for him to be attached after so many years. And isn't it interesting how we will end up with not just a basilisk, but also a phoenix, Harry Apophis commented. The ultimate symbols of light and darkness. Exactly, Harry said, looking at Dumbledore. That's the difference between the three of us. Harry Apophis coughed. That's the difference between the four of us, Harry corrected. You and Voldemort are so far on the opposite ends of the scale, me and him. We're right in the middle. You believe in saving all life, he wants to kill it all, and I want to save the savable. Once I'm through with you and Tom, I'm going to change this world for the better. I'm going to make it a world where me and my family can happily live in peace. A world where I don't have to worry about me, or Sirius or Fleur and Tonks getting killed because of some bastard who has nothing to show other than blood. But the prophecy, Dumbledore said, sounding like he was grasping at straws. It said that you had to defeat Tom. Did it though? Harry said with a thoughtful look. What was the exact wording of it? It goes like this. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. But he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies, and that's about it, Harry Apophis answered. A funny thing about prophecies is that they don't all come true. Many of them are also self-fulfilling. That also sounds like it's open to interpretation, Harry replied. I mean, it doesn't even state which calendar to use. Nor does it specify who the Dark Lord is, Harry Apophis added. I mean, we've all done things that would make people call us Dark Lords. And that does include you, Dumbledore, Harry said. I mean planning to kill children, leaving them in abusive environments, trick dangerous murders into trying to steal an item from schools full of children, and so on and so forth. Dumbledore really didn't like Harry's way of interpreting the prophecy. Admittedly, James and Lily had defied him a few times as members of the Order, but he was not a Dark Lord. He had done everything for the benefit of others, hadn't he? That's why I'm doing this. Dumbledore, you and Valdi are the two biggest players in this game. Once you're both dealt with, I will finally be free, Harry said as he stood up. Voldemort instantly banished the chair away for him. I will stop you, Harry, Dumbledore said in a determined voice. Oh, and how are you planning to do that? Harry smirked. You're dying, Dumbledore, you're poisoned. Chained to a basin and wandless. You of all people should know not to underestimate another wizard until he is dead, Dumbledore said, mentally reviewing his plan to wandlessly escape these chains. He might be able to quickly throw a wandless blasting charm, and then he could hopefully escape. It would be hard with his broken hands and without the use of his legs, but it could work. Oh, Dumbledore, Harry responded with an amused laugh. Do I look like your standard monologuing villain? Have fun, Harry Apophis said to Harry before he took Selena from him and stepped off the island and into the boat along with Voldemort, before pushing the boat away from the island. What are you doing? Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. Well, they couldn't stay on the island, could they? They'd affect the ritual, Harry responded in a way that sounded like Dumbledore had missed something very obvious. Ritual? Dumbledore gasped as fear made itself present on his face. There were plenty of dangerous rituals that could be done with an unwilling victim, and he wanted no part in any of them. Yes, we had set it up while you were unconscious. It just needed some time to power up, Harry explained. Now shut up, I'm about to start, Harry said in a calm voice, but Dumbledore did not really feel like complying. With a lot of effort, Dumbledore wandlessly broke the chains. He took a quick breath, and when he did so, he noticed that Harry didn't seem all the bothered. Dumbledore tried to move, but didn't get too far as Harry began chanting in Parseltongue. The second that Harry began chanting, Dumbledore froze, as unimaginable pain surged through his body. Dumbledore screamed as if the Cruciatus curse had been cast on him. Dumbledore didn't know how long it lasted, but it felt like an eternity. Once it was done, Dumbledore found himself lying on his left side, blood pouring out of his mouth, his body convulsing as he looked up at Harry, who had an almost unbelievably happy look on his face. Oh fuck, Harry gasped out at the orgasmic-like experience his whole body was feeling. That's the good shit, he laughed loudly. His laughs ringed painfully in Dumbledore's ears. What did you do to me? Dumbledore asked weakly. Even talking felt ridiculously hard. Oh, it's quite simple, Dumbledore, Harry said as he kneeled down and looked at him. I took your magic, he said, the smile not leaving his face. Dumbledore had gone ghostly pale at that, his magic. He couldn't have lost his magic. Anything but his magic. Life in Azkaban or a lost limb would have been better than losing his magic. Cruel, I know, Harry shrugged. But you owe me a lifetime, and I have a ton of enemies. Even after dealing with you and Voldemort, I will probably still have some. Plus you're not using it after tonight anyway. What? Dumbledore, Harry tutted, sounding very disappointed. How could you forget? You plan to die. Tonight, we can't change the plan now. It's far too late for that. Severus Snape walked into the top room of the astronomy tower. He found Draco unconscious on the floor. Perhaps Draco actually was willing to kill Dumbledore, and Dumbledore stunned him so the boy wouldn't become a killer. Snape internally scoffed at that. The boy wanted to be a member of the Death Eaters. He was going to kill sooner or later. Snape also noticed that none of the other Death Eaters were here. That must have meant that Draco's plan to use the Vanishing Cabinet to bring them into Hogwarts must have failed. Either that or they were currently elsewhere in the castle. Either way, it was time to do what had to be done. Snape's gaze landed on Dumbledore, who was weakly standing on his legs, looking like he was about to die in a few moments. Apparently, he had suffered a lot while searching for whatever he had been searching. A shame he had not revealed what he was looking for, but Snape thought that withholding information was probably the smartest thing that Dumbledore had ever done. "Severus," Dumbledore said in a relieved tone when he saw Snape. Is it really you?" "Yes," Snape said in a soft voice. "You're not looking too good, Dumbledore," Snape commented in a conversational voice, as if he was talking about something simple like the weather. "Severus, I need your help," Dumbledore said as quickly as he could, which wasn't very since he felt like death was knocking at his door. "Harry, I don't care about that infernal brat," Snape interrupted. "Severus," Dumbledore said in a pleading tone, "please listen to me." "I would, Dumbledore, but the time has come for you to die." "Severus, change of plans," Dumbledore blurted out, believing that perhaps there was a Death Eater hiding somewhere, and Snape was simply putting on a show for him. "Stop the plan. I can't die yet. There's so much I need to stop. Harry is." "Your plan may have changed, Dumbledore, but mine has not," Snape cut him off. "I will kill you and earn the Dark Lord's favor." "Severus," breathed Dumbledore, looking like he was begging for this to all be a dream of some sort. "You're weak now, Dumbledore, barely able to stand and about to die. I'm not about to risk my positions on a dead man." "But Severus, I trusted you," Dumbledore cried, tears dripping from his eyes. Even Black and Potter were smart enough to realize that was a bad idea, so if you were foolish enough to trust me 100%, then you will gain no sympathy from me," Snape said coldly before raising his wand. "Wait, Severus, Harry is Avada Kedavra," Snape said softly. A green light shot from his wand and struck Dumbledore in the chest. He fell back. His lifeless body fell out of the tower. Snape sniffed and was about to leave when suddenly he felt his limbs snap together as he fell to the floor. A full body bind had been placed on him. "Snape," a familiar voice said just as Harry came into view. "You killed Dumbledore," he said in a soft voice with an undertone of anger. "You're going to pay for that," Harry said before he raised his foot and stomped on Snape's face. Harry's eyes slowly opened. He blinked several times in an attempt to reduce the sleepiness he was experiencing. He was well aware of the two bodies in bed with him. Tonks was on his left, her hair pink and spread out, her head leaning on his shoulder with her arms wrapped around his and her leg draped over his own. Fleur was on his other side, looking perfect as usual. Her head was resting on his chest, with her body pressed into his side, and her leg draped over his other leg. Harry sighed happily, making no move to get up. This moment was Patronus-worthy for him. He kind of hoped it would never end. His life had changed so much in the last few years. He was just glad it was for the better. When he was with the Dursleys, he had no idea what would happen to him. He figured he would have probably broken in some way or form, and then would have more than likely tried something extreme, and if he didn't, then that would mean he would have had to endure all that suffering until he could finally leave. When he came to Hogwarts, he had hope which had only lasted a short while until he realized that it was just another place where he had to try his best to be someone else, be the Harry Potter that everyone wanted. He was glad that he had finally stopped pretending in his fourth year. If he hadn't, then he probably would not be in bed with these two beautiful women. He probably wouldn't have Sirius, and he would have more than likely have been dead by now. Of course, the question now is what to do for the future. Harry knew there were several options available for him. He could defeat Voldemort, then do what Dumbledore had done and take every big position he could, but would he want to do that? What if that made him like Dumbledore? Power corrupts after all. Yes, Harry had done some bad things, but he wasn't really at the sacrifice innocent children level. Also, he didn't really know where he wanted to focus his efforts. He could focus on the Ministry as Lord Potter and Lord Black and work on changing the laws. Or he could got to Hogwarts as a teacher and work on changing the people. Though he supposed he could do both, he could work as a teacher and attend Wisengamot meetings, or have a proxy assigned for when he couldn't. Either way, that's a problem for the late future. He had more pressing concerns, namely Snape. After he had caught Snape, he had shoved a potion down his throat that would basically damage his mental shields beyond repair. That was especially funny seeing as he had made Voldemort order Snape to make it in the first place. Harry had then read the mind of the unconscious grease bag. He was glad to see that there wasn't much in Snape's mind that could be used to harm him. It was fortunate that Dumbledore had not told Snape about the Horcruxes. If he had, then Harry would have had to mind wipe Snape to prevent the man from telling everyone that Harry had been a Horcrux. Harry figured that Snape would probably have just done that just to drag Harry down to hell with him. Once that was done, Harry had waited for the Aurors to arrive to take Snape away. Tomorrow would be Snape's trial. Harry was still thinking about if he was going to send Sirius there as his proxy or show up himself. Hopefully Snape would get the Dementor's kiss or get pushed through the veil. If he didn't, then Harry would make sure the man was killed. He was far too dangerous to be left alive if Harry spared him. Then he had no doubt that the greaseball would probably try and escape Azkaban. If he did, then he might go after Tonks, Fleur, Sirius, or anyone else who he suspected that Harry would care for. No, Harry needed to clean up first. Then he could focus on the future. Harry was currently sat alongside Sirius during Severus Snape's trial, when Snape had been brought in. He was wearing the exact same clothes from when he had been captured. He also looked very roughed up. That did not surprise Harry. Snape had no shortage of enemies. The idiot bullied and insulted whoever he could, especially children, then expected Dumbledore, Voldemort, and his positions to save him from suffering the consequences of being a first-class asshole. The Aurors shoved him into his seat, a little but rougher than necessary. Chains rose up from the chain and wrapped themselves around a tired and livid-looking Severus Snape. Snape glared at everyone in the courtroom, especially Harry and Sirius, not something that helped his case. The judge for this case was Amelia Bones, previously the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, but was now the new Minister of Magic. The trial started with listing all of the various crimes Snape was accused of, including the ones he was accused of before the last war had ended. Because apparently Snape had got off last time, thanks to Dumbledore's claims that Snape was a spy for him all along, which had pretty much shut down the trial nearly immediately. That excuse wasn't going to work as well, seeing as he was being accused for killing the old fucker. How do you plead? Amelia Bones asked once the long list of charges was read. Not guilty, Snape said without hesitation, even if he didn't look very confident. Defiant to the end, Harry whispered to Sirius, who snorted in amusement. He always was a stubborn bastard, Sirius agreed. Very well, Madame Bones nodded as if she was expecting that answer. Let us continue, she said. What followed was roughly about an hour or so of various people who knew Snape and Dumbledore discussing Snape and answering questions, including the Hogwarts teachers. The other three head of houses very coldly informed them of the uncountable times that they had received complaints about Snape, only to be brushed off by Dumbledore, who would always say that same things. Either he trusted Snape or he would talk to Snape. Only one of those sounded true. Sirius was even given the opportunity to speak up against Snape. Sirius had to restrain himself and was barely able to keep the gleeful look off of his face. Sirius began talking about all the many times he had argued with Dumbledore about having Snape, not just as a spy, but also as a teacher for Hogwarts. He also talked about how Snape was the one to stop him from catching Pettigrew during Harry's third year, something which did not help Snape's case. Eventually, Harry was called up to speak. Harry had to stop himself from looking too happy, much like Sirius had. Harry had calmly walked to the witness box. Snape was snarling at him the whole time. Not something that helped his case, but he either did not notice or care that everyone else in the court was noticing his reaction to Harry. "Mr. Potter," Amelia Bones spoke, "you have known Mr. Snape since your first year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, is that correct?" "Unfortunately," Harry nodded. "What is your relationship with the accused?" Amelia Bones asked. "The best way I could probably describe it is regular guy meets psychopath stalker," Harry replied. "Explain," Amelia Bones frowned. "Well, Snape over there has made no secret of the fact that he hates me, yet the majority of the time it is him who approaches me," Harry shrugged. "Now I am no expert, but I would imagine that a mentally healthy person would take steps to avoid someone they dislike, but in Snape's case, he does the opposite and actively seeks me out to taunt and bully me. I have lost count of how many times he has done that, then relied on his position and Dumbledore to protect himself. As you can imagine, I was not able to retaliate against Snape when I was 11 years old and forced to listen to him insult my dead father in front of me," Harry said, earning gasps of disbelief from the court. "He insulted your father?" one member of the court asked. "Allow me to explain," Harry said before taking a deep breath. "During my first potions class I had entered the classroom, and I was admittedly rather excited as the subject had sounded quite interesting to me. But then Snape stormed into the room. When he took the register, he mocked me for being a celebrity despite the fact that I had not said anything to him. He then singled me out and asked me some very advanced questions that we were not expected to know for our first class. Then, instead of explaining how to make potions, the effects of ingredients, or even basic safety rules, he wrote the instructions on the blackboard before walking around and breathing down the necks of students, looking at us like a pervert would look at his sister. The rest of the lesson went by with him constantly insulting and intimidating me and the other Gryffindor students. He either complimented or ignored the Slytherin students. At one point, one student, Neville Longbottom, made a mistake which ended up with him being covered in boils. A mistake that I do not think would have been made if he was allowed to go through the class with proper teaching and instructions, plus no intimidation tactics from Snape, Harry said. He paused and noticed that Neville's grandmother, Augustus Longbottom, looked pissed off to say the least. Snape, instead of accepting that he could have done better as a teacher, decided to blame me for Neville's mistake, even though I was busy working on my own potion. "You liar," Snape yelled. "You spoilt and arrogant brat, just like your father, always lying to get your way, you little—" "Enough," Amelia Bones shouted. "Aurors, silence him," she ordered. The nearest Auror didn't even hesitate and silence Snape. "Continue, Mr. Potter." "Thank you," Harry nodded. "After the first lesson, I had hoped that things would get better, but they did not. The first time we ever made a poison, Snape had said, 'Everyone collect your poison and leave a vial at my desk. Apart from you, Potter, you can drink yours.' And at the time I had no idea if he actually meant it. That's how bad he was," Harry said. Harry lost count of how long it was, but a long while later he had finally finished, telling the court every bad thing he knew about Snape, including the fact that the bastard liked to use legilimency on people. By the time Harry was done, the few people who did not originally dislike Snape were now full on hating him. Sirius had also suggested that the court use truth serum on Snape, which after a few minutes of discussing if they actually could, was agreed upon. The truth serum was shoved down Snape's throat, and he admitted to all of his crimes, including giving the prophecy to Voldemort and leading them to the Potters. By the end of it, people knew that there was a prophecy involving Harry and Voldemort. They did not know what the prophecy was beyond the few lines that Snape knew, but they all could have guessed what it basically meant. Once the truth serum had worn off, there was no doubt that pretty much everyone wanted to get rid of Snape. The light side wanted to get rid of him because he was an evil son of a bitch who had killed Dumbledore and terrorized their children. The neutral/gray side wanted to get rid of him because he was an evil son of a bitch who cost lives and had terrorized their children, while the dark side wanted to get rid of Snape because he was an evil son of a bitch who was pretty much done for at this point, and he had terrorized their children because not all members of the dark side were Slytherins, believe it or not. Plus, even those who had children in Slytherin were not happy with Snape since their children got, by due to favoritism and not actual skill, something which could be dangerous with something like potions. Also, nobody liked Snape, he was an asshole. At the end of it, Snape was sentenced to the Dementor's kiss. Nearly everybody cheered, Sirius was very happy about that, because Snape had tried to get him sentenced to a Dementor's kiss in Harry's third year. Snape was yelling at everyone even though they couldn't hear him because the silencing charm had been reapplied after he had finished taking the truth serum. The Auror wasn't even asked to do so, he had just silenced him and nobody complained. Though as Snape was taken out, he noticed a green-eyed boy give him the smallest of grins followed by a wink, something which caused Snape to go even angrier. Snape died the next morning, cursing the Potter family with his last breath. Minister Bones, Harry approached Amelia Bones after Snape's trial. May I speak with you in private? Harry asked. Mr. Potter, I do not intend to seem rude, but I am a very busy woman. Amelia frowned. Is this important? Incredibly. Harry nodded without hesitation. He leaned in and whispered in her ear. It's about Yaono who? Harry whispered. He pulled back and saw a stunned look on Amelia's face. She recovered fairly quickly and gestured him to follow her. A minute later, they were both sat in her office. All right, Mr. Potter, Amelia said. You have my full attention. I just wanted to know what would happen if someone was hypothetically capable of defeating Voldemort once, and for all but was worried about possible negative consequences that they could possibly suffer if they did so, such as legal consequences. Are you saying that you can end Voldemort? She asked, a hint of hope in her voice. No, I'm saying that somebody hypothetically could, Harry responded, but this person is rather worried about what could happen to him or her if they do so. For example, they could be charged with murder or some other crime. Are you saying you want me to basically give you full permission and cover for you if you are to do whatever is needed to kill Voldemort? I am saying that this hypothetical person would like that. Harry nodded. Very well, I will help you, she said after a short pause. It was not something she needed to think hard about. Helping the person who was going to get rid of the worst Dark Lord in history was just basic decency. I'm sure that the hypothetical person is very pleased. This hypothetical person, his first name wouldn't happen to be Harry, would it? She asked. It might hypothetically be, Harry shrugged. The Death Eaters, apart from a certain greasy-haired one, were all gathered at the current headquarters that Voldemort was using. They had previously been using Malfoy Manor, but that was not possible now since the Aurors would be checking for them there, which is why Voldemort was using Riddle Manor for his headquarters. After all, nobody expected him to go back there. Voldemort was sat in front of them, on a throne with black as night wood plus emerald green padding. The Death Eaters all kneeled in front of him, including the Malfoys. They were all quiet, waiting for their Lord to speak, waiting for him to say something. My friends, Voldemort began, my loyal followers, I have good news. No, I have great news. Albus Dumbledore is dead. Voldemort paused. Many of the Death Eaters began laughing and cheering. Bellatrix could be heard cackling. Young Draco had been tasked with this, however he failed to complete his mission. Voldemort said. Draco turned an almost Weasley shade of red as everyone glanced in his direction. Another has completed this mission instead. Master, Bellatrix spoke up. Was it Snape? She asked, the only thing that stopped her from sneering at the mere mention of Snape was the fact that she was in the presence of the Dark Lord. No, Voldemort shook his head. Severus has been captured by the Aurors. He was indeed the one who cast the spell that ended it, but the plan was engineered by none other than my heir. Voldemort gestured to Apophis, who calmly walked in and stood alongside Voldemort. My heir, through a well-crafted plan, was able to weaken Dumbledore and lower his guard. My heir left Dumbledore dying alone, afraid and in pain, while also suffering through the pain of betrayal. He had also managed to place all the blame on Severus's shoulders. Voldemort chuckled at the last part, along with many of the Death Eaters. Snape was a far from loved individual, even among the Death Eaters. My lord, how did he do it? One brave, yet incredibly scared, Death Eater asked. Would you like to answer this one? Voldemort asked Apophis. Sure, Apophis replied before he lowered his head and raised his hands up to his hood. Everyone drew in a deep breath. All were eager to see the real face of Lord Voldemort's heir. First, they saw the raven colored hair. Several people among recognized who that hair belonged to. Apophis looked up and grinned at them all. Hello, everyone, Harry grinned. Potter, Draco blurted out in shock. What the hell was Dumbledore's golden boy doing here? That can't be Potter, another Death Eater cried. Remember, he is a magical creation between our Lord's blood and Potter's. He simply looks like Potter. A magical creation, Harry snorted as Voldemort chuckled behind him. I still find it funny that you all believed that. He was never a creation from blood, Voldemort said in an amused voice. He was and has always been Harry Potter. That's impossible, Draco hissed to himself. Muggles would say the same thing about magic, Harry smirked. See, Draco, even Voldemort knows I am more important than you. All the Death Eaters looked at the Dark Lord, who showed no reaction to Harry so casually using his name. Then, that means you tortured me, Draco cried out, remembering all that he had suffered at the hands of Apophis. Indeed, Harry smiled brightly, and I would have continued to do so if your mother wasn't so good. On her knees, Harry grinned. What? Draco blurted out, then looked at his mother, who blushed but showed no other reaction. I slept with your mother, Harry said simply. It was really nice as well. If I didn't two girlfriends, then I probably would have continued to do so. Maybe I can convince them to let your mum join us in a foursome. Harry added the last part in a thoughtful voice. You half-blood freak. Draco cursed as he pulled his wand out, only to fall to his knees when Harry hit him with a quick Cruciatus curse. No, Draco, Harry tutted. In case you have forgotten, I am very much still Apophis. He grinned. Master, how did this happen? Bellatrix Lestrange asked with disbelief. What on earth could have possessed her lord to take a filthy half-blood like Potter as his heir? It is a rather interesting tale, Voldemort smirked. During young Harry Potter's 4th year, he discovered that I had sent one of my servants, Barty Crouch Jr., to Hogwarts, disguised as Alastor Moody. During my resurrection ritual, he revealed himself to me. Wait a sec, you killed one of Dumbledore Order members, one Death Eater blurted out. Actually, the only member of Dumbledore's Order I killed was old Voldemort's second spy, Harry explained. What? Bellatrix blurted out. You know, as far as last words go, that's not a bad one. I would love to keep explaining everything. But I've decided I would rather just have you all die, Harry said before he clicked his fingers. Voldemort nodded before pressing his fingers to his forearm. A few seconds later, all the Death Eaters, with dark marks, collapsed on the floor, gasping for air, all looking terrified for a few seconds before they left the land of the living. What's happening? A terrified Draco Malfoy screamed out, him and his mother being the only two in the room who were not marked. Father, he cried out when he saw Lucius Malfoy die in front of him. Oh, Draco, Harry tutted. Didn't you know your Dark Lord works for me? Harry laughed. What? Draco blurted out, not sure he heard right. There was no way that the Dark Lord worked for Potter. Yeah, Harry nodded. He really shouldn't have used me for the blood ritual to bring himself back. Anyway, Dobby, Harry called. A second later, Dobby arrived and handed Narcissa a piece of parchment. Before popping away. Thank you, Narcissa nodded. What the hell is going on? Draco demanded, confused about why his mother was acting so calm, as if her husband had not just died. I hate your father, Draco, Narcissa snapped at him, shocking him. I hate him, you are the only one in our family who loved him beside himself, probably the whole world even. I tried for years and years to convince him to stop corrupting you, and for you to just grow up and see the idiocy of following in his footsteps, but you wouldn't listen. No matter what I had done, you wouldn't listen. But you will listen to me now. Mother, Draco spoke in a quiet voice, as if he couldn't understand what was happening. If not for me, then you would be dead like all of them. Narcissa gestured to the dead bodies surrounding them. They were killed by the Dark Mark, Harry added. Voldemort had placed a kill this idiot option into all of his Dark Mark in case anyone had ever turned on him. At first, Harry had been tempted to just have him use it and quickly get rid of all of Harry's problems, but the Slytherin and moral side of Harry had convinced him to hold off, so he could not only make sure all of these assholes were deserving of it, but also so he could do it at a more beneficial time in a more benefiting way. I wanted to kill you, Draco. But your mother was able to convince me to hold off, give you a chance. This is your chance. Draco, Narcissa spoke before Draco could respond. In my hands, I hold a vow that you will perform. You may read, but it essentially states that you will leave Britain and never return. You will also never intentionally or knowingly harm Harry Potter or his loved ones in any way or form. What? I'm not making that vow, Draco snarled. He killed Father, why aren't you doing anything? Because he made me take an unbreakable vow to never intentionally harm him or his loved ones in any way or form, Narcissa yelled. What? I did it for you. Everything I have done has been for you. I swore that vow and gave up my body for you so that you could live. I have done all that I can, Draco, but you will swear this vow and leave this country with me. And what if I don't? Draco sneered, only to stumble back when his mother slapped him hard across the face. Then you die, she growled. These two want to kill you. She gestured to Harry and Voldemort, who both happily waved at him. For the love of Merlin, grow up, Draco, if you want to follow your father's footsteps, then look at where he ended up, she said, pointing to the dead body of Lucius Malfoy. Make the vow. Now, she screamed. Draco hesitated. He glanced at his father's body before looking towards Harry and Voldemort, both of whom were casually twirling their wands. He was angry and pissed off, but there was a reason why Draco was not in Gryffindor. I will make the vow, he said, lowering his head in defeat. Good, Narcissa huffed before turning to Harry. Thank you, she said in a sincere tone. Thank you for sparing my son. I will fully admit that I would prefer to kill your son and bury him in a ditch, Harry responded. But for you I won't. Your husband might have been an evil idiot, who, if you are to be believed, has a very small dick, but you are a good mother, a caring mother, and for that you have my respect. Thank you, she nodded to him before handing Draco the parchment. Make the vow, she ordered. Draco, very reluctantly, made the vow. That night he and his mother had snuck out of England and went to live in France. The rest of Draco's life would be a miserable one. The Malfoys were not well liked in France, and Draco's attitude did not help matters, which was why he could barely hold on to any job at all and had to settle for low-paying jobs. He had tried to marry a rich girl, but that didn't go over well for him. Coincidentally, he also became unable to produce more heirs around the same time. His mother had taken control of the Malfoy fortune and kept it from Draco, mostly to make sure he didn't waste it all. She also kept a close eye on him, to make sure he wouldn't do something stupid like go back to Britain. The day after Narcissa Malfoy had died, Draco had gotten very drunk and had rather stupidly headed towards England to get revenge on Potter. He had taken one step into the country before the vow took action, killing him. Here you go, Selena. Fleur smiled as she levitated the rat that Creature had caught towards Selena, who quickly began eating it. At first, Fleur and Tonks had been a bit worried about Selena, but after a short amount of time, they realized that she was about as likely to harm them as Harry. Fleur walked out of the room and towards Harry's bedroom. She opened it to find Tonks sitting on the floor, leaning against the bed and in between Harry's legs. Harry was sat on the bed and massaging Tonks' shoulders and neck. "Oh, that's magical," Tonks moaned. "Keep that up, Harry, you sexy man who lives in Sirius's house." "That's me," Harry grinned. "Enjoying yourself?" Fleur asked as she closed the door after entering. She walked over and sat next to Harry. "Tonks over here has been working very hard," Harry calmly stated. "Yes, well, that's your fault," Tonks said, followed by a blissful sigh. "Keep that up, anyway, ever since you dragged Voldemort's body into the Ministry and shoved it through the Veil of Death. The rest of us Aurors have had to do a lot of work. Bones has us all working for as long as she can get away with." "How did you get away with killing all those Death Eaters?" Fleur asked curiously. "I didn't kill that many. It was mostly Voldemort. Bones had given me permission to do whatever was needed as long as I refrained from harming innocents. Once Voldemort was dead, she asked questions. As expected, I was able to dance around most of them, but a few of them I had to imply I was unable to speak about due to a vow, and that there were also magics that I wanted to keep secret so no other idiots gets the idea to become a new Dark Lord." "So, you've defeated Voldemort, what are your plans now?" Fleur asked. "I don't really know," Harry admitted. "I'm thinking I might spend a few years after Hogwarts playing Quidditch, providing I could make it professionally, just enjoy myself basically. After that, I would either go work at the Ministry or Hogwarts or both. But for now, I'm just going to enjoy my life and enjoy my two beautiful girlfriends." "Wise choice, Potter," Tonks grinned before letting out a soft moan. "Once you finish this, I will jump you and rock your world," she promised. "Harry defeated a Dark Lord," Fleur reminded her. "We should give him a treat." "Harry would like a treat," Harry said in agreement. "Fine, he can choose what costumes we're wearing today," Tonks replied. "That works," Harry nodded happily. Harry's last year at Hogwarts was no less interesting than the previous ones. He had come back in his final year, not as the boy who lived, but as the man who conquered. That was one of his many titles, given to him by the press. Harry was glad that he was able to spend a year without an attempt on his life, not a single attempt to kill him. Though it was kind of sad that that was his standard for a good year. That did not mean that Harry's year was an easy one. He became head boy, and he had captained the Quidditch team and was able to lead it to victory, earning the Quidditch World Cup. But that wasn't the only thing that kept Harry's attention this year. It was also the fact that he was the top student in his year. Before he took Dumbledore's magic, he was already the strongest in terms of power. But now he was more so, to the point where he had to spend several days before school simply trying to get used to his powers. The need for that had increased when he had accidentally vanished Tonks's clothes when she entered his room one time. Funnily enough, neither of them complained about that, but it did mean that he had to seriously work on it, unless he wanted to accidentally kill people. Harry had also been spending a lot of time studying for his nastily exhausting wizarding tests, which were often abbreviated as Newts. Harry was hoping to get the highest marks he could possibly get. He knew he would pass any practical aspect of his exams, so he was spending most of his time working on his theory knowledge, which was why he was currently in the library and reading through some books. Unfortunately, a problem that Harry was suffering through was the fact that it felt like his number of fans had tripled at least. Harry could hardly remember the last time he had lasted an entire day without some girl asking him out. Most of them, like 90% of them, would often come back a few days later in the hopes that Harry would change his mind later. And the boys didn't ask him out, apart from a small few. But they did look at him with fear, jealousy, and awe. The other day Harry had walked past Colin Creevey, and the younger boy, upon seeing Harry, froze. A few seconds later, he looked like he had just gone 12 rounds with Avila. Harry wasn't too surprised by the high amount of attention he was receiving, as far as everyone was concerned. Harry was an unstoppable mega wizard who was even better than Dumbledore, seeing as Dumbledore was still an adult when he fought Grindelwald, while Harry had defeated Voldemort twice. Voldemort was concerned by most to be even worse than Grindelwald, so the fact that Harry had been able to defeat him once as a baby and a second time as a teenager meant that Harry's reputation had increased to the point that he could probably kill half the people in the school and get away with it. Though he probably could get away with it if not for the new Minister of Magic, Amelia Bones. Amelia Bones was well respected in the wizarding world, not just for her family name, but also for her work as an Auror and as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, DMLE. She competed for the position against Rufus Scrimgeour, who didn't get the position he wanted, but was made head of the Auror Department, which wasn't the worst consolation prize. Amelia Bones, as the new head of Magical Britain, was making waves and had begun pressing down on as many criminals as she could. Fortunately for her, all of the Death Eaters, or at least all of the marked ones, were dead, something which Harry had explained as being an unfortunate side effect of Voldemort's death, though one other thing that interested Harry was the fact that Miss Bones could in the future become Mrs. Black, as she was now in a relationship with Sirius, who was now working as an Auror again. So not only was Harry rich, handsome, a powerful wizard who had defeated the worst Dark Lord of all time twice, but he also had good family connections. No wonder so many people desired him. Harry, a voice huffed. Harry looked up to see none other than Hermione Granger staring at him with an irritated expression on her face as she held a book against her chest, noticeably using one arm to do so. Her hair was more bushier and less tame than usual, showing just how stressed the 7th year girl was. "Hello, Hermione, you look, well, like Hermione. Anything I can help you with?" Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, can you please just leave?" Hermione spoke in an annoyed voice. "Leave what? Leave where?" "Can you just leave the library?" Hermione spoke through gritted teeth. "Why should I?" Harry responded. "I am studying for my NEWT exams. I have the right to be here just like anyone else. You know, just because you practically live here doesn't mean that it's your actual home. I am asking you to leave so I can study." "How is me being here stopping you from studying?" "Because of them," Hermione growled as she pointed to nearby tables full of girls that were gossiping and talking to each other while looking at Harry. "I can't study in the Gryffindor common room because everyone there won't shut up about you, and now I can't study here because everyone wants to keep gossiping about you." "You're right, Hermione," Harry spoke in a bland voice. "It was so selfish of me to stop the worst Dark Lord of all time. I should have known that doing so would result in people wanting to stop you from studying just so they could talk about me." "Harry, why don't you just use a silencing charm?" Harry interrupted before she could reply. "I mean, if I want quiet, then I'd use a silencing charm. It's very simple magic. If it's too advanced for you, then I can perform it for you." "It is not too advanced for me," Hermione spoke after several calming breaths. "Madam Pince has forbidden the use of silencing charms in the library. Apparently people get up too much mischief and they can't hear when she tells them to not do something." "Well, in that case, tough shit, Hermione." "Harry, language," Hermione said, almost automatically. "Hermione, I don't give a shit about language. I agree that there is a time and place where it shouldn't Be allowed, but I'm British, swearing is a thing that we do daily. Not every British person swears, Harry. Hermione glared at him before another look took over her face. Harry very easily recognized the look that was currently on her face. It was the same look that Hermione would always have when she desperately wanted to know something. How did you do it? Hermione whispered so others wouldn't hear. Do what? Harry asked, not bothering to whisper. Defeat you-know-who, Hermione spoke, still whispering. How did you do it? It was quite simple. I acted like myself. Harry shrugged. What? Hermione blurted out, forgetting that she was supposed to be whispering. My first few years at Hogwarts were spent being someone else, being the Harry Potter that everyone wanted, the simple-minded Gryffindor. After you all betrayed me in my 4th year, I realized I would be better off being who I really am, and I am glad I did so. Because if I didn't then, I'd be relying on you for help even now, Harry said as he stood up and closed his book. I'm going to be in the library tomorrow. You can have the library for today. You'll need it more than I do, Harry added before he walked off. Harry was walking down the hallway when suddenly he came across another person he most definitely did not want to talk to, Ron Weasley. What do you want? Harry asked bluntly. Ron had been acting odd for most of the year. Whenever he saw Harry, his face would go red, and he would make an effort to avoid him by moving to a far part of the room. Harry, who wanted nothing to do with Ron, didn't complain or try to fix that, but it looked like today Ron had something to say. How did you do it? Ron blurted out, his face redder than usual. Can you be more specific? Harry drawled. How did I do what? Defeat you-know-who. How did you stop him? By defeating him, Harry shrugged. Tell me, Ron demanded. Sorry, Weasley, but it's a secret only known to a few. Even the Minister of Magic doesn't know the full story, so you can see why you're not going to get an answer. I bet you didn't even do anything, Ron spat, glaring at Harry. I bet Dumbledore did all of the work. And you just took all the credit. Ha, isn't that a laugh? Harry softly chuckled. Someone else doing all of the work and someone else taking all of the credit. Who does that remind you of? Oh yes, me and you. Harry spoke as if he had suddenly been told an unbelievable idea. I mean, after first year you went around telling people that you had heroically defeated McGonagall's chess set. Never mind the fact that Granger and I did all of the rest. Didn't you one time in my first year claim to have taught me all I know about riding on a broom? Harry smirked at Ron's reddening face. If it went any redder than the 6th son of the Weasley family would likely pop. What's the matter, Ron? Cat got you tongue. It all goes your bloody way, doesn't it? Ron shouted, pulling his wand out. Harry Potter gets this. Harry Potter gets that. Harry Potter saved the school. Harry Potter won the tournament. Harry Potter defeated you-know-who. Oh, is the Eichel-Wickle redhead jealous? Harry spoke in a baby voice before shaking his head at Ron. Grow up, Weasley. You were with me for my first few years at Hogwarts, and you knew that I never took advantage of my fame. You knew that I worked for those accomplishments. If it wasn't for me, then your bushy-haired girlfriend would have been pasted on the side of a troll's club. I'm the one who knocked the troll out. You're also the one who caused Granger to be there in the first place, Harry reminded him. And that wasn't enough then. How about the fact that in my 2nd year, it was me who saved your sister by going up against a basilisk of all things. If you were with me, then you'd likely end up getting yourself or both of us killed. There were plenty of more useful people to befriend than you. Your best quality was your loyalty, your unwavering loyalty, and even that didn't last. You get, Ron yelled before he aimed his wand at Harry and fired off a high-powered flame blast, which, if it Harry, would have caused substantial damage. Harry didn't show any sign of fear. He instead simply raised his hand and cast a wandless shield which easily blocked the flame blast. Harry's power boost from Dumbledore had made it so wandless magic was almost as easy for him as regular magic. With a wand, what? Ron blurted out. You always were an idiot. Harry said before he wandlessly cast a stunner that hit Ron square in the chest. Harry took his wand out before casting the Patronus spell. Harry's tiger flew off to get Headmistress McGonagall after Harry had given it a message. Harry didn't fully trust Professor McGonagall. She had been Dumbledore's yes-woman for so long that it was difficult to not see her as anything but that. However, since the knowledge of the fact that Harry defeated Voldemort came out, she had been more respectful towards Harry. Harry didn't really know if it was because she felt guilty for her previous actions or if she simply thought he deserved more respect, but he didn't really care too much since it benefited him. "What has happened?" Headmistress McGonagall asked as soon as she arrived on the scene. "This git tried to attack me," Harry said as he revived Ron. "What?" Ron blurted out as he woke up. He shook his head, then nearly jumped out of his skin when he saw Professor McGonagall standing in front of him. "Professor," he squeaked. "Mr. Weasley, Mr. Potter told me that you tried to attack him." Professor McGonagall spoke in a disappointed voice. "I didn't," Ron denied. "The boy is lying," one portrait said. Ron looked around and appeared to have only just remembered that there were portraits on the walls. "I saw the whole thing, Headmistress," the boy demanded. Questions from Mr. Potter on how he defeated you-know-who then began making baseless accusations, where he accused Mr. Potter of being a fraud who took credit for Dumbledore's work, and that was before he began complaining about how everything was going Mr. Potter's way. The redhead attacked him with a dangerous flame spell that would have caused a lot of damage if Mr. Potter hadn't blocked it with a wandless shield. "Wandless magic," Professor McGonagall gasped. "He wandlessly stunned him as well," another portrait informed her. Mr. Potter, 10 points to Gryffindor for such a mastery of magic. I dare say that you will not have much to worry about when you take your Newt exams," Professor McGonagall said to Harry before turning to Ron. "As for you, Mr. Weasley, this is hardly your first time where it has been reported that you have used violence against other students. You will follow me." "But Ron began only to be interrupted. "Now," Professor McGonagall said in a stern voice. Ron looked like he was about to argue, but wisely chose not to. He got to his feet and sent Harry one last glare before following Professor McGonagall to her office. "I'm going to miss you," Astoria admitted as she sat with Harry and the others. They were all outside, sat by the lake with Tracy sitting with Daphne and Scott, and Jean while Harry was sat against a tree. And Astoria sat next to him, leaning into his side. "I'll miss you too, Squirt," Harry smiled. "Don't call me that," Astoria rolled her eyes. "I'm growing." "Really?" Harry asked in a fake surprised voice. "I don't care how many Dark Lords you defeat, I will hex you," Astoria said in a warning tone. "She'll do it, Potter," Daphne smirked in amusement. "Of that I have no doubt," Harry replied. "What are you guys going to do when you leave?" Scott asked. "Daphne and I intend to spend some time at the potions apothecary in Diagon Alley," Tracy replied. "Just to earn some money, while we both get our potions mastery." "What about you, Harry?" Jean asked. "I've been scouted by a few Quidditch teams," Harry admitted. "I've got an invitation to try out for Puddlemere United this weekend." "What?" Astoria squeaked. "That's my favorite team," she said in an excited voice. "And that is naturally why I chose it," Harry joked. "But I plan to play Quidditch part-time, or if that doesn't work, then get another job part-time. I want to get my mastery in defense, then I plan to get a job at Hogwarts." "Really?" Daphne asked. "Yeah, I'll work at Hogwarts and attend Wisengamot meetings when I can, or send a proxy when I can't," Harry shrugged. "Well, I think you'll be a great teacher." Astoria grinned at Harry. "Thanks," Harry smiled. "That means a lot. I'm just glad that we can get through the rest of our lives without all of that you-know-who crap," Scott commented. "Aren't we all?" Harry grinned. Harry was calmly walking along the lake, enjoying the peaceful and calm atmosphere. Today was his Last day in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Tomorrow he would be returning home so he could face the rest of the world. Harry didn't really know how to describe what he was feeling. It felt like finishing a big book, only to know you had to write another. "Harry," Tonks called. Harry turned around to see Tonks, Sirius and Fleur all walking towards him. "Hey guys," Harry smiled before pulling each of them into individual hugs. "I'm so glad you're here." "And miss your graduation ceremony?" "Never," Sirius said as he clapped Harry on the back. "You're going to behave yourself?" Harry asked, raising an eyebrow at Sirius. "Yes, he is," Tonks grinned before Sirius could reply. "Old Bonesy will be here to keep an eye on him." "Yeah," Sirius rolled his eyes. "And unlike my lovely godson over here, I can't survive any and all spells. I can't survive any and all spells." This time it was Harry who rolled his eyes. Harry raised his left hand and allowed his palm to change and become covered in green scales. "My skin can become thick enough to let me survive most spells, but that would hardly matter if I got roasted in fiendfire," Harry said as his skin changed back. "Besides, you can do it as well if you happen to have a spare basilisk around," Harry added. The secret to Harry's incredible ability to survive so many spells without injury came from a secret ritual invented by not just Salazar Slytherin, but also Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Godric Gryffindor. According to the books in the Chamber of Secrets, Merlin had used this very ritual. It had involved a lot of blood, hours of chanting, a few rare ingredients, nearly all the energy Harry had possessed, and the complete trust of a magical creature. That was preciously why Tom Riddle had never done the ritual. He could provide all of the requirements. Apart from the last one, the basilisk that Tom had access to didn't completely trust Riddle, nor did Riddle completely trust the basilisk. Harry had been able to do it with the help of Selina, who naturally trusted him as he was her father as far as she was concerned. The ritual granted him the ability to transform his skin, covering it in basilisk scales. If Harry had taken the ritual all the way, then he could have gotten the basilisk death stare and teeth. But he had chosen not to do that. He didn't go for the teeth because he couldn't risk someone seeing them. He also thought it was unnecessary, not to mention he didn't really want to feel what it would be like to accidentally bite your tongue or the inside of your cheek with basilisk teeth. Harry had also chosen not to get the killer death stare of the basilisk for obvious reasons, mostly because he didn't want to accidentally kill someone by looking at them. "I'm so proud of you," Fleur said as she kissed Harry on the cheek. "You've grown so much from the skinny boy you used to be." She smiled at him. "Thanks, Fleur," Harry smiled at her. "Words don't describe how happy I am to have you all with me." "Oh, you flatterer." Tonks smiled back as she ruffled his hair. "You can properly express your gratitude later, when we get rid of the old dog for some alone time." "Hey, I'm not old," Sirius objected as the others laughed while walking away. "I'm not," he added as he followed the others towards the castle. At the end of the graduation ceremony, it was reveled that Harry had taken the place for top student of the year while also getting the highest score for his year on his Newt exams, something which didn't really please Hermione Granger. Speaking of Hermione, after Hogwarts she had gone to work at the Ministry. She had originally tried to work to make a law that would force people to free their house elves. Unfortunately for her, that didn't work as well as she would have liked. She was barely able to get some laws to prevent abuse of house elves before she found herself working in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office, which she eventually became the head of. Her job was hardly the best paying, nor was it what she desired, seeing as her original plan was to become the first Muggle-born minister of magic. As far as she was concerned, it was not fair for her to have such a low-paying job and a failed marriage with Ron Weasley while Harry had two beautiful partners and was working at Hogwarts. Hermione would eventually grow old and die alone, with nobody but her pet cats for company. If Hermione thought that she had it bad, then that was nothing compared to Ron Weasley. Ron had never completed his last year at Hogwarts thanks to being expelled. Apparently there were too many complaints about him resorting to violence when getting angry being something he often became. Ron in his last year had tried attacking many Slytherins because they were evil Death Eaters. He had also bullied a few younger years into doing his homework for him. The fact that he tried to attack savior of the wizarding world did not help matters in any way or form. After school, he and Hermione had gotten married, and then Ron had to suffer through a new collection of problems. The first being how difficult it was for him to get a job. For some reason, the Chudley Cannons wouldn't let him play on their team. He couldn't imagine why. At one point, he was able to get a job working for the twins, but after a few months, they grew tired of his behavior at work and fired him. He had tried to get both Bill and Charlie to give him a job. Both brothers quickly refused as their jobs were dangerous. And they were not going to bring someone as unqualified as Ron to work with them. That was how Ron ended up going to Percy and his father for a job. The best the pair were able to get him was a janitor job. It was simply because nobody wanted to hire someone who had gotten expelled from Hogwarts, especially one who had attacked Harry Potter. Ron was convinced that Harry was constantly sabotaging his attempts at getting a job. Ron's lack of jobs was connected to one of his main problems with Hermione. As far as Ron was concerned, it was the husband's job to bring in the money while the wife stayed home and cooked. That was the way that Molly Weasley had raised him after all. Hermione had disagreed with that, something which led to a large amount of arguments. Eventually, the whole marriage just became the two arguing constantly, until one night when Ron had gotten angry enough to call her a mudblood. That was the night that Hermione left to go get a divorce. Ron would grow old and eventually die in the burrow which was left to him by his parents. Though life wasn't bad for everyone, Sirius had gotten married to Amelia Bones, and when he wasn't spending time working at the Ministry or with Amelia, then he would be Harry's proxy at the Wizengamot. Fleur, on the other hand, had a very successful career as a curse breaker. She would eventually become Lady Potter and would give birth to 2 kids, one boy called James Potter and a girl called Victoire Potter. Tonks became Lady Black and continued to have a good career in the Auror department and would give birth to a few children of her own. One would be a boy called Teddy Potter, a girl called Lily Potter, and a third girl that was named Astoria Potter. After Hogwarts, Harry had made a name for himself on the Quidditch pitch when he wasn't trying to get his defense mastery. He had switched between a few teams and proved that it was his skill and not his fame that earned him his spots on the teams. After Harry had gotten his mastery, he had been prepared to quit Quidditch when what else but the World Cup came around the corner. Harry stayed as a Quidditch player just long enough to play for England at the Cup. It was a close match, but England had won. The celebrations lasted for days. After that, Harry had gotten a job as the Dada professor at Hogwarts, something which made most people happy. After all, their children were getting taught by the defeater of Voldemort, who would also help look after the school. Harry would also attend Wizengamot meetings when he could, but sent Sirius when he couldn't. Between the two of them, plus their allies, they were able to improve many laws, making life easier for many people, including but not limited to Muggle-borns and werewolves. Harry would also end up eventually becoming Hogwarts headmaster Potter. He lived to an old age, enjoying each and every moment that his life had to offer. He would spend his last few years at Hogwarts, apart from his last year which he spent with family. 1 week after his death, a statue was created in his honor. Many books were written about him. Some people would happily talk about how they knew what many considered to be the greatest wizard of their age. It was hard to find a person in magical Britain who didn't know about the Harry Potter, the boy who lived, who became the man who conquered.
Thanks for watching this story. If you'd like to see more, please subscribe to my channel.